Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario.
rude, for one thing. Very, very rude. Another thing. And for a third thing, here I am. Hi everyone, my name's Giraffe. That's a little broken. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling. My sister dad, who's actually here beside me right now, and actually taking my medication. Not Henry take my medication. I'm
Hello, Mario.
taking my medication. Because today I follow the footsteps of everyone's hero, Ahmed Johnson, and I forgot to take my medication in the morning. So I just took it like half an hour before coming on for tonight's show. If I start laughing like a supervillain, you'll know it's because the Adderall hit. I'm just forewarning all of you. It isn't because I just turned evil. It's simply because I'm having the time of my life now. And I feel like I can focus without my ADHD taking a hold of me. Speaking of taking a hold of me, this mode here, we're going to continue it here tonight. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between. We are going to be continuing on tonight with our run-through of MyGM in WWE 2K24. When we last left this mode yesterday, we were in quite the spot, really. I don't even think that we're... Oh, wait, we're right, number 3. We're actually like... Oh, yeah, like I remember, we were decisively beating WCW at this point. NXT 2.0 is on the run of a lifetime right now, y'all. We may have lost MVP, we may have lost LA Knight, but in its place, we got... Ooh, yeah! The Slim Jim man himself. How I fucking hate him. It's the Macho Man Randy Savage. And I know exactly what our next pay-per-view is going to look like, provided that we don't get fucked over. Which, you know, that could happen at really any point. Regardless, we have 4 weeks until Fastlane, which me and Zach were at. Him and I were at this show. I remember it just like it was yesterday, because the guy that ushered us to our seats, he like looked at my sign and he was like, if you raise that, I'm going to throw you out, or I'm going to confiscate it. When all it was just a sign that said Long Boy. I was going to a wrestling show, and the guy up front was like, don't use the sign.
Oh my god, my childhood hero, my Slim Jim senpai, Randy Savage. Ooh yeah.
Ooh yeah. You're close. You're close there, my friend. But yeah. That's gonna be our main event. That's gonna be our main event program here. It's going to be none other than Tuxedo Mask versus the Macho Man Randy Savage. Now, before we get into that though, I need to actually start the feud with a call-out promo and turn him face. I'll turn the Macho Man face. But in its place, we need to have a big time matchup here. And I know just what to do. This'll be our new... hi Henry, how you doing? That's my little baby right there. He's my little baby. He's not here anymore though. He left the room. My little baby left the room, chat. Now, the question is, because I have something in mind for a women's title a women's tag title program. But in place of that, now we need a new person to take on Twilight. We now need a new person to take on Twilight. And, well, we gotta do some talent scouting. because I feel like Twilight's popularity, like, where's her popularity? 79? She can carry a title program on her own, I feel like. So, right now we have a pretty good set of programs going into this next show, I feel like. We got Shining Wizard versus Diesel. How good is Diesel on the mic? 2. Got it. And Shining Wizard's back to 1. Damn it. Look at the adjective and step up to punchy, chat. We have no charisma between the two of these schmucks. And, you know, woman star. And it can really be anybody. Renowned stars. No fucking shot. We're gonna do Sailor Moon, huh? Yeah, I feel like we're gonna do Sailor Moon, chat. I think we gotta do Twilight Sparkle and Sailor Moon. I mean, we literally have Tuxedo Mask in the company now. So how good is Sailor Moon's mic skill? 5? No way. The GF? I'm gonna change her alignment to a heel. Unfortunately, she is also a cruiserweight. Although that might not be too bad. What the heck is Pinkie Pie so upset about? I'm about to give her a big fucking title program. Watch this, chat. Normal match. Oh, no. That might not be the best option. Oh boy, Trixie is going to be, I'm gonna run her into the ground, chat. Sorry. Here we go. Yeah. Before we get too deep into our festivities tonight, how's everyone doing? How's everybody doing today? I have been really going down a particular TikTok rabbit hole, and that is, of course, fitness food TikTok. I'm going down that rabbit hole. I'm going down that rabbit hole. And I'll tell you what, I've been finding a lot of great recipes on there. I'm like freaking Ignis. I've come up with a new recipe, chat. Such as high-protein, cheesy pizza rolls. Which, yes, are just as good as they sound. Like, I've been getting back into the gym lately. Yeah, the long boy gets the gains, chat, but you didn't know that. Let's see here. I'll have Randy do the role change. I'll have Tuxedo Mask call out the Macho Man. And in the mid card, triple threat. It's gonna be Sparcer versus Grayson Waller versus Ethan Hunter in a tables match. It's to add a little more heat to it. Speaking of heat, I'm pretty sure that they can add on a little bit of heat there. Cody's got this. But no, I don't... The thing about it is, I want to be able to have some money to get like a new, to get like the new arena. For me, that's kind of more like the long game there, right? Maybe that's a bit more of a long game sort of thing. You know what? I enjoy the idea that Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask are both going to be heels. I still know nothing about Sailor Moon, but I know enough to friggin' do that. Oh yeah, we can extend Diesel by 4 weeks. Let's go. What if I did the same for Macho Man? Actually, let's see what else slides across our desk in that time. Beginner's luck. Most popularity on your roster by 5. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of high protein meals so far. Like there are like these really TikTok is full of like these people that will just give you fucking recipes, right? Like really tasty recipes that look good not just in a photo but also like, you know, like in the video, so that way you know exactly what it's supposed to look like. Like I have this a blueberry banana bulk shake that I've been making lately. Especially good after I do my strength day. Because I don't know if you knew this, chat, but I am training to be a runner. Just like Sunk Hodgehog. And even though, you know, being muscular isn't necessarily the first thing that comes to mind when you think of running, you still need to have some baseline of, like, you know, strength to fall back on, because, you know, your body is being put through a lot of stress when you're running that much anyways. I'm planning to run a 5K in the summer. So I need to make sure that I'm at peak physical conditioning, especially for tonight's show in Dallas, Texas, where we are getting the rematch from the pay-per-view. It is Shining Wizard taking on Diesel, and I've rigged it so that Shining Wizard wins. If you don't win, then the card doesn't work. There you go. Great job. And we didn't raise the feud either. I can live with that just this one time. Right, Trixie, do not get injured. 1, 2, 3. Trixie is so gonna get injured, dude. Yep. Hell yeah, dude. And hey, Tuxedo Mask started the rivalry. Let's go. Right, tables triple threat in the mid card. Good job, Grayson. A mediocre match. Sparkster versus Grayson Waller. I couldn't do that. And an excellent heel turn here from Sailor Moon. Now we have Cody Rhodes versus Bomberman to crown the North American Championship that was so rudely vacated by LA Knight after we traded him. And Bomberman wins the North American title in a great match. Incredible. Over in normal vanilla NXT, you get the same shit, only this time you got LA Knight over there. So if anything, it's not necessarily the same shit. In WCW, oh wow, we're changing things up a little bit, actually. Wait, is that Xavier Woods down there? Oh no, after we poached Pinkie Pie, Bianca Belair had to find a new tag partner. That's sad. Well, in the mid card, Zero, which suspiciously looks like Xavier Woods, and Boogeyman in a disappointing match. Then we have another tag match: Luna and Bailey versus not Pink EST, unfortunately. Sunset Shimmer's still getting work over there as she's calling out some local talents. And then in the main event, it's Charlotte Flair taking on Rhea Ripley for the women's title. Again, they're hot potatoing that title in a series of what seems to be great. What is that main event? Chat, get a load of this main event down here. Get a load of this main event. I really need you to get a load of this main event down here. Even though I know you could see it, I need you to get a load of it. Check it out. You have the ECW World Championship being defended by R-Truth, who seems to be ECW's biggest superstar, taking on Jinder Mahal in a normal match. And R-Truth retains. I would have loved it if Jinder won the match. I would have absolutely loved it. All right, we got a lot of injuries on these shows, chat. At least more than usual. We got Trixie, we got Gunter, and we have Casey Demers there. Trixie can really take a hit, but it looked really painful. Oh, it sure did. Good show tonight, hashtag NXT 2.0. Wait, Sailor Moon is a bad guy now? Didn't expect that. Angelina Dyer and Pinkie Pie have absolutely no chemistry as a tag team. Wait, hold on. What are you talking? Okay, so it seems like... Wait, did we actually start a rivalry? Yeah, we did. Cool. We actually either started a rivalry the AI was losing to in 2K23's MyGM, had Tozawa as Universal Champ, pulling out 5-star matches. And you got like R-Truth here pulling out a similar beat. Leaving NXT 2.0 after that trade. He can be another brand's problem now. Yeah, normal NXT. Hank Hill will whip him into shape. Cody Rhodes learns consequences. Shouldn't have tried that beatdown on Bomberman the other week. Bomberman and Undashing Cody are the reason I watch NXT 2.0. Their rivalry is developing so much. Not my greatest fight tonight. Have to hand it to Grayson Waller for taking full advantage. Hey, we got a bustling mid-card right now, chat. Not gonna lie. Vito a star. That might be good, honestly.
Stampede!
Otter! With the Long Boys, Girls, and Bees, and AGs. Hello there, my friend. Thank you for bringing your community on over here. For those of you who are unaware, my name's Giraffe Sev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, Adderall, which I just took 30 minutes ago because I forgot, and my stinky cat.
Hello, Mario.
Let's go, Sock and Otter Raid. Oh yeah, did you do,
Hello, Mario.
Socko, we come, Giraffe Seth, we come for you, sucker. Yes. We come for you, word I shouldn't say. Socko, how you doing? It's been a hot minute, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you are doing well. You're actually just in time. We're booking We're booking NXT 2.0 here in WWE 2K24. We are Gina, the protagonist from my women's storyline this year, taking on Theodore Long on WCW, Paul Heyman in ECW, and Hank Hill in Vanilla NXT. Right, we are in Lafayette, Louisiana. Look, you need to take better care of your superstars. I understand sometimes they need to be in a big match. Make sure to plan around that. I'm giving you a Health Spa power card. Use it to give one of your superstars a well-needed rest. Some power cards can help with keep your stars off the injured list. It's too late for Trixie. You'll have to wait until she's recovered. But try to make sure other stars on your roster don't get injured. Listen, H, I understand. I understand the score, bro. The crowd has really been getting behind me. It's time we capitalize on that. You should give me top billing in the upcoming show. I want the main event. Ooh, yeah. That's the way that it is. Excuse me. It's pretty obvious that the crowd wants to see me in the biggest matches. It should be me who gets the main event. I assume you agree, Gina? How about this? Why don't we make things interesting? I'm going to put you both in the next main event match. How about that? Yes. The cream rises to the top. Ooh, yeah. That's just the way that it is. You know, Mean Gene, I believe in the magic of friendship. Ooh, yeah. That's just the way that it is. Bring it on. Well, I suppose someone has to share the spotlight, even if it's a lesser superstar. Listen, man, it's the North American title. Okay? Not only that, I have a special... Okay. How about this? I can give you 1 week. You have a PLE to prepare for. Better than nothing. Thanks, boss. I've certainly had worse bosses. Great. Fantastic. Yes, I can go without having Diesel on the show for 1 week. Cool. Well, I think I know what the main event of this show is going to be. It's going to be Triple Threat, where it's going to be Bomberman, Tuxedo Mask, and the Macho Man for the NXT Championship. We're going to have Cody Rhodes run interference on Bomberman. And that'll be our main event right there. Let's see if I can have a call-out promo here for... Oh no, I can't. No. Okay, you know what? We can do that. I'll have Trixie recover. I'll have them cut call out promos for like the next few weeks. No, Moss, you're ready to go, brother. So, do I need to have submission match? There you go. Good. I will have someone do an advertising promo. Ethan, I'm sorry. I don't really have much for you right now, bro. You gotta go on the advertising. We'll start the new women's title program here with Twilight and Sailor Moon. Omos and Dominic. You're gonna open up the show, actually. I'm pretty sure that Omos will not get hurt. I hope so. Anyways. In order to make sure that, you know, we stay on people's minds here, I'm going to have Rainbow Dash do a self-promo. And that's our show right there. That's pretty fucking good for Lafayette. I've at least one extreme rule. No, are you kidding me? Okay, okay, well, what do I get for it? Wait, from the top. Book 15 shows without an injury. The call-out promo. Make 3 superstars very happy. Promote 3 superstars to a new rank. Okay, what do I get for it? Only usable on stars with 2 superstar after their next match. I mean, that would be good. I might actually do that. If we want to make like a new main event. If we want to make a new main event player, then that would be pretty good to do. So you know what? I'll do that. Extreme rules. Wait, why is the cost cut? Wait, no, is it not cut? No, it's not cut. It's not cut. Not so sure about that. We'll keep Shining Wizard on the card here. More triple threats. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, cool. We'll simulate this after the break.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my
Raw
dudes?
rolls on after this. Or, I guess, NXT 2.0 rolls on after this.
The ape is back in his first action game ever, Donkey Kong Country. What makes
I
this game
needed
so
water
remarkable
anyways. I
is
will
that
back
it's
in
the
a second.
first game created with fully rendered graphics. What the heck is fully rendered? To put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means that the characters and all other graphics were created by computer modeling from all sides and angles of the objects. Thus, animation is totally complete and uninhibited using any view of the object. The technology is not incredibly different than that which was used to create the dinosaurs of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park or the Wonders of the Mask. One of the best examples of the 3D rendering in this game is the water level. The shark, also known as Chomps Jr., is an incredible sight. The animation of everything in the game, as well as all the backgrounds, were created with rendering techniques on the Silicon Graphics computers. This amazing new technology, discovered at Rare by Nintendo's Tony Harmon, will be the next standard in video game animation and graphics. This technology marks a new era. The programmers of Donkey Kong Country were able to stretch their creative minds since Donkey Kong doesn't have a particularly detailed history. The main idea of the story is that you're trying to get back the bananas that were stolen from your stockpile. Kong, Diddy, are the main monkey characters, but throughout the travels on the island of Donkey Kong Country, you'll encounter several characters that are extremely diverse in personality.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
From an ostrich named Espresso to a rhino named Rambi, the game has endless thrills and is certainly destined for greatness. Cranky Kong, the star of the original game and also DK's grandfather, will give you advice throughout the game. He thinks you need it. Hundreds of bonus levels result in a game that will never be boring. The music also adds a lot to the game. Play it loud in stereo, dude. You can buy the music on CD from Nintendo if your Nintendo isn't hooked up to a stereo system. Cranky Kong remembers music in the old days, but Donkey Kong is truly with the times, so to speak. His music is great for listening. Just pause the game to hear the music without the game's sound effects. Speaking of sound effects, you'll notice the quality of the echoes in the caves and Donkey Kong's ape noises. Donkey Kong Country is truly perfect. If you do not get this amazing new generation of Donkey Kong madness, you are stupid. Yes, I know, that's insulting, but it's also the truth. If you're a true video game fan, you will not hesitate in the slightest bit to buy this remarkable piece of video game history. Bottom line, get it now. The graphics are an example of a revolution. Play control is very responsive and monkey-feeling. The challenge is high because you must often pass
What does it
several
mean
hard
to be
levels to reach
monkey-feeling,
Candy's
chat?
save point. The two-player game option is awesome, since you can press A to let another player play. What's even cooler is the way the game lets the next player pick up where the last player died without interrupting gameplay. If you want the other player to play, just press A. These features and
Appealing.
so much more make Donkey Kong
I get
game
it.
of the decade.
I get it. Panda dad jokes. You love those here. Absolutely bananas. Rich, like you're gonna go ape. Makes you want to monkey around, right? Anyways, let's continue on. Let's continue on with our run here. Hold on just a minute. Pikmin. Pikmin music. There you go. All right. Our show is booked. We're ready to go. And we're gonna make that fucking money this week. It's gonna be fantastic. All right, NXT 2.0 here from Lafayette, Louisiana, I believe. Where Omos is taking on Dirty Dominic Mysterio. And Omos gets the rub. Just 1 week after the pay-per-view, just 1 week after SummerSlam. We grow the rivalry in the mid-card, the tag team rivalry. And now we have a clashing of the ages as Twilight Sparkle takes on Sailor Moon. And Book Horse wins, but it doesn't start a rivalry, which is unfortunate. Although I do have an idea. I have an idea for this coming week. Shining Wiz continues to grow. And Sparser and Waller grow their rivalry. Let's see here. And in the main event, it is the NXT Championship. Macho Man Randy Savage versus Tuxedo Mask versus Bomberman. With Cody Rhodes doing a run-in, and Macho Man wins the title. Oh yeah! Hell yeah. I want to see how well the Giant and Cruiser formula does for them here. Oh, it does fine, it looks like. I can't even tell like what the venue they have is. So wait, can you like spectate the CPU's matches? You can in fact spectate the CPU. We're still having this fucking match here? That's incredible. and they're doing it again. All over again. Yeah. And Dexter Lumis wins the NXT title from Roman Reigns? Okay, cool. Fantastic. And we have in the main event again, it's R-Truth taking on goddamn Jinder Mahal. Alright, we got good booking. The friggin' ECW got amazing booking. Oh wait, no, they didn't. And we all had good main events. We all had good main events. Good job to everyone involved. How much money do we have? We have enough! We have enough! Let's go! We finally have enough for like the friggin' wrestling hall or whatever it is. So wait, where are we sitting in terms of like the pecking order here? We are curb stomping WCW. Complete 5 challenges this season. I did? Only usable on Superstar. Okay, To the Moon. Veto Champ. Oh, that's gonna be devastating. That will be absolutely wild. Rainbow Dash. Hey, my contract with NXT 2.0 is up soon. How about this? For another 65 No. Actually, I already have authorization to extend your contract. Hey, Gina, I think we need to talk about my value to NXT 2.0. I feel I've only gotten better since I joined the roster. My stock amongst the WWE Universe climbs every day. Who wants to be on the same page? But despite your popularity, I can't show you special treatment. This is an equal locker room. There are no favorites. You need to treat us equally. Do you think the fans think we're all equal? No, I don't think so. I'm not a pushover, so watch your step. Really now. Listen, I'm sick of working WCW. Of working for long at WCW. I'm more than happy to ditch my contract and come to work at NXT 2.0. And I'll do it at a discount. Oh, and I'll sign with NXT 2.0 for the rest of the season. Starting next week. What do you say? I mean, having Bailey there would be good. Having freaking Bailey there would be pretty good, chat. But we already have a pretty stacked roster. We don't need her, you know? As much as I hate to say it, we don't really need her. But having that talent would be good. That right there would lock her in. That would lock her in. For like an immediate women's title push, depending on who wins this next rivalry. Okay, great. See you next week, Gina. Good to be part of the team. Hey, cool. Cool. Well, we got Bailey on our roster now. I think. Where's she gonna be on next? Oh wait, hold on. Are we getting her next week? I have a feeling that we're getting her next week. We'll have the rubber match here. NXT title in tables match in the main event. Right, we need to get this rivalry going between Twilight and Sailor Moon. So there you go. Call out promo. Left Cody. Actually, no. Hold on a second. What is Bomberman at? He's at bullshit. Ow, Zach. Cody, go and not hurt yourself. Go to the health spa, please. Sako back. Hello, Sako. Welcome back. Sako. Trixie's still resting up. Have a good stream, friend, Stevie. Sako. I'm gonna change Sparkster's role. Actually, no, I'm gonna change his class. I need to change his class more. Ow! Zach, this is embarrassing. Stop embarrassing me. And Ethan, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need to put you on the advertisement promo again. Give us that money. Give us more of that money. Do we have like any feuds that we can book on this show? Yes, in fact. Cool. Well, we got that going at least. In fact, I'll add a little something extra to it. Bomberman, get in there. I'll have Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie face off in the mid card. With not Twilight. Okay, yeah, sure. DYER, get in there. No, if I do that, it's not gonna really go over well, is it? I guess just having Twilight there wouldn't be too bad. We have one half of the main six here. It's great. And then in a whatever match to fill out the show, it's going to be Dirty Dom taking on Grayson Waller because I need to rest. I need to rest old Omas there. As well as increase, you know, the intensity of this feud here between Shining Wizard and Bomberman. Let's see here. I mean, I could just buy this right now and increase the show quality just immediately. But if I did the Wrestling Center, then we would get, then we would probably get more money. Choices. So up by 15 in their next match. You know what? DYER has been stuck in the mid-card for a long time. I feel like that her time is almost here. I'll give her it. Why not? I don't plan on having Sailor Moon here. Like a little bit. Veto champ. Blocking opposing brand from booking one of their current champions in next week's show. I mean, that would really... that would fuck over Paul so much. I'm doing that. Smell you later, dude. I'm also going to... You know what? I'm gonna shift the tide. EC-Dub is going down, dude. ECW is going down. That right there's some bitter bullshit. So, Zach, I may need to call you in. Oh, wait. Message me when you're ready tonight. Ow. Damn it. Otter, why do you have to be this way? I thought a father would be more tender-hearted than that. Bear base head damage. I'm pretty sure that's just brain damage. Alright, Shining Wizard, Diesel, and Bomberman here in the opener. Let's build this rivalry already. Diesel wins. And it doesn't build the rivalry. Shit. Alright, we're building the rivalry here between Sailor Moon and Twilight with 2 weeks to go, but fuzzier. You are fuzzier, yes. Alright, does Rainbow Dash start a rivalry? No. No, it does not. And we changed Sparkster to a specialist, so that way the feud with him and Grayson works a little better. Match is probably going to be disappointing. Yep, exactly. Listen, man, I didn't do it because I thought it'd be good. I did it because I knew that it would work with the face and heel dynamics. Macho Man retains the title in a great match. Good. NXT, more of the same. WCW, kind of more of the same, but we bought out Bayley's contract. Did she win the belt on her way out? No, she didn't. Good. Cool. Hey, WCW actually has a lot of women's action here. So Zach, I may need to call you in a little early, okay? I know I said to be ready at 9:15, rather, you know, like 11:15. But I think we're not too far off from the pay-per-view. So I'm gonna be calling you in. Man, NXT is leading the pack, dude. And WCW and friggin' ECW, they seem to be getting curb stomped. Wait, what? Wait, why am I in oh, it's the Hall of Fame trophies. But we're not really, like, judging wins based off of that, are we? Dude, I'm in first place! Started from the bottom, now we're fucking here. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, Gina, my time at NXT 2.0 comes to an end this week. Thanks for your work, Randy, but I won't be renewing the contract. I understand, this will be my final week with NXT 2.0. Well, then I'll need to... Due to high demand, power cards are going to be more expensive this week. Waller vs. Mysterio wasn't the greatest fight, and part of the reason was because their fighting style... Listen, I know, Hunter. I've had enough crap. Working for NXT 2.0 has been a joke. I don't think so, Diesel. Goodbye, then. And you can keep your money. I'm out of here. Hey, cool. Okay, never mind. Well, Diesel took his ball and went home, chat. Diesel took his ball and he went home. Fine then. I don't need you. I'm gonna do a couple things here to help push this rivalry along a little bit more. Sailor Moon calling out Twilight, Twilight calling out Sailor Moon. And we're going to hope that this works. And Trixie's just about ready to come back. We'll have a barnstormer of a main event here. Again for the NXT title. I'm gonna have Tuxedo Mask just take the night off at the pay-per-view. And we'll have the main event either be Cody and Bomberman. Or Twilight versus Sailor Moon, depending on which one has higher popularity stars and stakes. We'll have them open up the show. First time one-on-one for these two. Ah, we got Bailey on here now. Sick. So what can I switch her over to? Because two specialists aren't really going to be that good. Okay, so we can make her into a bruiser. Good. Trixie, you had such a bad week to get injured, girl. You know, I could have prevented this, but I didn't do it. I could have prevented this, but I didn't fucking do it. That really kind of explains a lot, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves. Let's see here. Is there anyone that I can kind of pair up just in a random tag match? Cody, how about you? May not be the smartest move, but we're gonna do it anyways. It'll just be a normal match. That way no one gets hurt. That way nobody's going to get hurt, okay? And even though this was face versus face, I'm going to make it a tables match. That way it can pop a rating a little bit more. That way it has a higher chance to pop a rating. Network deal payouts. Gain more fans. Somewhat narrator voice. Someone got hurt. I'm about to message Zach. I'm gonna make him very upset. I'm just gonna be like, hey, you gonna be ready in a few minutes? We're blowing through this. I don't know, chat. I feel like I'm starting to get pretty good at this whole GM booking thing. What would have taken 3 hours yesterday is only taking 1. Either that or I don't have soul in chat. I'm dripping honey into my ears about you know, all of this. So all right. So wait, hold on. Ensure they are least popular available players in a match this week. Get schooled number 3. So we're wrapping up things here with the Macho Man Randy Savage. And depending on how this match go, and depending on how these promos go, we're going to do one of we're gonna do something special for the pay-per-view. Either we're gonna have this be a one-on-one match between Sailor Moon and Twilight, or we're going to throw Bailey into the mix. And we can get that feud going. We're gonna do one of the two things. Alright, here in a city, I don't know which one. It's Sparkster taking on Grayson Waller, newly specialized Sparkster. Sparkster wins. Is the rivalry going up? It is not, in fact, going up. Alright, the rivalry in the women's title scene went up. That's good. Don't get injured, Cody. 2, 3. Okay. Okay, good. I was really scared. I was really fucking scared there for a second. We have our women's tag title feud ready to go. Tables match. It's face versus face, but the styles are good. It's a mediocre match. It's fine. Yeah, let's go, dude. That means I can rest up Bailey for like an incredible feud here. And then in the main event, in Randy Savage's final match in NXT 2.0, he will take on Tuxedo Mask in the steel cage for the NXT title. 1, 2, 3. Randy Savage wins and makes Tuxedo Mask look like a bitch. Incredible. And on NXT, we got more of the same. On WCW, wouldn't you know? More of the fucking same. And on ECW, no R-Truth. Ha ha. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, dude. Good booking. We absolutely blew it out the water with the main event, not gonna lie. We absolutely fucked over ECW. I heard that D's time to leave all the losers behind. Hold on. I heard that Diesel walked out on NXT 2.0. What a shame. I love Diesel. I'll follow him to any brand. NXT 2.0 is a joke. I'm glad to be free. It's time to leave all the losers behind. What a crazy ride. Almost sad to Almost sad to see the end of the feud between Savage and Tuxedo Mask. I wonder what's next for Macho Man. Who knows? It's so hard to cheer for just one of them. You don't have to. Haven't you ever heard of both these guys? Both these guys. Both these guys. Fight Sparkle calling out Sailor Moon tonight and hitting the target. Good promo. On a great run right now. Is it just a lucky streak? Macho Man put on an awesome match. Is there a Best Loser of the Year award? I think it should go to Mask for tonight's match. Oh, that's sweet. Alright, WCW, still floundering. We're doing good. And now, sitting at the top of the mountain by a technicality, we head into Fastlane. I'll double the price of the power cards in the shop for next week. I can do that. My contract with NXT 2.0 expires. Thanks for your work, Sailor Moon, but I won't be renewing the contract. I understand. This will be my final week with NXT. All right, due to high demand, Bomberman and Hunter, it's okay to match up rule breakers against each other, or to have a contest between fan favorites. But be aware that your audience will always respond best to rule breakers.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
The shows have been going great, Gina, but I think it's time we had a show in a bigger venue. I don't mean to tell you what to do, but I think it'll help showcase our talented roster better. And that includes me. Sure thing, Book Horse. We'll do that. I actually do intend on following through on that. Watchful with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there, my friend. It's been a while since I've heard from you. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm about to jump to an ad break. I'm sorry, but I'll shut up George Wood while I do my spiel.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Okay, hi. For those of you who don't know, my name's Sharafistev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are doing MyGM mode in WWE 2K24. We're using created superstars that were created by members of the Long Boy Club or requested by members of the Long Boy Club. That includes original characters like Angelina Dyer and Casey Demers, along with requested characters like Hank Hill, Sailor Moon, and Tuxedo Mask. Fun fact, Tuxedo Mask for the longest time was our world champion until the Macho Man won it off him. And now the title is vacant, and we should probably have like a match on the pay-per-view to find out who the new champion is. And I know just the guy. I know just the guy to put in the main event, chat. I know just the guy to put in the main event of the show. In order to give it a little bit more pizzazz, I'll put a rivalry in there. But I do have a couple things that will help spice it up. But before we get into that, Zach, can you shout out Watchful, please? You shout out Watchful. What were you doing, man? How was your stream? Did you have fun? What were you up to? What did you do, my friend?
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Or, I guess, NXT 2.0. Although right now it's Fastlane. It was fun. We checked out Mecha Break. I've never heard of that. What kind of game is that? Sparkster cheated me in that last match. I want a rematch in the next 2 weeks. You know what? I could do that, Grayson. You're in luck, actually. Because not only... Wait. Where are we in terms of, like, popularity? I don't think... Shiny Wizard... It's a mecha battle game. That sounds awesome. I like that. I sadly had to go, but see ya. It's alright, Watchful. Thank you for bringing your community over here. Seriously. Oh, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna start the show with the North American title. I don't want them injured. Just to be safe, I'll put it here in the mid card. Wait. Huh? Wait, did Bomberman win the title? Oh wait, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I'm dumb. The title is just vacant. No, you have to do lowercase letters. Here, I'll do it, Zach. Hold on. Shout. Wait a sec. In order to shout someone out, you need to do / shout out and then type in their username. There you go. That's how you do it. Go follow Watchful. He's been kind of one of my contemporaries for a very long time. We're not the closest of friends, but he's someone that I greatly respect. So go and follow him. I'll tell you what, though, that's something like a mech battling game. That shit's right up his alley. If you enjoy that sort of thing, I feel like you're going to really enjoy Watchful. I feel like I know how we're going to do the main event, chat. Watch this. We're going to do it. We're going to do it real big style. But first, let's actually do it at the pay-per-view. We're going to do it up real big. Tuxedo Mask, he will not be on tonight's show. We're going to have a big steel cage match in the main event, chat. At least I'm going to try to do it that way. It will be Dominic Mysterio taking on Omos, taking on Ethan Hunter, taking on Shining Wizard. There you go. That will be an incredible match, chat. I just know it. Although I need to make sure the title's on the line. There you go. And then in the opener, we are going to have a little bit of a dark horse match. We're going to have the NXT Women's Tag Titles on the line here. Hold on just a second. Which one of these is going to give me a tornado tag? That. Because I want this to be a tornado tag, otherwise it's not going to be fun. So, we're going to do that. How does it cost more to do a tornado tag team match? The rules are no different. Alright, Trixie's going to get, like, major fucking injured here. So, hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good. Actually, hold on, chat. I have a better use of our resources. Let's go ahead and let's do this. Main event is going to be Omos taking on Mr. Dominic Mysterio here in an Extreme Rules match. We'll have this be a tables match for the sake of... And we got 4 title matches here, chat. We actually have something going on here in this show. That's crazy. I'll have Mr. Ethan doing advertising again. I'll have Bailey doing it. I will have Shining Wizard and Tuxedo Mask do charity promos. Wait, no way! Oh, wait. Is Shining Wizard, like, the biggest star-wise on our roster? Is he, like, the highest skill-wise on our roster? That's great. Wait, hold on. I feel like a better use of it would be the class change promo for Bailey. Because now we have Bailey on our roster the whole time. Alright. Our show is booked, chat. We're ready to go. All I need to do is go and pee, and then we're going to get started on it, okay? In the meantime, I'm going to get Zach in here, and we are going to get going once I am out of the bathroom. See you all in a few minutes for NXT 2.0 Fastlane. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting and to NXT 2.0 Fastlane style. I'm here tonight. Rather, I'm here for this show because we're actually going to be doing two pay-per-views. I will be joined by Zach here for this show and then my friend Ari for the next one after that. But joining me right now for Fastlane, I have my friend, my partner in crime, Zachary. Hi, Zach.
Hi, Logan.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing fine. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but fuck
Aw.
it, we ball.
Oh, I mean, you got 10,000 tubs of G Fuel. You should be fine, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Well, speaking of,
Hello, Mario.
I got G Fuel yesterday. Hatsune Miku rock candy.
Oh my god. Hatsune Miku has been on my mind a lot lately, mostly because of Fortnite. But because I played Fortnite for the first time in a while today with Colin. And he took me for a ride in the Miku mobile. So
Oh, dude, like Fortnite Fest was like for the first time I've heard her music because I never listened to her songs before. I'm just like, oh, I get it now.
yeah, exactly. You know what? I got it with The Weeknd. I got it with Lady Gaga. It's just like these people have been good all along, and I just never realized it. You know,
She has
because I've
certainly
mostly
worked.
been a metal kid. So like when I'm hearing, girly pop and that kind of music, I'm just like, man, I get it. I get why this was popular. You know, I get why The
Yeah,
Weeknd's popular because he's like genuinely the best in his genre. So.
yeah, it certainly worked because one of the tracks I like looked up immediately on YouTube after the festival was "World Is Mine."
Mhm.
Just like, oh yeah, the slap, which is apparently it's her it's most popular Hatsune Miku song. So go figure.
Mhm. You know what's also popular, but not really. Also, hi Zep, how you doing? Welcome to tonight's Long Blade Club meeting. You're just in time. You're just in time for tonight's barn burner of a show here. It is Fastlane, NXT 2.0 style, coming to you live from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, where we have 4 title matches here for you tonight. We actually have title matches, and we weren't fucked over by Paul Heyman for once. That's crazy.
As Hank Hill tried to fuck you over.
Not yet. It's mostly been Paul. Me and Hank have been mostly cordial. Like we've been mostly just making deals with each other. So
Hank Hill literally is like the super villain that's just quietly laugh in the background.
I feel like Hank Hill's gonna strike at some point though, and I'm gonna be just fucked. So,
Yeah.
but for now, I'm at the top of the game right now. Actually, I
I'll,
got
t-
I got a
I'll
Hall of
tell
Fame trophy, and I was actually able to, you know, actually do things. So
I'll tell you what, that giraffe won't know what hit him.
that giraffe, I knew he wasn't right. All right. Anyways, yeah, we have 5 matches here for you tonight, starting with a tornado tag team match. It is Rainbow Dash and the great and powerful Trixie defending the NXT Women's Tag Titles against Pinkie Pie and Angelina Dyer here at NXT Fastlane, which you and I went to, Zach. You and I went to
Yeah.
NXT Fastlane.
Yeah, in Canada, no less.
Yeah, in Canada. John Cena was on the card. There was a kid behind us that hated the fuck out of him.
Cena sucks. I'm sure that kid is reveling in the John Cena heel turn.
Yeah, I know. Dude, that kid is absolutely living his best life now.
From the edge of reality, one half of the NXT Women's Tag Team Champions.
Trixie was like, I swear that me and Rainbow Dash should make a good team. And apparently she was right, because people on the internet, which you can always trust the internet, loved seeing them in action as a team. So, and they have the straps to prove it. So
it's because they're both blue.
it's because they're both blue. We call them friends forever. Remember, Zach?
Hell yeah.
Because of the comic that they were in.
Yep. They show the comic.
Honestly, this tag team would slap, though.
I know it would.
We have like the hardcore punk girl teaming up like with the bubbly Pinkie Pie here tonight.
Uh-huh. Oh, now that's the type of oddball tag team I love.
I feel like they would get along well too.
Mhm.
Because we saw the resiliency of Pinkie Pie during the Equestria Girls Rumble. Her and Sunset Shimmer had like the best one-on-one match that night. So
we have the serious super competitive one, and we have the comic relief.
the comic relief that stole Bryan Danielson's gimmick.
Yeah.
I do enjoy that Bryan Danielson did the yes chants again towards the end of his run.
Mm-hmm.
It brought everything full circle.
Yeah. Because you remember, Logan. At first he wanted to be as far disconnected from it as possible.
I think it was more of a case where it's like, I know people are going to do it, but I'm going to make a concerted effort not to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, you know what? Last ride, I'm going to fucking do it. Why not? You know? So.
I can't believe they killed him.
I can't believe they murdered him on live TV. I'll tell you what, though. This Pinkie Pie feels more scuffed the more I see her. Because we didn't even base her on, like, her Equestria Girl's outfit. Because I think by that point, I was sick of using the same skirt. So, what we did instead was we put her in her fitness gear that she wore in A Friend Indeed.
Yep.
So...
yeah, because it looks still like, you know, sportswear.
Yeah, we put her in the sportswear that she had in A Friend Indeed. And she looks very... She looks very much like your aunt. She has a lot of aunt vibes coming off of her.
And Pinkie Pie, stop embarrassing us.
Stop embarrassing us at Fastlane. Yeah, we have 4 title matches, and this is the first one for the NXT Women's Tag Team Championships in a Tornado Tag Team match.
Yeah, boy.
I went out of my way to get the new advertisement for the Tornado Tag match
Hello,
because,
Mario.
quite simply, I did not want to watch a normal tag match because that in this game can be pretty fucking boring and it can take a long time. So, Tornado Tag match. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be kinetic. Hello there, edgy outsider. Hey, I'm here early for the Ariona guest star. They will be on here later on, but for now, I have my friend Zachary here with me, who tends to co-host with me on these sorts of streams when I need someone else to help fill in some gaps a little bit.
Or in the case of a few streams ago, do a Triple H voice.
Yeah. That Rainbow Dash wrestler looks awesome. I know. I'm very proud of most of these CAWs that we made a while back. I'm very proud of Rainbow. I'm proud of Trixie. Pinkie looks the most scuffed. Although Sunset might have something to say about that. Sunset looks... Man, I'm too busy talking about this. I'm not focusing on the match. Look what's going on in the ring, Steph.
Yeah, what's going on?
Holy shit! Big friggin' some very good lucha things from Rainbow on the outside.
I'll tell you what though, Logan. The only hyperfixation that's missing here is Sonic.
Exactly. We need Sonic, and then we would complete the trifecta. Maybe I'll do that for the next one.
Cool, refreshing sip of water.
Because like there has to be at least one person that's made a Sonic CAW, right?
I hope someone made like the Knuckles that was in a WWE show in the background.
Yes, to promote the Knuckles show.
Yeah.
And they were looking at Booker T, and Booker just looked like he didn't know what the fuck he just saw. Yeah, that's great. Have any of you seen like the photo of like Booker T, of like Knuckles like stalking Booker T in the background?
Booker T's so confused.
It's the funniest thing of all time. All right, coffin drop from Angelina Dyer as she takes Rainbow Dash to town here with the running drop kick to follow up, and the moose. Rainbow Dash had that well scouted.
Meanwhile, Pinkie and Trixie are fighting at our desk here, Logan.
Exactly, they're fighting right beside our desk. I don't know who these other 3 J-Brones are, but you know what? I'm sure they're providing enough concessions as Rainbow Dash tries to get some sort of evening score on Pinkie Pie and Dyer, but it doesn't look to be going too well for her.
I was saying this match certainly won't be dire.
It certainly will be dire here for the baby faces if they can't get on the same page. Though it seems like things are starting to turn the tide for them. It seems like things are turning the tide as Pinkie Pie continues to work over Trixie here. Oh!
Oh no!
Giant.
You got bits to do. Oh man, I feel like we're seeing some miscues here.
Lots of malfunctions at the junction here, Zach. It seems like things are getting back on track as Angelina continues to work over Trixie, but Rainbow Dash runs in with the answer and the Dropkick City here from Rainbow Dash. Sling Blade into another dropkick. Oh my god.
And Pinkie would just kick the shit out of Trixie to try to make her stay down, but it doesn't work.
And the tag team showing why they are such. As they continue to, I'm directing traffic here.
Oh man, it was pretty even.
It is a little bit even, but
Continuing to attack the neck.
but right now it seems like Rainbow Dash is putting her focus on her former best friend here. Oh, incredible sequence there.
Ooh, what a move.
Incredible sequence there of Rainbow Dash and Trixie running past each other. This is awesome.
Only one.
Only a one count.
That could have been if Rainbow Dash wasn't distracted.
It could have, yeah.
Absolutely planted. Right to the gut.
Well, Pinkie Pie better keep an eye on Trixie in there because we've seen how much she can decimate Twilight Sparkle in an instant.
Yep. But she's hyping herself up, ignoring what's going on.
Hype herself up with the flying forearm, taking the referee down in the process.
Ref bump! Ref bump!
The ref is down.
Clutching the wrist. Oh my god. Torturing.
And then there's no one here to make the count if... Okay, hold on. Never mind.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Oh, yeah.
Trixie's got to break the cover.
Oh,
Rainbow...
man. She went for a cover while Trixie was distracted.
Exactly. Great situational awareness from Pinkie, but Rainbow Dash having the wherewithal to kick out, showing why she is one of the tag team champions, and nothing pretty going on here with
straight
Trixie.
mugging of our partner. Straight mugging of our partner.
Exactly. Spinning back fist, the flying forearm to Angelina. Multitasking here from Trixie.
And Pinkie just kind of powers out. She needs a breather.
Exactly, and now they have Angelina isolated here in the ring. We could be seeing the beginning of the end, Zach.
Yeah, oh.
Wait.
Man, they want to just beat her up some more.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They want to show Angelina why taking up this match was a mistake. And now it's Pinkie Pie's turn for some punishment, it seems.
Oh, now she's gonna get the beating.
Oh yeah. This right here is a real bad situation for the challengers, as she lifts her up into the chokehold. Will she tap?
No.
Angelina with the save. I kind of ship them. Which ones? Which team? Because either way, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Although I feel like they would want to ship themselves with some NXT Tag Team Gold here, Zach.
Hey, no doubt about it.
yeah, no doubt about it, Cole. The neck breaker, the double teaming here from Trixie and Rainbow Dash is pretty much on point here.
A familiar scene.
They've done a really good job isolating their opponents here. Make it so that they only need to do them one at a time, and now Angelina's in a bad spot. Rainbow Dash to the outside, keeping Pinkie at bay as Trixie continues to go to work on Angelina DYER.
Oh, with Trixie going for the cover.
1, 2, 3, and still your champions. Rainbow Dash and Trixie, friends forever.
And this is why they're the tag team champions, Logan. They know about coordination and all that shit.
Exactly. Throughout all that match, they did a really good job of isolating their opponents. Friends forever, you can call them champs forever at this rate.
Oh.
As Rainbow Dash and Trixie still your NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. God, I would love to see a promo between these two. It would be so sick.
Same. 4 stars.
4 stars. We're off to a great start here at at NXT Fastlane.
Suck on that, Paul Heyman.
Suck on that shit, Paul Heyman. I cost you R-Truth last week. Yeah, really. And in the mid-card here, we're moving swiftly on to our second title match of the evening as Bomberman, yes, really, takes on Cody Rhodes. Undashing Cody Rhodes,
Not just any Cody Rhodes, though. Undashing Cody.
Not just Cody Rhodes, but a special Cody Rhodes.
Oh. To see who can Cody Rhodes the fastest.
To see who can make themselves.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Ah, dang it. I think I need to run this chat. In fact, I will run it. Raw rolls on. No. Fastlane moves furiously on after this.
It's break time.
Ah,
where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
There you go.
What would George Wood grace us with this time?
I really hope it's Formula 1. Psygnosis? No! I want Psygnosis.
Sony PlayStation. Crash Bandicoot is a challenging must-have game. First, let's get the negatives out of the way. The gameplay is not as good as Mario 64. The levels aren't as vast or expansive.
Not?
Crash's levels are basically
I don't know,
straight,
man.
although
I think it kind of depends on what you're looking for, right?
The game is nowhere near as fun as Mario, but it far surpasses Nintendo's mustachioed plumber in challenge. Now we get to the good stuff. Crash is, ironically, quite similar to Mario. Question mark blocks appear everywhere in the game. Common enemies include piranha plants and turtles. This is too much to be a coincidence. It's probably a nice little slap in the face to Nintendo, and if you've seen the Crash Bandicoot commercials, you'd probably agree. The slap
I don't know,
is all in
Crash
good
was
fun,
very
though.
different from Mario
Sony
64.
has aggressively marketed its possible new mascot.
Well, he's more so
but
saying
very
that they're
tastefully.
jabs at
We've always
Nintendo.
wanted Nintendo to be just as dynamic,
Which, you know, like
but
they
their
did
ads
since
are
the
like sticks
beginning.
in the mud. Crash is more mesmerizing.
Remember the
levels are
commercial
later in the
where
game,
like Crash was
but
going
players
to the
will still
outside
be
Nintendo's
amazed by some of
headquarters?
the earlier levels.
Yeah,
Like the
that's
trip
that
down the
one.
river and the marathon run to get away from an Indiana Jones-ish boulder. We'll have more on this game in a later show, but the news here is simply that Crash is a good buy. You don't need to know anything more than that, at least not yet. Keep watching for more wild rodent action.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Wild rodent action, Zach.
Wow. Yeah, Crash was definitely thinking of wild and rodent action.
Yeah, with Tana. But no, Bomberman and Cody Rhodes, both of these men going into this match, beat to hell and back. This right here is going to be the ultimate test of their mettle. As they battle it out one last time for the NXT North American title.
Oh,
And we finally
boy.
get to see what Bomberman looks like.
Scheduled for one fall, and is for the NXT North American Championship.
Here we go. Grotesque.
Oh!
Disfigured.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I loved the undashing Cody Rhodes.
This was his gimmick in WWE 12.
Yeah.
No more. Look away. He's hideous.
Yeah.
I love how Corey sells it, but like, Byron's like, he doesn't look any different. Which is actually different from how they treated it back then. Because even the face commentators didn't question it, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like it would have been more effective if the face commentators were like, but he looks no different, you know?
Yeah, I just
Disfigured monster.
Oh, come on, Corey. You can see plain as day under that mask. Nothing's changed. I see pure ugliness. Nothing could be worse than this.
He caught the ugly.
I got the ugly. Hey, hey, you guys want to hear a bathroom joke? You trying to kill us?
But I just love how he used like giving him a broken nose to his advantage,
Yeah, I
changing
know.
gimmicks.
And he had this guy like handing out paper bags.
Yeah.
That was good. I've not seen Bomberman yet. I want to see what it looks. I want to see what he looks like. It's about to go down. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Yeah, baby. That's actually, dude. That's actually sick as hell. That's actually sick as hell. I love that. He's wearing that granddad's leather chair belt, proud.
Dude, how can you see in that?
And I don't remember the last time the
I mean,
this much
what do you mean? I mean, those are his eyes, Zach.
be the night the title changes.
Oh yeah, my mistake. How can you mistake him for?
Those are his eyes.
Yeah, for his non-blinking eyes. My mistake.
I mean, have you ever seen Bomberman blink? I didn't think so.
Hmm.
This is actually a sick car. Long Boy Club faithful Ethan Hunter made him, and they honestly did an incredible job. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably about as good as you can get, besides just making him like smaller, like making him Rey Mysterio size or something.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Mysterio, Dominic Mysterio is in our main event tonight, and he'll be facing for the NXT Championship against Omos.
Wow.
In a steel cage.
So no place to run.
Anything but blonde hair Cody looks weird to me now.
This
Even
is
though,
fake
like,
Cody Rhodes.
I mean, that is real Cody Rhodes because he fucking dyes his hair blonde. But like,
Godspeed.
Bomb our man. Hell yeah. I love the commitment.
The NXT North American title hanging in the balance.
You made it from your grandpa's chair, Byron. All right. Let's go ahead and let's do Persona music, Zach.
Hello, Mario.
Hello.
Oh wait, I need to make sure that you can hear it. Also, hey, Idea Maker, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Nothing short of spectacular. I've been waiting all night for this one.
Hey, Danny.
Dragon screw.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Shot after shot, then slamming.
And immediately going after Cody's supposedly disfigured face from the offset.
You should try to punch it or take it off.
Exactly. Trying to use his supposed disfigurement against him a little bit right off the bat.
Oh, I thought twice about jumping.
Grew up seeing Cody's natural black hair. I wouldn't say it's black, it's more like brunette, honestly. It's more like brown or brunette.
Yeah.
Like when he came back and faced Brody Lee for the TNT title and had black hair for some reason.
Uh-huh.
And then he immediately went back to blonde.
Oh, running!
Dardik Sama with the Long Boys, Girls and Bees and AGs. Hello there, my friend. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Thank you for bringing your community over here. I'm gonna stop the music real quick so I can do my spiel. For those of you who are unaware, my name's Giraffe Sev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, taking my
Mario.
Adderall on time, and my stinky cat. Tonight we are doing MyGM mode in WWE 2K24 with custom superstars created by viewers of my channel and members of the Long Boy Clubhouse Discord server. Right now we have Mr. Bomberman here taking on Undashing, the supposedly disfigured, although doesn't seem like he's actually disfigured, Cody Rhodes here for the NXT North American Championship. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. For those of you who are not, rather for those of you who are new to the channel, I specialize in wrestling content, role-playing games, strategy games, mostly wrestling content though. I do a lot of cool stuff like this. I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff for 2K25 when that comes out. Although I need to get some money again because I recently just got a new job, so that may not be immediate. Oh!
Damn.
I feel like you're gonna need that face mask after a miss like that, Zach.
Yeah, holy shit.
You're gonna need some stitches. That was a big fumble there from Cody. Rose, thank you very much for following. You're a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Now, Jardig, if you need to go and raid and run, that's okay. I appreciate you bringing your community over here. Regardless, what was that, Zach? Sorry.
Say, like at least here on your overlay, I don't think your chat has moved at all.
That's smooth.
Oh wait, I keep forgetting. It goes from bottom to top and not top to bottom.
Yeah, new messages come in at the top. So.
Okay.
Uncalculated risk. And I have no doubt they're going to pay dearly for it.
Yeah, that black hair was honestly kind of fire. I'm a little sad he didn't keep it.
Yeah.
I'm a little sad that Cody didn't keep it after the Brody match.
I mean, I'm looking. You got a new jeb?
I got a new gerb, yeah.
Wow.
I got a great gerb.
What's on retail?
It actually is retail.
Oh no.
It's retail until I can complete my coding boot camp. I got time. Actually got a gift for you. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that so much. Well, hopefully you stick around and enjoy the show. At the very least. Enjoy. I will, and I hope that you enjoyed the show. Oh, as Cody seems to be giving Bomberman a taste of his own medicine. You can't see it, but now Bomberman's busted open.
Also, thanks for the follow.
Yes, thank you for the follow, Rose. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. We call it internal bleeding there. I got the x-ray vision, Zach.
Uh-huh.
And it looks like there may be a bit of bruising in the tongue. Like, you know how when you accidentally bite your tongue?
Yeah.
And it just hurts really bad? That's what happened there.
Man. That's gonna hurt.
Bomberman drew blood inside his mouth and now he can't focus. And Cody's taking full advantage of it.
Oh,
but Bomberman fighting back.
Hey, fighting back though. Man, Bomberman got jacked for this match.
He did. He's looking real good coming into this. But Cody, despite his apparent disfigurement, he's looking pretty good himself going into this. Only the best talent here on NXT 2.0.
Oh, now he's just wailing on him.
Exactly. I'll tell you what, Zach, there's been nothing pretty about this match for the most part. It's been hard strikes from both men.
Yep, just straight boom, 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 punch.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, one of these guys have to do full-on counter-strikes.
What now?
One of these guys have to do a full-on counter-strikes at some point.
Exactly. Okay, hold on, Cody. Cody here, maybe mounting some kind of comeback. He picks him up and immediately tosses Bomberman back down to the canvas, showing just what he thinks of Bomberman after a stunt like that. Just rubbing more salt to the wound with the raining punches.
Oh, Bomberman not taking that.
Oh, but he might. Let's see.
Hip toss.
Exactly, a hip toss now. This Bomberman powders to the outside. Cody maybe going for some big tope.
Oh, but he missed.
But he misses. With every passing moment, Cody's finding a new reason to justify the mask.
Yeah.
That is what the point of the mask is, Zach.
Yeah, the point is to get head trauma.
Yeah.
Cody.
Cody! Bit of a malfunction there. I'm pretty sure the disfigurement's going to his head, Zach.
It's a brain trauma, I tell you.
It's the brain trauma. You're gonna need a mask for your brain after a move like that, Cody, but it doesn't seem to be facing him all too much as Cody remains in control. Picks him up. Ooh. Ooh!
Hardest part of the ring.
Onto, from the apron to the LEDs. Cody remains.
Cody, we want to get back in soon. You can't win a title.
Exactly, you're not going to win the title outside. You got to get Bomberman back in the ring. But he doesn't seem too concerned about that. He says an Alabama Slammer on the outside. Presumably onto the chairs on the outside here.
Man, we're like neck and neck with these two right now. Please, get out of our faces.
Exactly. We need to get back in the ring. Cody's got to get back in that ring here quick, chat. Yeah, Cody seems a little blind, but it's not stopping him from keeping on with this match. It's been pretty even so far.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty even match so far. Bomberman back to the hard clubbing blows. Now to the gut of Cody.
Don't let him get his punches on you because he's a brawler.
Exactly.
Oh!
Bomberman has some of the best punches in the business. He's one of the best strikers on the NXT roster.
Oh, but wait a minute.
Now he's going up high, showing that he can also fly if he wants to. To the sky, flying clothesline.
Yeah, I'll tell you to make his comeback. Oh,
with a move like that, we might be seeing the beginning of the end here, Zach.
Yeah, we might be. Oh, power bomb.
Giving Cody a taste of his own medicine.
Power bomb. Yeah. Ooh.
Snake eyes on the rope. Cover.
No,
One, two. No!
Ooh. Imagine you win a title based off of snake eyes.
Well, you know what? I'm sure Cody has a better idea as he hits the crossroads on Bomberman. Cover now.
The undashing crossroads.
The undashing one wins the title here tonight.
They call that the crossroads. I call it the undashing crossroads.
Rough roads.
Man, Bomberman, what happened? You gave it your all.
Bomberman gave it his all.
It just goes to show you anything.
Cody Rhodes immediately injured coming off of this match.
Oh no, he got CM Punk at the Royal Rumble.
Now he's really gonna need that face mask after a match like this. Either way.
Did you see that head trauma?
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, that mask won't be for show once he's back in action. But regardless, Cody Rhodes is your new North American champion.
And Bomberman might be getting his title back sooner than you think.
Perhaps. But for now, the rivalry between these two is complete.
Hello, Mario.
So hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan. DJ Morrison, hello. Hello to the both of you. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Weak.
I'm not weak.
Hey, Chad, speaking of, Logan's been getting all the trophies in Sonic Forces.
Oh, no, I have, haven't I? I've been doing that, haven't I? Unfortunately.
I've been doing that just to get it over with.
I've been doing it. Okay, so, like, I'll explain it once we get into the thick of the match, but first, we're going to start our third match here. It's Grayson Waller taking on Sparkster.
Wow.
Sparkster from the game Rocket Knight Adventures.
You may or may not have heard of it.
You may or may not have heard of it. If you are a 90s kid, you might know of it. I'm not.
Hello, Mario.
But I know of it. I live. Man, we're getting a lot of people in here now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Hi.
One Ponytail.
Hi, One Ponytail. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting, where we are in the thick of Fastlane here. Me and Zach are live from the bleachers here.
Yeah. Ignore the long neck that you might see in the bleachers.
Exactly. I couldn't have forgotten this match though, Zach. Remember Sparkster versus Grayson Waller?
Oh yeah, what a classic this was.
This right here was a bit of a hidden gem. No one talks about it.
Man, I can't believe we were able to get the license for this guy as well, for him to come over.
Yeah, exactly. From Konami? That's crazy.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get Snake next.
I think that is like a Sly Cooper match versus a tag team of Lifty and Shifty. It's good to see the action still going. Wait, Jardik. Break that down for me. Are you talking about like Sparkster here? Because Rocket Knight Adventures is a bit of a seminal classic on the Genesis. So.
Look at this goober.
The Rocker Knight Sparkar. Former NXT North American champion. Recently has been getting a little bit of a beef with Grayson Waller here. They're here to settle it tonight at Fastlane.
Can't say I blame him. Fuck Grayson Waller.
I was about to say, Grayson Waller, he doesn't really want to endear himself with either the fans or the locker room alike. And if anything, his huge ego gets him into trouble more often than not, and that is no different here. Sparkster looks to add another notch into his belt on his way back to winning NXT Gold once again. I love how shiny he is.
Yeah, I say here. Oh, it's because both are raccoons.
Oh, Lifty and Shifty was a Happy Tree Friends reference. Oh, both are raccoons. Okay. Armored furry fighter. Whoa.
And here's Grayson Waller, a very divisive and very...
That jumpsuit cannot be comfortable.
It cannot be comfortable, but it's sure... You know, it's a bit like Samus's Zero Suit Samus suit, you know? Holy shit! Tope Koniro!
Immediately.
Literally, at the beginning of the match, Grayson Waller showing off his athleticism right off the bat.
And immediately showing off.
Exactly.
So someone tells Sparkster to take off his jetpack. He should not be able to wear that during a match.
Well, I've been told that Sparkster doesn't put rocket fuel in there, but you know what? I have yet to see if that's true or false.
Will we see him fly? I hope so.
Well, even without a jetpack, Sparkster is one to take to the skies. We'll see if that benefits him in this matchup. It may have to be something that he busts out because, for as obnoxious as Grayson Waller is, he's a bit of a prize fighter. I mean, look at his attire there. He's here to fight.
Would you say he loves to fight?
Not sure if he loves to fight, but he loves throwing punches and doing tope moves right at the start of the match. He's absolutely no joke. But neither is Sparkster as he runs the outside with a tope DDT.
He just one-upped Grayson Waller from that move he did earlier.
I have to go. Goodbye, Mario. I'm a furry. I mean no hate. I'm a queer autistic furry. I never sling hate. No, it's fine. It's okay. I'm not saying that you hate. But you are right in saying that Rocket Knight Adventures is for furries. So, much like how Sonic is. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I need to talk about Sonic, don't I?
Oh yeah, Sonic Forces.
So chat, I talked about this a little bit before, but now that I have more of you here, I can say it. I've been getting all the trophies in every Sonic game on PlayStation 4 and 5. I've gotten it on 5 games so far. The only ones I need to get so far are Sonic Origins and Sonic Forces. Origins is the easiest of the bunch to get all the trophies in. Like, you can do it in your sleep. You can do it, like, in your sleep. But Forces is another story altogether.
Yeah, here I thought Frontiers was the easiest.
Forces isn't necessarily hard, but it's easily the most boring of all of the trophy missions. Rather like of of all of the trophy hunting.
Yeah, you want to tell Chad about the ring collection trophy?
100,000 rings across all your playtime, chat. 100,000. And with how short Sonic Forces levels are, You can honestly get a lot of rings in a single run if you know which stages to play, right?
Yep.
But that doesn't change the fact that the majority of Sonic Forces is pretty boring. So,
oh wait.
so like I'll be playing like at least 30 hours of mid-tier boost gameplay for 100,000 rings, 10,000 enemies, and like a whole bunch of like miscellaneous missions. And also you have a lot of collectibles in the game. Because you don't just have the red star rings, you also have the numbered rings and the silver moon rings. No, it's not Mario Odyssey, it's Sonic Forces.
Let's not forget, Loki, you have to collect all the avatar costumes as well.
Yeah, like you need to collect every part of every possible costume piece that you can put on the created character. So yeah, there's a lot of, like, look at this. You're seeing this right here in the ring. This right here is his dichotomy between Grayson Waller and Sparkster. Grayson, he can show up for a fight, but he's a showman first and foremost. Sparkster, however, is all action. He's a flippy guy. But that doesn't mean that he can't throw down.
Look at all action, no BS.
Exactly. He's all action. Genesis does what Grayson don't.
Ah! Yeah, you say as he tosses him around like a rag doll.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, Sparkster cannot toss people around. Wait, that's not complimentary. Grayson could be taken to the sky. Let's see here. Top rope axe handle.
But no, look, I'm sure the Sonic Forces trophies have made you like the game even less.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Sonic Forces. Zach, I forget, did you all say ye had Sonic OCs, or am I misremembering? I do have a Sonic OC. Yes. I do have a Sonic OC. I don't know if Zach does.
Nope.
I figured you would, Zach. You should get one.
Oh, well.
What? No.
Look,
It's fun.
look at that's what Sonic Forces is for.
That's actually true. I'll say this. I used to. He is what would become Jardic. I love that. I love how you carried your character over. That's so cute. I do genuinely think that, you know, the character creator stuff in Forces is a really nice idea. But I just wish it was in a better game, you know?
Yeah.
You know what?
Man, I love this cool thing in a mid game.
You know what something like a character creator would fit in well with? One of the Sonic racing games.
Oh hell yeah, I would love that.
I feel like having, you know, like your own custom character with your own custom car would be... That's a great idea for a spin-off, I feel like.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
No doubt about it, Cole. But no, I do genuinely love Sonic. If I didn't, I wouldn't be getting all the trophies. Sonic Frontiers was my favorite game of 2022. Shadow Generations was incredible. I am a Sonic Superstars defender. A lot of people don't seem to like Superstars, but I like it. So
I haven't played it, but it seems like the definition of a 7 out of 10 type game.
I think that's fair. If I were to put it, you know, like in a tier list of the 2D games, I'd put it right in the middle. It is not as... I want to play it more than Sonic CD 1 and especially 4, but it is not as good as 2, 3, and Knuckles or Mania. So, although on a better, depending on, Jesus Christ, Grayson Waller getting the win over Sparkster there.
Damn.
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Yeah, Grayson Waller showing off his boxing chops there. As their rivalry continues. Level 3. Mediocre. Embarrassing.
Wow. Man, Shine Wizard, get good.
He does need to get good. But you know who doesn't need to get good? Our semi-main event here as Sailor Moon takes on Twilight here for the NXT Women's Championship.
It's gonna be really funny if Sailor Moon wins, considering the circumstances of
Yeah,
her.
considering that she's going to be out of the company next week.
The following contest is a tables
I mean, I can't choose who I want to win.
The NXT
I mean, do you want a magical girl to win or a magical girl to win?
Difficult decisions.
Because Twilight is basically just, you know, a magical girl, but, you know, a horse. And meanwhile, Sailor Moon is just a magical girl. So, she also has Tegan Knox's graphics, it looks like.
Introducing the challenger.
Oh my
With
god.
no music?
Japan. Sailor Morgan.
That's great. And they're both princesses. I gotta go with my first anime crush's girlfriend, who, Twilight? No.
Not Sailor Moon.
I don't
Where's
know.
the music?
It's
Sailor
almost
Moon?
time
Where's the
for a
music go?
90 seconds Cheetos break, my
Are you
dudes.
kidding me? Damn it. Okay. Okay, after the introductions, we're going to run an ad chat.
This is so weird without any music.
So yeah, there's no music for her. Fighting evil by moonlight, but you can't beat Twilight.
Ooh.
Oh.
Those are some bars.
Those are bars right there. Fun fact, chat, this is actually Sailor Moon's first match on NXT, and it will be her last match on NXT.
Wow.
We signed her for 5 weeks, and she's going to fulfill those 5 weeks.
And introducing the champion from Camelot, the NXT Women's Champion, Tyler Sparks.
Corey, what do you think of the champ's chances
Tyler.
here tonight? I love him.
Yeah, because that's what I could fit with the sentence mixing. Now, Zach, going into
Yes?
this, you know I'm biased,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You know I'm biased. I don't want
Yes.
Sailor Moon to win for multiple reasons. One, because Twilight, and two, because Sailor Moon is not going to be here next week. But
Tough competition tonight.
I'm all for a match like this. This right here is a magical girls showdown in a tables match. We're going to see which one
Imagine-
is more magical than the other.
Imagine Sailor Moon wins. She's gonna take the title with her.
Exactly, she'll take it to WCW, and we can't have that, playa. So
She's gonna take it to AEW or
she'll
something.
I'll take it to New Japan Pro Wrestling. Maybe I'll go back to Ring of Honor. Hey there, Sailor Jupiter, how you doing? Oops, I broke the fourth wall. See ya, fourth wall.
Oh no.
Okay. What's our music here? I think this.
Yeah. It's thinking of Sonic.
Speaking of Sonic, yeah. But no, Forces trophies are really monotonous. Origins are pretty easy. It really is just a matter of interacting with the mechanics. Rather like, you know, the new mechanics of the collection and completing all 4 games. So, which I've done like half a dozen times each at this point.
I'm surprised there isn't like any trophies for like playing the Game Gear games or what have you.
And they don't have any really like new challenges in there for the Origins Plus content. Because the Game Gear games are things that they introduce in Origin Plus.
Right.
Sailor Moon, my first anime crush is Tuxedo Mask. Funny thing, Tuxedo Mask is on this show, or at least he kind of is. He has a promo. So, he will be shilling for charity.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. Meanwhile, Sonic Frontiers trophy is like super easy, like the easiest trophies I ever
Yeah,
gotten.
Frontiers is arguably easier, but Frontiers is more new stuff, you know? So, I'm sad they didn't have anything for the Final Horizon, though.
Nah, they didn't.
That's-
But look, But Logan, what are you gonna do after you get the trophies for Forces and Origins?
I may move over to the PS3 games like Sonic Unleashed, like someone mentioned in chat. I might do Sonic Unleashed, which I heard is the hardest one of them all. So
Yeah, Logan, because I'm not sure you're aware, but the trophy list.
what the? Zach, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. That was weird.
Man, magical girls have power over tables, or do the tables have power over magical girls?
What is the Force?
Sailor table.
but no, the reason Sonic Unleashed's trophy list is like so damn hard is because the difficult ones are tied to the hot dog missions.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, again, that's just kind of a matter of getting things accomplished, you know?
Yep. Which reason, Logan, it's gonna be fun for you doing the hot dog challenge for Eggman Land.
Yeah.
Also, I did notice you might have a slightly more difficult time because the PS3 version performs worse than the 360 version.
Yeah, and there's really no way to get a better experience on PlayStation. So you can only do that on the Xbox consoles because they take advantage of the power. Meanwhile, the only way to do Sonic Unleashed is to
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
No way! No way! No way!
Oh, really? Yeah, that was fast.
Wow!
And Sailor Moon's walking out of the company with the title.
That's incredible!
Look, you don't have a women's title now.
I gotta crown a new one.
One reign ends and another begins.
That was
No!
amazing, though.
No, Michael, it literally ended. This right here is the beginning and the end of the reign. We've had only one stinker on the card.
As Sailor Moon heard about the break and decided to end it quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You can hear the game. Tuxedo Mask heard that his crush, Sailor Moon, won the title, and so gave a slightly better promo than Shiny Wizard did. Okay, we're gonna run an ad and then we're gonna go to the main event chat.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
And then I might get Ari in here for like an extended period, just so I don't leave them waiting for a long time.
The Rugrats movie is a 2D
Oh my
side
God,
scroller
okay.
just like Mario. However, the challenge level is low, and the jumping control is awkward. When bouncing on balloons,
it's why you
you
brought
have
up
to press the
Unleashed,
jump
because
button
that's been
long
the
before you land
conversation
on the balloon.
lately.
Plus,
Yes,
the
because
items
there's
have no tangible effect
an
on
unofficial
gameplay, and the strong character
PC
development of
version
the PlayStation title is sadly missing.
Where you can
If
where you
want
can
a
turn
great
off the
Rugrats
Werehog
game,
battle
try
music.
Rugrats Search for Reptar. In fact, we've been meaning to
Rose-
show
Rose
you just how
the
great the game
trans
is.
wolf. Okay,
To
it
give
didn't
you an
show up
idea of
like
the
that on
outstanding
the
level
screen,
setups
so
and strong
sorry about
characterization.
that.
Sit back for a few minutes and
got
enjoy
it.
some hilarious clips from the Rugrats PlayStation
So-
game. We'll be back with guests.
So look, if you do the like the other Sonic games on the PS3, would you count shit like Sega Superstar Tennis and what have you because that's Sonic in it?
Probably not, because I'm not counting Team Sonic Racing
I haven't golfed
in my runs, because a lot of those games require
ice cream, dude.
like trophies for playing
This is gonna
online,
be great.
and the online for those games is like deader than dead. So
At the end of this
You really
majestic
have to
golf
ask one
course
of your
stands ice cream
friends to
mountain.
like, please,
That's where I'm gonna get a
please
hole in
race
one.
me
And when you
online
get
and
so
keep
much
Sonic
ice cream,
Racing.
you'll be eating until you're grown-ups.
especially in
So what if
Sonic and
it's never
Sega
been done
All Stars,
before?
like no one's playing that online.
Just gotta
now.
get the balls in the hole.
If you are, then
yeah.
you're
Get a
mental.
whole mountain of ice
know?
cream.
Yeah,
Because-
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Or Fast Lane, I should say.
Yeah, because they're playing the sequel.
Almost time for my
So, alright, so look, that means I also assume you're not counting those, what was it,
You're scaring the children.
those game compilations that happen to have Sonic games in it.
So I'm taking them out.
If you do,
I'm making an
nobody else will be
exception
able
for
to eat.
Origins
Please,
because
Pop,
it's a
just
little.
stick to Jell-O molds.
I feel like it's a cut above
This'll be our little secret.
those compilations, and that it doesn't just present, or like it doesn't just give you the 4 games. It actually tries to make them feel kind of cohesive with each other. So
Potato salad.
So, you know, I kind of treat it as something different than that. So,
Yeah, fair.
even though the trophies in it are easy as pie. So, but it's nice to get a bunch of notifications and feel good about myself. So,
oh God! Look at I just realized.
Grandpa's keys
Yeah,
back.
if you want to be a stream, you're gonna have to get all the trophies for age 6.
gross. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You're gonna need to do a 6 as well.
What you mean? What you mean?
Hello,
Which means you have to
Mario.
hunt down. Hello.
Hey Soul, what's up? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Which means you're gonna have to hunt down those silver moon medals and get like S ranks on every level to get them.
Mm-hmm. Hey Zach,
Yeah,
remember Omos and what we did to him?
yeah, I remember.
I still haven't fixed it. I don't think I'm ever gonna fix it. So this right here's your main event. It's Omos. Actually, Soul, you're just in time. It's Omos versus Dirty Dominic Mysterio for the NXT title in an Extreme Rules match.
It's gonna be fun. And by I mean it's gonna suck.
No, it's gonna be great, Zach. It's gonna be great.
Uh-huh.
Watch. Here comes a real super villain.
One of the tallest competitors in WWE history. The personification.
It's Quake.
Yeah, he's long.
He's long. He shakes the earth beneath him. It's Quake.
On his own.
On his own, without the typhoon, without whatever we named Akira Tozawa, I can't remember. I'm so proud of like the effort that we put into this guy. Omos Sapien, Quake Sapiens rise up.
We put way more effort than anything Kiyomi would on Omos.
Well, listen, Omos apparently has a lot of. He apparently has a big following. Like my chat loves Omos, don't you, chat? The Love Boy Club loves Omos. Look at the size of Omos.
Unlike anything we have ever seen.
I'm not gonna lie, with the cape it goes hard.
Yeah.
Omos fucking rules. Awesome mask, I know.
But can't dethrone this guy?
You know what to do, chat. Remember, the title is vacant here. We're here to crown a new champion, even though Dom is one half of the tag champs.
Here it comes.
Yeah, you know what to do, guys. I'll set up a prediction. What is not to love about Omos? Exactly.
Wait, look, if the title's vacant, why is Dominic out here with it?
Because he's one of the tag team champions, Zach.
Oh.
He's one of the tag team champions. I'm starting a prediction. Who will win? Dom. Omos. I'll leave the pull up for 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes, chat. By the way, Dom has a double champ entrance.
That's funny.
That's awesome, and we got to see it. We got to see it. Omos as a guy is so funny. I wish they let him talk on TV. Is he funny? Does he have charisma? Should I try to get Omos on stream?
So Omos, here's what we did to your character.
I feel like he'd be a good sport about it. We made you into a super villain, dude. Dude, I think that he would laugh his ass off, honestly. We paired you up with the Hurricane and Akira Tozawa.
And the Hurricane was called the Typhoon.
It was the Typhoon. Hold on. fight music.
That Extreme Rules is in a category all by itself. Oh, some people look forward to Halloween. Some look forward to
Hey, you got the song in.
I did.
every Extreme Rules match on our show. That's just disrespect.
I hate Omos, but I love Quake. What is not to love about Omos? That's very true. Especially with a cape like that.
Whoa, calm down. We already had a tail switch earlier.
They literally were cleaning up from the last one. Disturbing the peace.
Peace. Look into my eyes.
I kind of wish Twilight versus Moon was a screw job. Kind of feels like it was.
Yeah.
Or like a screw job where like Tuxedo Mask runs in. Ah, that'd be so sick though. That'd be so awesome.
Hello, Mario.
I almost want to re-sign her. Hello everyone, this song is a banger. It is. Omos is disturbing the peace right now.
As Quakes often do.
Ari, thanks for the prime, man. I may call you in a little early to just chat for the whole month with me on this on stream
Hello,
here.
Mario.
I broke the kendo stick.
Hey Teddy, hey Ari. What's up, man? I may bring you in to just chat with me for like the entirety of month 4 here, if that's okay. I'll be here, LMAO, because otherwise you're going to be waiting like an extra half hour, and I don't want to do that to you. So far, Omos showing why he is the super villain of NXT here.
This is a specialty.
It's a specialty, yeah. Extreme Rules match. As Dirty Dom seems to be mounting a little bit of a comeback with the springboard cross body and media cover. 1, 2, almost a 2 count on Quake.
As I see, Dom has stolen Roman Reigns' previous body protecting suit.
Do look up some Shoot Omos stuff at some point. He's very charismatic, but they book him as the big scary giant. Maybe they should book him kind of as, I don't want to say comic relief, but as something that's not just the big scary giant. Like, he can still be a giant. And maybe book him more like, you know, Big Bill is booked. Where, like, you know, Bill still gets, you know, a few chances to, like, show off his charisma a little bit. Which he actually has mountains of. Like Big Bill really surprised me when they sort of, you know, started giving him more screen time.
Look at that. Say, I do not want giant comic relief Omos because I just get flashbacks of all the other times the WWE has done big scary heel turn face as comic relief, like Vladimir Kozlov.
Well, a lot of them had like weird undertones. I trust Triple H to not book like that, or at least not book like that as much. But I feel like Omos would need like creative input, so.
Yeah.
And here, since you mentioned it in Discord, still what? It's been a fun show. I'm glad that you guys think so. Doesn't need to be comic relief, but if someone is a good personality, let them be a good personality, you know? Yeah, sure. Sure, why not? I can see what you mean. It's a little hard. I say it's hard to book someone that's not a big scary giant if they're a giant man. But again, Big Bill, you know? Like, I do think that Big Bill's probably the best part of Jericho's current gimmick, and there's not a lot to like about it. So, but like far and away, Big Bill is the best part about it. So.
I'm just going, oh, man, Jericho. Thanks for talking to Don Callis again. Way to undo those things a few years ago.
I know. It's already been a few years since Jericho and Callis had that weird mini feud.
Yeah.
Hasn't it?
Yeah, honestly, that was such an odd feud.
Jericho's been nothing but odd feuds at the moment. I don't like to shit on AEW, mostly because I feel like everyone does it, and I feel the need to, like, I don't know, stand up for my favorite promotion a little bit.
I want to protect my child.
But Jericho right now is definitely a case of how many stars do we need to throw at this until people start actually caring about it? You know?
Yeah.
Because they threw a Bandito at it, I still don't care. What's up with Quake looking shorter than 7 feet? Stand up for AEW, and it's like those, it's like those Soy Jack photos.
Oh God.
My faves are Darby Allin, Hikaru Shida. I can see that. Shida is someone that I wish that they did more with, honestly.
Yeah.
Because she's like one of the pillars of the women's division in AEW, and anytime that she's given anything good, it just feels like the legs are cut out from underneath her.
Yeah, it's a shame. Look, make answers for me, because I'm just like, make answers for me, Logan, but I was just like, I'm on this feud between like MJF and Hangman Page, but by the same time, so you're going, wait, what's MJF feuding with Jeff Jarrett? What happened to that?
What happened to that is that MJF kind of started going after, like the old timers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And what sort of tipped Hangman over is that he went after Christopher Daniels, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though Hangman kind of ended Christopher Daniels' career, they kind of have a truce now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you watched the promo between Hangman and MJF, right?
Yeah.
Masterclass shit. I was literally clapping. That shit was like, yes, this is why I watched this promotion. These two.
Well, no, I was just asking because I thought MJF's main feud was with Jeff Jarrett. I thought they were doing something with that.
That was kind of just like a TV feud. That was like an in-between feud between him and Hangman. So, for all intents and purposes, that seems to be over, because then that went into Dustin Rhodes. Then that kind of went into, throughout that, they've been kind of planting seeds for him and Hangman. And, they just kind of came to a head after the match with Dustin.
Yeah.
And then they had an incredible brawl. And then they had the incredible promo, which made me clap. Like, that right there, that's cinema. Roman, fuck him. That's cinema.
So, because, yeah, look, truth be told, I missed, like, a week at AEW, and unfortunately I haven't been able to catch up since. Because I was sort of like I missed 1 week, and it just kind of snowballs from there.
I kind of get like that sometimes too, but that's when I watch, the highlight videos on YouTube so I can catch up.
Yeah.
Because I don't have time to watch the individual episodes. I don't think anyone does for any promotion.
Is this it?
Is that it? 1, 2. No way!
Yeah.
Dominic Mysterio is once again a double champion in NXT.
Oh my God.
Dirty Dom Nation. Dirty Dom is your new NXT champion. The double champion of Dirty Dom.
I guess one last thing I'll ask then is, has Jeff Jarrett been on TV like at all lately? Or?
I'm sorry, Zach. I can't hear you over the booing.
Yeah, fair enough. I can't hear the booing.
I can't hear you over the nuclear heat for Dirty Dominic.
It was a classic.
Incredible matchup. And that's the show right there. That was NXT Fastlane. And then we have this, whatever this is over here. I kind of wanted Tony D'Angelo to win it. Not gonna lie. What about this match? What is this? That's gonna get 2 stars. Oh, got even worse than that.
Wow, sick of the Typhoon.
The Typhoon going after Roman Reigns? Okay, I feel like that's a feud we need to watch, chat. I feel like we need to watch that feud. But first, Roman Reigns versus Dexter Lumis. Don't tell me Omos got done dirty. Omos got done dirty,
injured.
dude. Dexter Lumis didn't grow the rivalry though. Way to suck, Hank. I'll tell you what. I think that Roman and that Typhoon character is gonna do numbers.
Oh well, I want that Roman Reigns to beat the shit out of this comic book looking character. It was Bobby's idea.
You gotta make him look strong. You gotta make him look strong. With his tag team titles in the main event, Applejack and Natalia.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go, dude. Tag team championships here. They keep booking this godforsaken Rhea versus Charlotte match down here. Cash suplex, exciting trash like him and Roman. I see. You really got the dichotomy going on here. And Matt Lewis is doing pretty well for himself over here on WCW. The US champion and a tag title shot as he takes on Bray Wyatt and Boogeyman.
Oh, please don't Boogeyman.
Hello, Mario.
Boogeyman wins.
Also, hello.
Hi, Ethan. The Boogeyman on WCW is honestly beast, though.
Yeah.
1, 2, that's 3. Ring the bell.
Bianca Belair. A shell for former self ever since losing her tag partner, Pinkie Pie.
SMH.
Embarrassing.
Ooh.
Signing that local talent, huh, Teddy?
Start. Oh, please don't start us. Yeah.
What? Freaking Cody got injured on my show and then he appears on another one and he's suddenly not injured?
Man, must be faking the injury.
He must be making... Dude, he's gotta be making 7 figures with all the work he's getting. Apparently, he's both disfigured and Stardust.
1, 2, ring that bell.
Cora cut. Sunset Shim wins.
The great match.
They're still not building rivalries. They're hot potatoing this title like nothing else.
People love a good hot potato.
They do. And R-Truth back in the cut here in a tables match to start us out. R-Truth and Uncle Howdy taking on Bobby Lashley and Montez Ford, aka the Hurt Syndicate at home.
Man, R-Truth loves to be in weird tag teams, let me tell you.
Yeah, he does. Relieving him of his duties, but now Montez Ford is injured? Charlotte's like the poster child of hot potatoing, so it's on brand. That's honestly fair.
Yeah.
They keep running back WrestleMania 39 every single time.
1, 2, it's over.
Sophia Ball. We got two
Hello,
two
Mario.
local talents here. And they're putting on great matches. I may despise Paul Heyman with every fiber of my being for fucking me over, but he sure knows how to book a show. It seems like. Hey, Keeves. I'm about to have you tag out to my friend Ari here. Zach.
Okay.
If that's alright.
Hey, that's fine, that's fine.
Are you alright with hanging out with me for... Wait, sorry. You first, Zach. You first.
Oh, no. I was just seeing how the rest of this plays out.
Okay.
Right here.
Seth fucking Rollins taking on Blinks.
I love Blinks.
And Seth fucking Rollins wins, finally completing this godforsaken rivalry. It took 3 months.
Alright, look, I remember I was gonna ask you, but you were like drowned out by the booze and shit. Has like Jeff Jarrett appeared on TV like at all recent weeks or like nah?
I don't think so. I feel like that, you know, like he fucking cut the promo where he's like, I want to win the world title. I do not think there's a single soul on planet Earth that believes that will happen. But it is fun to dream, you know?
Yeah, I would dream. It's like no Jeff Jarrett. I don't want to see another Reign of Terror.
The popular narrative is that you know I'm a Jeff Jarrett is mid. But I don't know. I feel like that he's kind of come into his own in AEW a little bit. I enjoy seeing him on my screen. So, and TV title here, Panther wins in an amazing match.
Wow.
Amazing booking. Wait, did everyone get amazing booking? Haha, WCW only got good booking.
Me.
We had the perfect card flow. We may have had the worst. No. NXT had the worst match of the week. We had the second worst match though.
Damn, maybe his sequels are better.
He's serving his role in AEW, but he should stay away from world titles, I think. I would agree. I do not see him. I don't think he should win it. That scene firmly belongs to guys like MJF and Hangman and Mox and, Cope and stuff like that. But it's fun to imagine a world where that happens.
Because you certainly don't want the narrative to be, oh, look at these old guys with the world titles and shit.
Yeah, like that's gonna be obnoxious if that catches on. We don't need that.
Yeah.
So yeah, great show, everyone. 4-star matches all around, except for the middle of the show, but that was like the piss break match, anyways. So. Sailor Moon and Twilight showed up. I'll need to crown a new women's champion. And then we have Dirty Dom as your new world champion. And I see Bomberman's entrance. We can back out and show the entrance. Yes.
It's like Summer Punk where there was like two WWE titles.
Exactly. And we are curb stomping WCW now. Look at that. Look at the fan differential between me and WCW there.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
But Hank Hill, he's not too far behind.
Oh boy. Okay, so we need to do our trades now. Paul Heyman crying right now. Pissing and shitting himself. Let's see. I feel like I want to keep DYER because now either she's next in line for the titles, or rather she's either next in line for a women's title, or I can pair her up with somebody else and just keep, the tag team between Trixie and Rainbow Dash going.
Yeah.
Does anybody have Shotzi? Because I feel like we need to make that tag team already. Or I have a better idea.
Ooh.
We gotta reunite the tag team.
Hell yeah.
We need to reunite Pinky ST.
Oh, dude, you have something good there.
Yeah, we do. Who do I trade for it? Who am I not planning on using again? I mean, Grayson Waller's kind of stinky, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
Oh, stinky.
And Dirty Dom, I need him to go... Oh, I have an idea. Okay, so... I need to make a few notes, honestly. Because I have an idea for a world title program, okay? I have an idea for a world title feud. I feel like that we're gonna do Dominic versus Shining Wizard. The Judgment Day implodes, basically.
Oh no!
We need to figure out who's going to be the new tag champions. We can have Omos team up with someone else. Who do I want to team up with is the question.
Who indeed?
I already have my women's title feud in my head. It's going to be Twilight versus Bailey. Yes, Twilight is my Roman Reigns. All right.
Wow, definitely no bias here.
We can either do that, or we can have a triple threat here where it's Book Horse versus DYER versus Bailey. Matt Lewis also champion. Damn right. Who do I want to team up with Omos? It's either gotta be another cruiserweight, a giant, or a specialist. It's gotta be one of the two. Rather, like one of the three. You know what would be funny?
What?
Stardust?
Yeah!
We gotta have both Codys on this roster, dude.
That is so funny.
Man, we've really upped the tribal book horse. I love it. Alright, Teddy. I'll give you tuxedo mask and 10 grand. No!
Damn.
They're not interested.
Fuck.
You got a pretty stacked roster here, though. This is honestly going good. No one is below 50. Also, Cody versus Stardust is showcase worthy. I would need to change one of their styles, but we could definitely try and do it. Alright, so Cody is the current NXT North American champion. I could turn Tuxedo Mask face. Either that or I could have Cody Rhodes turn face. And put Tuxedo Mask in the North American title picture. Or I could insert Cody into the Sparkster and Grayson feud and have that be a triple threat for the North American title.
Decisions.
Lots of choices here, honestly. I'm pretty set on the Judgment Day imploding. Try 30,000 and Tuxedo Mask.
Please.
Okay, listen. I'm willing to do you one more. Here. Long. How about I give you $25,000 and Tuxedo Mask? Dude! That's not bad, but not quite enough to meet my needs. You're really pulling my fucking leg here, dude. Okay.
How greedy are you?
I don't know why, but Tuxedo Mask versus Grayson Waller sounds good. I mean, they're complementary styles. Also, if I'm gonna trade anyone, I feel like it's gotta be like a wrestler that's like, you know, not a created one, right? Maybe that's the play. What if I just give Bailey back to him?
Now he's so funny.
I could. I mean, I have enough women. I could do something here. I could forego the women's tag title feud. This game makes me think, chat. Big brain mode here.
Yeah, I gotta think.
You gotta have, like, the flying math. I wouldn't go over the top for Stardust at this point. I can find someone else, really.
Fuck Stardust, actually.
It would be so funny. It'd be so funny. It'd be so fucking hilarious, dude. You know it would be. Okay, fine. How about this? Paul, I don't like you. You don't like me. So, let's just get this over with. I'm going to give you... Terry Funk? That's tempting. Is there anything the roster needs at this point? Yes. It needs like another... It needs one more woman that can go up against the tag champs in Trixie and Rainbow Dash. I'm thinking that we get the band back together.
Yeah,
Right.
let's. Yeah.
How about this? I will give you Bailey and $15,000 for Bianca Belair, okay?
Hmm.
How about that? How about that, Long?
Nope.
Okay, fuck you, dude. I think I would entertain that trade. You are very much mistaken, playa. Okay, you know what? Fuck you, dude. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I can get Trixie. No, I can get Rarity. There's really not too much that the roster overtly needs at this point. Really what we need most is one of two things. We either need a specialist for the women or a specialist for the men. Preferably heel specialist. I'm willing to take most anything at this point. So Hank, what do you got for me, man? You can do Fanny
I'll tell you
Fan.
what I got.
No way. I feel like I gotta do it. Either that, I could do Applejack as well. But no, she's not a specialist. Oh, we could get no, I know
Get
what
the
to
tag
do.
team back together.
We gotta get the team back together.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break,
God
my
damn it.
dudes.
Chat, I gotta take the break. I gotta take the L.
It's break time.
I'm sorry.
Where the heck's the
We'll be back in a
Cheetos, my
second. Raw
dudes?
rolls on after this. Me deliberating over trades rolls on after this.
Yeah.
How about fighting games?
Yeah!
Enjoy it.
We have to
Enjoy
begin with
WWF
acclaim's
attitude.
long-awaited WWF attitude. While we have yet to review the N64 version, the PlayStation version did not live up to expectations. The graphics are very disappointing, especially during entrances, but the character animations are well done. Some modes do not even have entrances. I wish more than 4 players could be in the ring at once. Special moves are not listed in the manual, but some are listed in the Create a Wrestler section. Controls are okay, but the 400 plus moves are not easy to remember and have no logical connection to any particular buttons. For example, the Ass Kisser move uses ups instead of downs.
Yes.
Still, you can't beat a game that offers this many options. We had a lot of fun creating 3 fat black ladies fighting 1 skinny white turd. You don't get to do that every day.
Oh, it's so good.
And they tie up. Player 3 obviously can't win the match that way. Tangled up.
Oh, don't take it personal, son.
Chad, I got post-piss clarity.
Whoa.
Oh,
Got some
nom nom.
post-piss
Oh,
clarity.
excuse me, we're back,
We
my
don't.
dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I got post-piss clarity. We don't need to do any of these fucking trades. You know what we need to do?
What are they kissing? Oh no.
Actually, no.
What?
We do need to do one trade, and that's really it. Robin with the Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello, my friend. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Thank you very much for bringing your lovely community on over here. Your nightlights over here, in fact. For those of you who are new, I'll explain myself in a minute, but all you need to know is this. I'm a wrestling guy. That's really all you need to know at this moment in time. Now. Okay, Hank.
Yes?
You drive a hard bargain, playa. But I'm willing to give you Bailey for $3,000 for the Typhoon. No! I'm gonna need a little more to put that in. Okay, you need a little more. Okay, how about this? How about I give you $1,100 and Bailey? Yeah!
Yeah!
And I fucked over his main event too. That's great.
I love how Hank kills, like, his screen is covered up.
Yeah, like you can't. You gotta pay attention to the important part, Bobby. What? There's no fucking way I'm doing that. No. There's no fucking way I'm taking that. Robin and her nightlights are here to brighten up your day. Thank you. You very much did that. I appreciate the raid. It's the same exact offer. No. Pinkie Pie's worth more than that. You gotta... I need a little more carrot, man.
Oh my...
I mean, that is someone's created character. But...
Well, Paul, at least you offered a wrestler this...
At least you offered me a wrestler instead of just money. Broke bitch. Let's see here. No. Go fuck yourself. I'm not taking anything from the likes of you. Hasbro's character negotiations in a nutshell. Not sure it's worth it. It's not. Even though it is someone's created wrestler. I need to think strategically a little bit. They're having a great time on ECW. I kind of have a bit of a plan anyways. I want to watch all the matches of WrestleMania. Like at least all the openers and all of the main events. Just to see how far we've come as a collective. I'm clearly the best superstar of NXT 2.0. I'm like reading this in Rainbow Dash's voice. I imagine the crowd might be getting bored of seeing me win so easily every week. I need a bigger test, one that suits my superior skills. I want to go up against both Bookhorse and Dyer this week. And I don't mean in a tag match. I want a triple threat or a fatal four-way match against them. Maybe it is time to give you a bigger challenge. Well, Rainbow, you just solved my problem right there.
Yeah.
You just solved my main event problem right there. Either way, we're going to get a match out of this, I'm pretty sure. All right, Zach. One more for the road.
Yeah.
One more for the road.
One for the road. I had got an email about an ad agency in the arena. How do you feel about giving them a chance? They're currently charging $10 for a 3-week ad campaign. It has the potential to gain us some new fans, but since they're new, there's always a potential to lose some as well.
How much money do we have? Can't do it. I can't do it, chat.
You had like over 200,000. I remember that.
I do have over 200,000. I feel like, you know what? If it works out, that could pay dividends later on. So it's only 10,000. Wait, can't pass up that deal. Do you want to gambit? Ari's saying do it.
Wait, look, I just noticed the 10K. I thought it said $10.
Yeah.
Over
it's,
10.
It's $10,000. If it was $10, I would be shooting that down. But if it's 10 grand, this Triple H voice kills me, Ashley. Well, that's why I have him on.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'll update you next week.
The breath at the end. It's great, dude. That was like sensual Hunter right there. My God. My God. Some fans are into that.
Clap.
Fan favorite. Okay, we need to select a boon here. Fan favorite. Select a superstar. Whenever this superstar is used in a match, you gain 1,000 points. Well, like, I feel like I need to use it on Twilight, right? Make her look strong, brother. Wait. All your specialist superstars gain +3 on the mic. Twilight could use that.
Yeah.
Those with GM interference grant a power card. That could be good. But that runs a risk of ruining morale. So, and we're kind of in a good spot right now anyways. I haven't really been fucked over with power cards in a while. But
my good mic skills are always good, if you ask me.
Yeah. But if I intend on using a star more than others, then, you know, that can also be good. I feel like that the specialist is gonna go further just because we have a lot of specialists on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
That's here. Let me see. I'm about to get you in here, Ari, by the way. Get ready. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We're gonna do specialist.
Yeah, they need it.
We're gonna do specialist.
Alright. Yeah, I'll be at your here then, Logan.
Okay, Zach. Thank you for showing up. I may have you in here for Thursday as well, if that's okay. Because
Yeah, no problem.
I want to finish up with WrestleMania. And then
Mm-hmm.
it's off to the races with 2K25. So
Ooh.
from one 2K game to another. So
Man, I can't wait for you to upload all these streams in like one day.
I mean, I'm gonna be putting like, all these up tomorrow. So all
Yeah.
speaking of putting them up, I have a VOD channel. You all should go and sub to that. It's right there in my card. Y'all should go and sub to that.
Be warned, chat. You might get spammed with video notifications.
Yeah, I tend to put things off. So like, if one day you get 5 notifications, that's not a glitch. It's just me putting them off. So yeah.
Yeah. I remember your original plan was, oh, maybe I'll do them on Sunday or some
I would
shit.
I would like to have a system in place, or at least like a routine in place, where I just put up whatever needs to be put up on a certain day of the week. But
Yeah. Right now you currently have 7 videos.
I'm about to have 8. So
You're about to.
so I'm sorry to anyone who has the bell on my fucking channel.
Yeah.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell for 8 notifications on a random Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah. Right.
You too can have your boss yell at you. Anyways.
All right. Well, you have a good night, Logan. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
You too, Zach.
All right, bye, chat. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Zach. Okay. Now, we got the other guest here. Went on in here. By the way, Zach is really cool. I usually have him on stream here for my role-playing games, as well as kind of games where there's a lot of downtime, or at least like a lot of talking that needs to be done. Especially like visual novels and shit. I have him come on for like voiceover and stuff. He's not the best voice actor, but his Vector makes me laugh. I'll say that. His Vector the Crocodile makes me laugh. I think that he enjoys doing like gravelly voices. Did I hear visual novels? It's a once in a blue moon thing, but we did the first Danganronpa game years back. We did Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog when that came out. I like doing a Sonic voice. And he enjoys doing Vector, so I miss doing voice acting. Glad I'm playing D&D again, LMAO. I would love to play D&D again at some point. All right, Ari, I'm gonna make sure that he's ready. I may need to set him up in what's its face? In the Fugi engine, so that way I can get his PNG set up. Just had British people enjoy my British accent. Okay, I'm calling him. Bro, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
Hi. It's been a little bit since I've actually spoken with you last, I'm not gonna lie. I hope that you're doing
like
well.
once or twice.
Let me go ahead and get your Fugi reactive in here. Do you have one of those? You have one?
Yeah, give me a second, brother.
Okay, I'm getting you in here.
Let me log in via Discord, definitely, because apparently it doesn't remember that I do this like every 2 weeks.
We did do. Is like we did do Everlasting Summer years ago, and that game is a trip. That's one I never want to play again. That was in hindsight no bueno. Hold on, I need to get let me see here. Let me see. It's been a while since I've set up someone new here.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since I could.
Yeah, Zach. Put this crab on screen.
It has though. It's been like almost a year. The last time you were on here,
It has, yeah.
we were
listened to
watching
Creed.
Joshi wrestling. You were, yeah, we were talking about Joshi and for some reason Creed.
Yeah, well, why not? You know,
my roommate and I, we like singing One Last Breath to each other in jest.
Yeah.
Like, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking, and it's like this photo of like a guy sitting in a bar, and his face is red, and he's like crying.
That's
it's
me.
The funniest shit
That's
of
literally
all time.
You just described me, actually.
It's the. That's awesome. I love that.
There I am. Hello, me.
There you are. I'm going to share my screen with you. Just give me a second. I'm not done it.
Appreciate you. Have you seen that? I think it's a TikTok or it might be an Instagram reel or some shit. But the guy has like the entire like fucking chorus of that song tattooed on his arm, and it's just like it's literally just the first initial of all the words to the chorus, but it just pans through as it sings the fucking chorus.
Oh, they have it. They have it.
Yeah, it's like HM and
like they have it structured like it's a fucking acronym.
Yes,
that's awesome. I love
that. And it's
that.
the entire chorus just all down his forearm, and it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
John Ranger should guest star on Giraffestev's show. Who is John Ranger?
Fuck yeah, brother. John Ranger is a CAW that I created.
Oh my god.
It's quite literally just like a Power Ranger that I run through fucking
John Ranger's great.
Whatever you call it.
Your Universe mode?
What is it? Universe, yeah, that's it.
I miss when Universe mode was good.
Yeah, no shit.
It was much better when it was only 4 matches.
Yeah, no kidding.
Now everything is like 9 matches, and there's a lot of meters to like keep track of, and yet it can't keep basic logic straight.
No.
Like what good is all what good is all these meters if I can't even rely on the winner of the Royal Rumble getting the WrestleMania main event?
You know? Exactly right.
Like I've watched New Legacy play, like I don't know if you watched it either, but a little while ago they played a Universe mode playthrough where they were playing as Axiom, right?
Yes.
And everyone that they beat had to wear Axiom's gear.
The mask. Yeah.
And Sheamus won the Royal Rumble, or what do they call him? Because I think they also got Sheamus in the mask. But either way, Shamium, I'll call him. Shamium won the Royal Rumble, and he wasn't even on the fucking WrestleMania card.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, what good is all of these features if I can't even rely on Shamium getting in the main event when he won the fucking match?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
what good is it?
It's just so annoying because it's like, man, how actually hard is it to keep track of like literal 1-to-1, like, you know, fucking
exactly.
What do you call it? Like rivalries and shit.
Just
it's
point
like
A to point B shit.
Yeah.
You know? This is not hard.
No.
But if you're 2K and you don't give people, you know, proper time to make the game, it does. Anyways, sorry, go.
What in the ever-loving shit is your universe here in MyGM here?
So
I see fucking Sparkster, Bomberman, Rainbow Dash, Tuxedo Mask. What is happening?
In my Discord server, right?
Yeah.
I made a bit of a community event where people could submit their custom wrestlers or requests for custom wrestlers, and I would put them in MyGM. I do not have everyone's submissions on here. They're all kind of scattered about the 4 different brands.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But I do have I'm a Bomberman, Sparkster, a DYER right here, which was created by a very helpful Morning Keebs in the chat. Rainbow Dash, Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie from the Equestria Girls Rumble. Tuxedo Mask, requested again. And Mr. Ethan Hunter, who is literally just a self-insert. We also have the Typhoon and Omos here.
I have a new question, which is, what is Omos doing here? What is this?
So,
what is the lore behind Static Shock Omos that I'm
There-
looking at?
there is lore here, okay? The
Yeah.
Typhoon is a villainous alter ego of the Hurricane that I created back in WrestleMania 19, right? I played as him in like the revenge mode, and I said, this is not the Hurricane, this is his villainous alter ego, the Typhoon.
Of
So
course.
we made him in actuality in 2K24, and we gave him 2 flunkies, Omos, who is now Quake, and Akira Tozawa, who I can't remember who it is at this point.
Amazing.
But basically, everyone here has a little bit of lore to them, and
Yes.
if they're not created wrestlers, they are wrestlers that either A, I just really like, or B, they're wrestlers that played a significant role in previous career modes. So like Dirty Dominic Mysterio, he has ties to Shining Wizard. In my universe, Shining Wizard created the Judgment Day.
Oh, jeez.
And
Does Shining Wizard have the Shining Wizard?
He does have a Shining Wizard as one of his big moves, yes.
Perfection. Then he's my favorite. Okay.
Shining Wizard's main allies are Dirty Dom and Finn Balor, right?
Amazing.
Bomberman is just Bomberman.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Rainbow Dash, Book Horse, Pinkie Pie, obviously, and Trixie. They were all in the Equestria Girls Rumble.
Of course.
And Mr. Ethan Hunter is just a self-insert for one of our viewers.
Awesome.
Yeah, and Tuxedo Mask, someone wanted Sailor Moon, and I was like, listen, I'm not going to do all of them, I'll meet you halfway. So I did Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask.
Perfect.
And that's how we got here.
Awesome. I'm glad I could get caught up on the lore here.
And also Cody Rhodes exists in 3 different promotions. So,
I saw that. Yeah.
Because he's injured here, he's Stardust in, I think, WCW, and I'm pretty sure that the action figure version of him is out there somewhere.
Amazing. So, he's like Toy Story 3. He's just somewhere. He's trying to get back home right now.
He's fucking Lotso. Everyone except the normal Cody Rhodes, basically. So
okay, so more questions. What are the finishers for the Equestria Girls that you got going on here? Do you know?
No, I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Okay. It's been a while. See, you've been stained, brother.
Yeah. I know one stained.
That's it.
I know
it's
one
been
stained.
A while.
I mean, that's their song, you know?
Yeah, that's it.
Like, that's their song. If you know that one, you know Stained.
That's all you need to know. Nobody ever says, what's your favorite Stained song, and takes an answer that's not fucking It's Been a While.
Yeah, exactly. Unless
that's the only one they've heard, too.
Exactly. So, here's what we're gonna do, right? I have an idea here for a tag title feud.
Yeah.
We're gonna make this a fucking if you know type feud. It will be Dirty Dom and Shining Wizard against the Typhoon and Omos. Omos needs to rest because he's been beaten to hell.
Yeah, Omos is looking rough.
And
he's in the red.
Rainbow Dash wants to be in the main event against Twilight and Angelina Dyer. And when you know it, I need a new main event program.
There you go.
Here you go. Boom.
So this is practically your road to WrestleMania here. You got what, one pay-per-view before the end?
Yeah, I got one pay-per-view. I got Survivor Series and then Mania. Yeah.
Nice.
I pretty much had this shit on lock at this point, so
so
if I speed through this.
No, you got it.
It's not because I don't care, it's that I've played this enough. So
can't believe he's not investing countless hours trying to craft the perfect mid-card show.
A mid-card show, exactly.
Brother, when we did like 4-player MyGM, me and a few friends, and I gotta tell you, like near the end, I think half of my roster was just being held together with like duct tape and hope. Like that shit was just rough. Like I think a few of us, like if the roster wasn't just injured, then I was running on like 16s and like 20s and just being like, okay, pre-match physio, please.
Yeah, there's a lot. Wait. Cody Rhodes' recovery time will be reduced. Yeah, baby. I need that shit.
There you go, he's back.
All right, Cody's back. I need him to start a new program with someone. With some guy.
Bomberman, hell yeah.
We already did Cody Rhodes and Bomberman. We just did that at
How the fuck have
pay-per-view.
you already done Cody Rhodes versus Bomberman? Who?
That was at the pay-per-view. That was at Fastlane. We literally just did that.
My God. I wasn't there for that one yet. I came in during Omos and Dirty Dom.
Almost. Here, I'm gonna have Cody here do advertising.
He's gonna go, my father.
He will, though. He will. It's gonna be great. And the Typhoon makes his grand return to NXT here in a tables match. I should probably make this not a tables match.
Somebody in your chat is asking if you can pay out the Omos for Dom thing.
Oh, can I pay it?
Channel thing?
Wait, pay it out? What do you mean?
No, he wants you to give him money specifically. Can you give him $15 for the Omos versus Dom thing?
Actually, it's her.
Oh, her. Yeah. Can you pay her out $15 for the Omos versus
Edward James Omos?
Yes!
Apparently, Omos has a lot of charisma, according to chat, so...
I agree with that.
No, I lost, but I bet so I can't do it. Oh, I need to pay out the points. That's right. Hold on.
Nobody listens to me, even in other people's streams. It makes sense when people don't listen to me in my own stream, because they know how stupid I am.
But in other people's streams?
Yeah, exactly. I should be given a fresh chance to be stupid.
Exactly, it's a clean slate.
Yes!
What do you mean?
Unfortunately, the slate is rusted and coated in, like, fucking dog shit.
So, I think that the women's tag titles can be put on ice this month. Meaning that we need to get some guides here on advertising. Pinky.
Who currently are your women's tag team champs?
Rainbow Dash and Trixie, aka Friends Forever. And they're called that because there was a comic line called Friends Forever in where they paired up odd couple characters with each other. And one of them was Rainbow Dash and the Great and Powerful Trixie. So
hell yeah.
We call them Friends Forever, and they're your champs forever. So,
here's the thing, right?
Sure.
Is, I'm gonna make a sweeping generalized statement that reflects completely 100% on the Giraffestev and Ariana channels.
Okay.
If you don't fuck with Trixie, you're gonna go to hell before you die.
Based. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's literally that's all I had to say.
I have no problems with
I
sweeping
truly
generalization.
believe that. Yes.
No
Listen,
notes.
I wasn't gonna give you a chance to refute it, so I appreciate that you were still very a positive on what I said, but there wasn't going to be a chance for anybody to tell me otherwise.
Peace was never an option.
No, it wasn't. No.
So, who the heck is our friggin'? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so.
Will Bono approves this message. And if you don't like Trixie, go to hell before you die. Please. I'm telling this to you.
I'm telling it to you.
Have you seen those edits that are like music and it's just like, get a knife and kill your best friend?
No, I've not, but I've seen like the original ones where he's like, do you know someone that owns a gun? Or a knife?
Love it. Hold on, I'm sending it to you. You don't have to watch it on stream, obviously, but like, I'm sending it to you just for your own personal benefit.
Okay. I'm afraid we need more feuds, chat, because everyone's hurt. Either that or I just need to take the L this week. I feel like I just need to take the L.
No, you're fine. How many scout points do you have? Oh my god, you only have 53k.
And therein lies the issue. Because I just bought a new arena, so...
Gotcha.
So we need...
What are you looking for specifically?
That's the problem. Hold on. Because right now, we're kind of in a fucked up position. Because depending on how this match goes...
Yeah.
either DYER is going to make a feud with Rainbow Dash, or Twilight's going to make a feud with Rainbow Dash. And I think it'll really depend on who wins the title. I mean, that would be heat, but it's not exactly what I need. Because right now, Rainbow Dash is one half of the women's tag champs.
Yeah.
And Dom has both the NXT champ and one of the tag champs. So
now
we need to get these tag titles off of the belt.
Yeah.
We need to get these tag titles off of Shining Wizard and Dominic. So
yeah. I have faith in Omos, alright?
I do too, but I need him to rest up. So
yeah.
We have enough injury rehab for a few fuck-ups.
How's the morale? How's the morale on that set of...
Right, morale is like the big thing. Wait, morale on who?
The Dom and Vet program that you're running here. Omos, Typhoon, what was it?
Shining Wizard.
Dirty Dom and Shining Wizard, yeah.
Morale is... is bog standard to ecstatic.
Does stamina still go down much when you do a run-in, like a GM run-in or anything like that?
I don't believe so. I mean, like...
I was gonna say, you could just fuck over Shining Wizard and Dirty Dom or whoever it was and get the tag belts off them silly style.
Good, yeah.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Cheeto break, brother.
Not just yet.
Do you have a favorite type of Cheeto?
I like the jalapeno ones the best.
Those are really good. I've ordered like a bunch of different kinds from Japan because they have different flavors.
Mm-hmm.
They had one that was wasabi.
Oh, that sounds good.
It was so good. There was also a 5 cheese. That was really good. Yeah, it had like camembert, like cheeses I've never even fucking heard of before, brother.
That's insane.
And it was delicious. It's like, man, how are the Japanese not fatter? Like, how am I the big fat one? And you guys have all the good snacks. Like, what the hell's happening?
Wait, why does the Typhoon have like a dice next to his name?
Dice.
Oh, it's because of the shakeup that I did.
Because of the Dungeon Dice Monsters. One of the best filler series in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. I don't even think it was a miniseries. I think it was literally like 3 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I loved it.
I want to put either Tuxedo Mask or Bomberman into like a mid-card feud. I'm gonna be lumping Sparkster versus Waller onto Cody here, so I might blow that off next week.
I had the physical DDM game, use them as D&D minis to this day. Dude, that physical game rocked. Except when it didn't. Because I remember like the actual pieces were great, but when you bought like the starter set, they gave you like the shittiest like vinyl like playmat, and it would always like fold back up and like move if you had nothing on it. Like you'd have to iron the damn thing if you actually wanted to use it. They also don't use as many chemicals and preservatives. Sorry, I'm reading your chat while you're doing this.
All right.
Hope that doesn't bother you.
No, that's fine. I found...
What the
That is another created wrestler that's someone made.
It though.
So I'll book them.
Fuck yeah.
Dude,
if you do this again...
Against Bomberman.
If you do this again, I'll send you my stupid fucking OC and you can run them as multi-time champion. I want to look like Ultimate Dragon by the time you're fucking done.
Well, this was an event that I only had in my Discord server. It is for people in the server only.
Yeah, I don't even want to be in my own Discord server, so.
Aw.
I wasn't, like, I've talked about it a lot. Like, the fact that people think that, like, I'm fine at streaming, like, I appreciate that people think that. But it is a fucking chore when you have like anxiety and depression and shit to like get on here for 4 hours at a time and be like, hey, I'm funny for a few minutes now. and then just like shut all that shit off.
It can be a little bit, but I mean, what kind of offsets that for me is that I get to, you know, continue participating and just kind of, you know, interacting with the shit that I love, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I'm the same way because
I've loved wrestling ever since I was
do.
a child, and you know, being able to share that and for people to, you know, go along with my jokes and be cool with that. That's like genuinely really cool to me, and I'm very humbled that they would do that. So.
Oh, listen, I agree. It's awesome, but also sometimes I just want to sleep for like 9 days in a row.
Sure. Also, the chat is frozen. Give me a second.
Chat's frozen.
Yeah, the onboard chat is frozen. Love you, Ari.
Yeah.
What about me?
We love Giraffe too.
Aw.
He just means because he's in my chat. He's one of the people I do Stable Wars and MyGM and all that with.
I would love to do Stable Wars with you at some point.
I wanted to get you on, but as soon as that happened, I had a lot of medical stuff going on, and we have not done it since.
Well, when you get around to it.
Yeah. No, it'll be great. We should probably do one for fucking 2K25.
We should, yeah.
That's like the easiest thing to do since everyone will kind of have it.
Yeah, I'll be having it like within the first month of release. Not immediately, because I need to get money because I recently had to get a new job. So yeah. I'll never have a Discord server, even when I'm back to streaming for many reasons. I'm gonna say this kind of with my
It's almost time for a 90-second Cheetos break, my
I'll
dudes.
say it after the fucking Cheetos break.
Fuck yeah.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. Well, I guess NXT 2.0 rolls on after this.
Hell yeah. Are you looking forward to NXT Mutiny in 2K25?
Oh yeah, that's right. I did watch the GM mode preview on New Legacy.
Yeah.
They have online mode now, which will be easy when I sort of get around to doing 4 players with a few friends. So.
Hell yeah, brother.
Because
the only thing that sucks is the online mode doesn't have custom rosters available, which kind of soured it for me a little bit, yeah.
Which means I can't inject my own lore into this.
Yeah, exactly. So, where the fuck is Pinkie Pie?
Where's Pinkie Pie? Where's Shining Wizard? Where's Gira? Where's Henry DeCat?
Yeah, exactly.
Where are they?
DJ Pone 3 up bitch, brother.
Oh my god, I need to make DJ Pone 3, don't I?
I always do you prefer that or Vinyl Scratch?
Vinyl Scratch is the one I'm more familiar with.
Yeah, me too. Like I understand why they wouldn't take like every fan like name, but like Vinyl Scratch just rolled off the tongue so much better for me.
Like Derpy's called Muffins in Universe. Did you know that?
Yeah, I hate that. Listen, I still have the DVD for Pony Express. She is still called Derpy, canonically, in my house. Yeah,
that's crazy.
In this house, she is Derpy.
I love that.
Yeah, I bought that as soon as they
back,
like
my dudes.
edited it. I was like, I need to preserve the thing I saw one whole time.
I know what will make her interesting. Give her a tumor. Give her a tumor. Yeah.
I love that so much.
I love it too.
I said it. I think I've talked about it on my stream. Like, fucking, I cannot believe I've been watching Cat Icarus since like video 1. Like him and Brutal Moose.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've watched their entire YouTube career, and it's just like, oh man, we're all old now, and like they have families and shit.
I mean, Catty isn't even that old. He's only like 30.
I know he was younger than me when he started, and he's marginally more successful because he actually applied himself to doing this. Crazy.
And Brutal Moose has like changed drastically.
God, I know he went from
like
playing Sonic Shuffle.
Creator.
Yeah.
And he's a better creator now because now it's like weird surrealist food reviews.
Yeah, I love his editing style is so good.
It's like genuinely like something that I don't see very often. So
yeah. I can't tell you how much I've had like marinara sauce like stuck in my head
and
because of one video. Yeah, plop.
Like me and my roommate when we're cooking and there's like liquidy ingredients, we'll literally just like plop whenever we put it like into like the stove or something or you know like the pan.
That's so good.
Like, we'll just
That's
say it out loud
awesome.
to ourselves.
That fucking rocks.
Like, I want everyone to have a friendship on that level. My roommate is someone that I've known for 15 years. I want, like, you know, your friends for life when like you just look at each other and say plop and like brutal moose stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Sev, let Ashley see Bomberman on the show. Got it. Grayson Waller, Sparkster.
It was so aggressive.
Got it. Yeah, okay, we need to sit on that for like until the pay-per-view.
Woo! All right. You got it.
Cool. I feel like that's gonna be a bit of a quick rivalry. I feel like that we're
You
gonna
just hit a guitar?
No, I didn't. I hit my microphone stand.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought you strummed a guitar. Like you were so goddamn excited that it popped a rivalry.
I mean, this game can be like that sometimes.
Yeah,
so
we've been there. We've been there.
it just sometimes rivalries just won't happen, even though they fucking should. So
That's true.
no, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna back out.
You fucked it up.
I'm gonna back out. Okay, I'm gonna back out.
You fucked up.
You fucked
Guys,
up.
redeem the booze in the chat
Let's
again.
see Bomberman since last stream. I do have booze in the chat. If you want to boo me,
saw
go
that.
ahead. I deserve that. Okay, what the fuck is... Oh, the Cyclone. That's what I called Akira. I gave him, like, the... I gave him the Jushin Thunder Liger headpiece. I chromified it. Cass Suplex getting a better treatment in NXT.
Right. That guy was really well done.
Yeah, I make it loud. Ooh. Especially for Dominic Mysterio. My chat will spam boos whenever Dominic's on screen and entering.
That's awesome.
And I love them for that.
Hell yeah.
Dom. Yeah, Dom. You know. Yeah, baby! And now that he's a double champion, you'll be seeing him a lot. I gave him the Jushin Thunder Liger headpiece and made it blue and shiny.
He's in a program with Roman Reigns.
For the NXT title. I want to see if he wins.
Awesome.
No, come on. Is Tozawa still OP in MyGM? I don't know. We got to see it.
In my heart, he is.
I feel like that's a feud we need to watch, chat. Luna is another created wrestler.
Nice.
There was a point in our playthrough here where Pinkie Pie and Bianca Belair were a tag team, and we called them Pinky ST. And that just warmed my heart. I'm sadly broke them up. But Teddy Long didn't want them, so...
poor Teddy. Teddy doesn't know any better.
Teddy didn't want Pinky ST. He doesn't know where the money is. So...
Does he not know? She owns like an entire like bakery or whatever the hell she did.
Exactly. Like she had some. Like she works at Sugar Cube Corner.
Yeah.
She's the best baker in all of Equestria. Making up those W's.
Say a stitch in time.
Last week's result for the ad agency came in. A fan change of. Wait. Let's keep running the campaign, see what happens. Wait, will this take money out of my wallet? No, it won't. I'll let you know how things are going next week. Cool. 9,000 extra fame. My contract with them is up at the end of the week. Actually, I already have authorization.
Hell yeah.
You're staying on the show. Actually, hold on. Let me see who's... Yeah, you're my champion. You're staying on this fucking show.
Jesus. Like, you know what? Yeah, okay.
You should be coming to me asking to re-sign you.
Yeah.
I'm pushing you to the moon, Rainbow. I'm making you 40% cooler, in fact.
I'm gonna need at least 20% more money.
Holla, holla, holla. Hey there again, Gina. I love that. I've been watching the progress of NXT 2.0 this season. You're putting up a better fight than I expected, but it won't last. Anyway, I expect to be at the top of the podium by the end of the season. Best of luck. I love being a bigger...
What you don't know is that by answering that text, he just like injected like a fucking phishing scam into your entire like logistics shit.
I'll inject a lethal dose of poison.
Yeah, I'm gonna inject
a lethal dose of poison in NXT 2.0. Hey, Gina.
It's like the fucking like when people do like the hacking in the movies and it just shows like the weird Matrix test, but it's just like holla 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 like going down your screen.
You know, it's the Mac Militant. Do.
Or it's like the fucking "you are an idiot" thing, but it's just Teddy Long smiling like every
And
fucking popping face like coming up
and doing his little dance.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Hey Gina, you've seen the work I've been putting in, but I know I can do more for the brand. I'm ready to run a main event match. You know what, Sparkster? Sure, I can do that. And
You'd have a three-way. Do a three-way between Tozawa, fucking Sparkster, and Roman Reigns.
I would do that if Tozawa was on my fucking brand.
Oh, he's not on your brand? Oh,
No.
that's right. He's on the other brand. That's right.
Yeah, he's on the other NXT. Okay.
Yeah, why are there 9 NXT?
There's 2 NXTs. Okay,
That's like literally 9.
I'm going to show you. First off, I'm going to show you Bomberman. Here he is.
There he is. I love that.
Yeah, he is.
There he is.
I'm glad that you're as like
cool
meme-pilled as I am.
Absolutely.
Where is Cool Cat? There he is.
There he is. Hey, that kid kicks in Cool Cat's face.
He like fucking talked like he had marbles in his mouth.
Yeah, I love that.
He's saying Cool Cat's face.
I love that they were very obviously nowhere near where anything else was being filmed for that.
I know.
They just put him in a chair, fucking Eric Estrada, miles away, and just had him like slightly turn his head. There he is.
Yeah, like we're in like a suburban neighborhood for like most of this movie, and then suddenly we're in like the fucking Bahamas or something.
Yeah,
you know,
he's at a beach.
Just like in this neighborhood in like Chicago or something. Or New York, wherever the heck
you don't
it took
know
place.
the beaches of mid Detroit.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that's where all the card parts and mugging happens.
It is true.
Okay, that's not a bad job. No, it's a great job.
Oh, it's a great bomber, man.
Like Ethan put in work here. This is actually great. This is about to go down. Wait, what's the music he used? Ricochet. Okay. I heard he can't cut a promo.
That's true.
It's not true.
Yes, yeah. Bomberman's just as bald too. It fits.
You are bald.
Fucking balder man over here.
Balder Man's great. That's class. I will say, I think Ricochet's in his bag now. So
yeah,
I think he's found his groove.
He did.
Finally.
All he had to do was put on a big jacket.
Exactly.
That was a jacket of promo.
Listen.
Like a Baldur's Gate item.
Whenever I put on my J's, I feel a bit more confident. So I get it.
+4 confidence.
Exactly. And +2 charisma.
Yeah. Charisma.
Man, he really did have a charisma stat. You're right.
Yeah.
We have Bomberman here. He has a new perk. Wait, I need music. Hold on. When I play the music, can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I like having background music while I do this.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just weird. So.
Oh, Bomberman's the one with that. You know what that means.
Basic morale. When the superstar gains +1 popularity.
You should play this just for the Bomberman perk.
Oh no, you sent. Okay. What the hell is this?
That's an actual song from the Bomberman anime.
What's the deal with Bomberman?
What's the deal?
Man, Bomberman is on a losing streak. This superstar loses less morale for being injured, losing a match, or being benched. +1 popularity from participating in matches. You don't really need that at this point. You're already a main event player. Cool.
Right? He's going to the main event literally today. Or to next week. I don't know how long you have to fulfill that.
Rainbow Dash versus DYER is back in the cut again. I have an idea for a mid-card feud that we could run.
I like Book Horse. Book Horse is good.
Yeah, Book Horse is the stand-in name we have for her.
Everyone else was okay, but Hasbro said no to using Twilight Sparkle's visual likeness.
Exactly. Listen.
Again, it's another muffin situation.
It's main character protection.
Yeah, exactly right.
The cost of an opposing brand's matches. ECW's been kicking our ass most of this time, so I'm gonna be going to Paul Heyman. It's like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? This price is extreme.
This price is extreme. Yeah, exactly. I feel like we need to rest Omos for like one more week.
What's he at?
38. I could run the risk.
Yeah,
It's not gonna be too bad.
Ah, fuck it.
We need to get these belts off of them. So backstage crew.
No, Paulie hates paying for anything. Dude, RVD is like still sending like messages like, to whom it may concern.
To whom it may concern, Paul Heyman is a bitch.
What's up? I remember working 17 years ago. Just wondering if
between 1995 to 2001, I had the greatest job in the world.
I had the greatest non-paying job in the world.
Shout out to Maven.
Hell yeah. Dude, every time he pops up in my subscription feed, I'm like, hell yeah, let's go.
Genuinely, I still think he makes some of the best content in the space.
Yes!
So,
of course!
Because, like, there's a lot, like, of effort put into how things are presented. So.
Yeah, and I like that one video where he's in his, like, living room and the color correction was off, so he looked like a Simpson.
What? Would you watch that?
There was, like, a video that he uploaded, but the camera settings were, like, completely fucked. So he was, like, a deep, beautiful orange-yellow color.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was so distracting. I had no idea what the video was even about.
Alright, I'm gonna do a role change on Pinky here. I'm afraid we gotta make her Pink Amina.
Oh no.
I wish I could change their appearance in the actual, like, GM mode, because that'd be beast.
That would be awesome. You saying you would like basic options to be added to my
exactly.
GM? That doesn't sound right.
I want basic options to be added in 2K. Oops,
Here's
can't do it.
No, they'll add an island.
They'll add like an island, and then they'll charge, and then they'll make you pay $10 for fucking Jordans.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm not.
You don't want to go to fucking WWE Epstein's Island?
I've not
you don't
had a
be,
look.
You don't want to be on the Roman Reigns fucking flight logs?
you know, not really.
You don't want to go to the Hall of Benoit?
No, not really.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna say
you don't want to
this.
play the fucking Dance Dance Revolution Brock Lesnar fucking minigame?
I'm so excited to do 30 matches to get a haircut. I took one look at the island and I just knew right off the bat that thing's gonna be a giant fucking grind fest, and I know it.
I will say it's far more than 30. Someone did the math, I think, on Reddit or
I'm
Twitter.
sorry?
I don't remember which one it was. But I think it was 200 or so matches, equaling 30 hours of gameplay.
Ari, I refuse to believe what you're telling me right now.
I mean, you can refuse, but, you know.
I need the sauce. Listen, I know, but I need the fucking sauce, okay?
I'll try to find the...
Alright, we need to put the fact that these guys are a tag team again back into people's heads. So, we're gonna have a classic Can They Coexist storyline.
I love this.
This match is gonna be dog shit. I already know it. That's why it's in the mid card.
Yep, that's right.
Alright, we started a feud between Rainbow Dash and DYER here.
Very nice. Is DYER, is that a fan OC or?
That is a fan OC. That was created by Morning Keebs.
Nice.
And And Dyer's been holding it down. He's
Hello,
actually
Mario.
been like probably like the most highly rising original creation on the roster. So
72 pop. I mean, you can't ask for much more.
yeah, exactly. It's good. All right, we're gonna do class change. Hold on, just a second. I'm going to have Twilight call out Pinkie Pie. And
All right,
next
so
week
here he
we'll
goes.
have Pinkie Pie call out Twilight.
Not to interrupt you or nothing, but the island rewards you with 100 to 200 VC per match. If you're wondering whether a game mode is designed to drain your wallet, just compare VC cost of items to VC you actually earn per match. For example, if an island item costs 34,000 VC and you earn about 150 VC per match, it would take around 240 matches to unlock that one item.
That's
If a match takes about 8 minutes, that adds up to roughly 32 hours of gameplay for a single item.
That is inexcusable.
No. That's the future, brother. That's the
future. That's
of
now.
WWE.
The future's
oh my
now,
God,
brother.
It's in 2 days.
It's in
What
2
the
days.
fuck?
The future's in 2 days.
Holy shit.
Bro, listen. I want more than anything for these games to be good, right?
Yeah.
I want more than anything because, like it or not, they're still the best in this type of wrestling, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of like,
However,
they are the absolute bottom of the barrel in terms of just providing customers with something you would want to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rather, like, in terms of, like, treating their customers well. 2K is the absolute worst of the fucking worst.
Yeah.
I don't care if Tuxedo Mask gets injured. Fine.
The island of bankruptcy and inflation? Oh no.
The island of
Pyrophinical's gonna
bankruptcy is cold.
That's where I live, brother. The island of $9,000 of debt. M. Dickey's our wrestling game goat? You're goddamn right.
Yeah, he is. I've genuinely
I think
gotten more humor.
I think I got that game
out
from
of
somebody
game
really cool. Yeah.
than out of a lot of other games. So.
Oh no, it's perfect. I
definitely
literally,
will.
you boot that up and like that's your next 4 hours.
Exactly.
You don't have to plan anything. Shit happens to you.
Whether you like it or not. Whether he wants to or not.
Whether he wants to or not.
My fucking roster is beaten to hell and back. Ah!
No, you're doing great.
I don't like this. No.
Dev keeps not logging off the games is so fun.
Fuck it, you know?
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna do this. Tuxedo Mask. Men's title.
Every one of those people have a face covering.
You're right.
Fucking you gimmick the shit out of this match.
Gimmick it even further.
Oh god.
For the North American title, let's go.
Oh hell yeah.
None of
Sparkster wants the main event. True. Don't forget that.
Sparkster wants the main event. God, you're right.
Go.
There you go. Main event time, brother. Go get it.
He's gonna show up. He's gonna win. I believe in Sparkster.
Triple H, can you please give me another friggin' spa card? I'd like that. At least one tables match this week. Veto a star. That's good.
Actually, I'm gonna need you to go get me a sandwich.
Anyone on your sandwich?
I want bologna.
You know what? I had you pegged for fucking bologna.
Some salami. Some cold cuts.
I love Zach in the call because he'll just fucking have like the weirdest
His Triple H was great.
It was.
His
It's
Triple
great.
H was like, I would like a sandwich, and it's like that is exactly how I hear Triple H too.
Well, like, I mean, you also gotta think that's just Zach's voice. So
That's true.
that's also just Zach's voice.
Yeah.
Some smoked ham.
smoked ham.
God damn it.
Could you imagine fucking being Triple H? I would love like one of these fucking the post like pay-per-view shows that they do. I would pay like at least $5 if one of those bozos that call themselves journalists would just ask Triple H to recite the alphabet. Because that motherfucker would have like 46 letters by the time he was done.
What are your thoughts on the Civil War? Not you.
Me?
No, not you.
Listen, I have a lot of very, very complicated feelings about the Civil War. So in my TED Talk today, I would like to discuss...
Not you. I mean Triple H.
Listen. C.
You're so right, though.
You think by the time he got to the LMNOP part, he would just have a fucking stroke?
Yeah. Yeah, like he would like run out of breath.
Yeah.
Just fall on the floor. Dead.
Where would he go? Elemenopia. And it's like, those aren't letters.
I think you mean automatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. Like his brain just breaks because it ends in the A consonant.
Like it just like floods.
Yeah.
His brain just like floods. I love that.
It just leaks out his fucking ear.
I'm gonna sign Lula Tandy for 4 weeks.
Lula.
That's your women's mid-card match right there.
I always go for Sammy Vortex.
Sammy Vortex.
Yeah, she's the J horror looking like evil creature.
Oh,
looks like Nautico from The Ring.
Oh yeah, it looks like The Ring.
Yeah,
I do see Shotzi too. I almost kind of want to sign her, but
you have any power cards maybe to increase or keep?
Unfortunately,
no. Damn.
How about this? I'll look at her stuff here. I'll sign her. I won't sign her.
Me when I look at money. Yeah, actually.
I'll sign her. I won't sign her. Oh my god, I'm promising Angelina Dyer a match for the women's tag team championships that will never come. Okay, cool. Great. Rainbow Dash. Dyer. NXT no title match.
1, 2, that's 3. Ring the bell.
Dyer gets the win. But it didn't increase the rivalry, even though it should have. And Pinkie Pie is now Pinkamena.
He's a Stinky Pie now.
Stinky Pie? I love that.
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
No one get injured. No one get injured. No one got injured.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Well, that's fine. You got the rivalry going. That's okay. Now, Trixie, don't get injured.
Come on, Trixie. Hell yeah.
Don't get injured. You didn't even
not
start
get
a
injured.
rivalry. Hey, cool.
That was your own. You're gonna have like one pay-per-view-ish good match.
I'll probably be the main. Don't get injured.
Oh, wow.
Hey, okay. We got a new feud going in.
The belt matches his fur.
I'm not gonna
Or
lie,
their
chat.
fur.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. When we get to this, match at the pay-per-view, I don't want to watch anyone else. I want to watch this.
This is Okada versus Omega right here.
This is a crazy fucking match. This is a crazy feud.
Yeah.
Hank Hill's cooking over here.
Oh!
Because Hank Hill is NXT GM.
I don't know what that dang Tozawa's been doing, but you know, God bless his heart.
I'm pretty sure I saw him as a ninja once. There's
I
another
saw
big
him
fella on the 2.0 show.
Playing with dumbbells? I don't.
Applejack.
That boy ain't right. Oh no! Applejack's injured?
Yeah, she got injured.
What a silly pony.
How the hell did you see Cash Suplex's popularity? He was 76!
Yeah, Cash Money.
He was 76 and we buried the fuck out of him on the other show.
That's Fucking cash is money. I don't know what to tell you, brother.
Cash money, yeah. Christ.
Fucking Terry Funk blinks the time cat.
Blinks the cat, yeah.
What the fuck?
And we have Rarity over there with a clown.
I mean, you know, poor Rarity.
Cash bought fan bots. He bought fan bots.
Yeah, funk you.
The same bots that propped up Not Like Us, I bet.
Not like us.
Gonna head off. See ya. Aw, okay. You have a good night.
Yeah, great.
Make sure to follow if you haven't already. I do a lot of cool wrestling stuff like this.
Follow Giraffe and Stuff. I should have told my people that earlier. Follow Giraffe and Stuff, you idiots.
Bye, Edgy. You have a good night.
Already am. Good.
Great. Fantastic.
Or I'd have to ban you from my chat.
Or I have to find you.
Oh, it's a fucking classic.
Yeah, that was a week where I took the L hard. Besides the main event, which I got third best of the week.
I like the horizontally squashed Tuxedo Mask render.
Yeah, Tuxedo Mask was...
He looks so uncomfortable.
He doesn't want to be there.
No, he has scoliosis.
Oh, yes.
Fighting back pain by moonlight.
Yeah. Okay, so Madame didn't go down that much. That works out for us. Let's handy the newest superstar. Never heard of her. Not actually as bad as I was expecting. You don't completely suck.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of jobbers they're hiring over there.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
See, like this right here is what I was talking about. I just fucking talk to people like when they're on here, and I don't blitz through like, you know, booking this anymore.
Yeah.
So, that's fine. I enjoy talking to you.
That's good. I would hope so. Otherwise, that'd be weird if I was here. Actually, I fucking hate this guy, but he just showed up on stream and now I can't get rid of him.
Nah. Here.
It's break time.
NXT 2.0
Where the
gets
heck's the
booked after
Cheetos, my
this.
dudes?
There has to be a luchador called Scoliosis somewhere in the world.
Scoliosis. I don't know. When I hear scoliosis, I laugh a little bit.
Yeah.
Video game food chain, considering last year's mega hit
It is the kumquat of terminal illness.
Oh my god, I know, right? Some words just don't seem like they should be as accepted as they are. Who the fuck looked at kumquat and was like, yeah, brother, that's that thing.
And a soldier notices a dagger embedded in his chest.
That guy said, huh, kumquat, cum, and then they named it.
You play Laura Croft.
Or he just saw it and he was like, quat, and then his friend came over and was like, yeah, look at this. Oh man, now it's a kumquat. Oh my god, it's perfect!
Tomb Raider has slightly
He
more
like squatted
action
down
and
first.
exploration but you may not notice the difference.
He got.
This is good, because that way
He was in
everybody's
position
happy.
to deliver.
Obviously, we're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review. We fully expected to do so. We knew the game would be great, and it is. And we've only just scratched the surface.
God.
In answer to
Jonathan's gonna have no idea what to do when I send him that bit.
It'll be fine.
He's gonna have no idea what to do with that when I send him it to edit.
Imagine the drama.
Sometimes it makes it better.
It does. It does.
It's not so much awaiting the bit; it's awaiting the reaction to the bit.
Exactly.
Like, listen, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this kumquat bit?
Om nom nom. Oh,
You're gonna
excuse
get
me, we're back,
terminated.
my dudes.
I don't know, but you better make it work.
Yeah.
They made it work back then.
Yeah.
You gotta do it.
Exactly right.
Following the revolutionaries' footsteps.
Fuck yeah.
Cool. We got 2 more
Perfect.
shows to book before the pay-per-view, and then we're gonna watch the whole pay-per-view. So.
Fuck yeah.
Also, Big Gamer, I appreciate you being here, man. I'm sorry that your day's not going so well.
Who's Big Gamer? Are they in the chat?
They are in the chat at the bottom. There. Results second week campaign.
Oh yeah, they're there.
And if we continue, this will be the final week. You know what? Sure. So far, it's a net profit. Do it. Hey, Gina, I don't know if you knew this, but I love being in a certain match. The Falls Count Anywhere match. Let me the one decide how you're booked. That's my job. Not only do I love it, but the WWE Universe loves watching me in it. I think if you book me in one, you'll see that I wasn't wrong. Kumquat was probably just named before either of those words meant anything naughty. Okay, but like...
I refuse to accept that.
Okay, but like, let's pretend that that's not the case.
Yeah, that's true. I want to pretend that a guy squatted over while his friend was holding a quad, and then something horrible happened, and now we have a dictionary term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, a false count anywhere match, I would book that if we were 1 week before the pay-per-view. But I can't do it. Small decrease. I'm not a pushover, so watch your step. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I have a bit of a problem. I had a costume malfunction during practice today. I'm not sure I'll be able to go tonight. They fix it ASAP. The network will find us. You'll have to miss the show tonight. We can't have any slip-ups in the ring. The network will find us big. Well, I know what to do. You got it. Got it. Cool. Well, we're fucked. Great.
All because Ulafala, or whatever the fuck her name is, didn't want to go out on stream with her fucking titties out.
Ulafala.
Oh, Dyer. Sorry, I forgot her name.
Ula fucking Fala.
Listen, I've got fan-on names for your own characters now, sorry.
You got fan-in names? That's awesome.
Yeah, I've got fan-in names. Dryer is now Ulafala.
Dryer?
Dryer.
Dryer is now Dryer. What are you talking about?
Dryer,
oh, hey, Rainbow
Ulafala.
Dash can level up.
That's her tagline. The Dryer Ulafala.
Like that.
The cleaner Kenny Omega. Ooh, Rainbow Dash was the double champ.
Specialist bonus class would be good though.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on, let me see where Dyer is. We still got some ways to go. You know what? Let's put a pin in that. There.
Wait.
And then in the main event, we'll have the tag title match. Listen, man. Listen, Typhoon, you're gonna regret trying to, like, you know, big time me once I put the titles on you. In fact,
you're actually gonna regret it right this moment.
You're gonna regret it right this moment because, surprise, tuxedo mask. Wait, no. Yeah, tuxedo mask. On Shining Wizard.
Lore-wise, who are your guys' favorite characters in this MyGM?
Yeah, what are your favorite characters in this?
Who are your favorite warriors in NXT 2.0?
Let's see here. Sparkster.
Fuck yeah.
Sparkster is pretty based.
Quake?
Yeah, Quake is the villain name for Omos.
Ah, I got it.
We called him Quake.
Got it, Omos. Let's go.
We're gonna switch her over. Bruiser.
I love Omos in general, so.
Of course. Gotta be Omos. Everyone says Omos.
Everyone does. Fucking chat's just filled with Homo sapiens. I get it. How many Grayson Waller fans in chat? He's my favorite OC.
Yeah, fuck it, you know?
That's about how my GM experience is too. Yeah, fuck it. What, fucking jobber versus jobber? Yeah, sure, okay.
Okay. Bomberman.
Never let a loser like Grayson Waller in the WWE. I just want to know why that particular jobber got like a full like render. None of the other ones did.
It's very true. It's
Just like his render, he's sound like. Look at it.
Yeah, he is. He is though. He is. Gorilla Crew, show quality.
Could you imagine having an entire crew made of gorillas?
No.
You just paid for it. That's a whole zoo you just bought for $100,000.
I love that, honestly. I want
Yeah.
that. I need to get this fucking feud with the Typhoon done and over with.
You
I
need
feel
Lula Tandy. You need main event Lula Tandy. There you go. Be careful, because Trixie is getting a little,
Yeah, Trixie's not
worse
looking so
there.
great. Needs is a mustache to twirl. That's right, though. Oh, right, I need to give Rainbow Dash her upgrade. I'm waiting until after the feud is done with DYER here.
What power cards you got in the store?
Health Spa would be helpful. Let's do that right now, actually.
Hello, Mario.
Blackest Beast, did I miss any heel turns? You missed one. Pinkie Pie is now Pinkamena. Also, hey there, Blackest Beast. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Or as I call her, Stinky Pie.
Stinky Pie. Stinkamena. If Grayson Waller keeps his head down, he can become a second Miz.
Fuck yeah.
Listen.
That's all we needed was another Miz.
I'll be honest, from second one, Grayson always gave those vibes off to me.
Call that
Future
the
Miz.
mistake.
A mistake.
Yeah, brother.
Injury rehab. I already got so many injury rehabs, though. Ensure that Trixie cuts a promo this week. Okay, you know what? That might actually...
Yeah.
That might actually be okay. Ooh, it's handy.
I think he might make a great heel since her cupcake days. Man, I love that.
Bing, bomb, boof. We're doing advertising. Cool. Great. That looks like a card that I would, you know,
look
at,
Yeah.
think about.
Yeah.
Can't say I would watch it, but I would think about it.
I would turn it on for Bomberman, honestly. If
You
somebody
know,
if
based.
somebody told me Bomberman would be fighting on a wrestling card, I'd be like, all right, I'll check in for Bomberman.
That'd be pretty fucking based, honestly. Okay, do not make the feud go stale. Because if it is, it's in the mid card.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Match.
Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Great. All right, stimulate. Do not get injured, Bomberman, please. Yes. Okay, cool. Only one popularity. Hey, that's good. Cool. Twilight, Pinkie Pie. They're not really where I want them to be at the moment, but that's why they're in the mid card.
Hell yeah.
Because I need Twilight to change her class.
All right, chat. Cupcakes or Rainbow Factory?
Rainbow Factory.
I agree.
I like Rainbow Factory more. Yes, let's go!
Fuck yeah.
How'd that not increase the rivalry?
They're waiting for it for Mania. You're gonna have to try 7 more weeks.
I can't though.
No, you got this.
I need to put them in the match again. Dude, cash suplex. What the hell?
Cash suplex.
What the hell?
Cash money. Cash money millionaire.
$100,000 got my foot down on the gas. Akira wins! Let's go!
Yeah!
Dude, I'm not even mad that that's a classic match. I'll do that.
That rocks.
It's Sunset Shimmer My most scuffed pony character. Way up against
Fuck yeah.
Charlotte Flair. Okay. Flint McStones.
Flint McStone. Bonnie.
Bonnie. We're on WCW, Bonnie.
Bonnie, who the hell is Russo?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. R-Truth has like all the titles on ECW. And look at his main op.
Yeah! The modern day Maharaja.
I would have it no other way, honestly.
Absolutely.
That right there's base as hell. I'll BRB making some breakfast. Sounds good.
Okay, can you make me breakfast too, Keeps?
The Miz will be in the Hall of Fame somewhere. Had a feeling Pinkie Pie would make a great heel since her cupcake cake. Oh yeah, that's right. You're reading chat as well.
Yeah,
so
I am.
Thank you for doing the public service.
Hey, listen, I am a service.
Fuck, Hank Hell sells wrestling and wrestling accessories because he keeps bodying me with his booking.
I'll
That's
tell
crazy.
you what.
I sell wrestling and wrestling accessories.
That's awesome.
So the main event for Mania is going to be Dom versus Shining Wizard, I feel like.
Ah. Turns out they could not coexist.
They could not coexist. Alright, the rivalry's not stale yet. But I need to play this, like, smart next week. I need to play this safe a little bit. The Typhoon and Omos are an incredible tag team! Let's go! Hell
Damn
yeah!
right there.
Schizo the Clown gets revenge on Bomberman. Typhoon and Omos are the new champions. They sure are. Hey, we got over the line of 2 million. Great.
Why did Peter Griffin fucking typed one of those messages? Like, holy crap, Pinkie Pie.
Holy
One.
Rafa Puro. Rafa,
Yeah.
I've seen you over in
Hey,
our
Rafa.
server. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for following. You're a member of the Long Boy Club now. And you are in
Yeah,
it
you're
for life.
Hello, Mario.
bound for life, yeah.
Inokiism has arrived. Listen, in the
Damn
Church
right.
of Longboy, we fucking hate Antonio Inoki, actually. He fucked over Gira multiple times. So,
I don't know.
that's all.
Inoki
That's
is
another part
God.
of the lore. He is, but
I
like,
like-
listen.
I like that you have lore.
I have a lot of channel lore, and
Yeah.
I feel like I do not have a wiki, but I feel like if I did, I want to write it myself because I need to include the lore. You know? need
Yeah, I
to
could never do
include
that because I don't remember.
I remember
have
all my
no-
fucking lore.
I have
So-
no memory whatsoever, so I would have to have like other. It would be like the Gospels. Like other people would have to recount what happened in my own fucking life because I would not be able to
Take the
remember.
court.
Yeah, everything would be like secondhand accounts. Like no one would ever know what truly happened.
That's so based, honestly.
Yeah. I like how Paul Heyman's just got R-Truth next to him. He's like, this is our champion.
What's
He's
he
all
doing?
we got. Yeah, what is he doing?
I love, and my favorite thing about Hank Hill is that he just takes up so much screen real estate.
Yeah.
Because the guy that uploaded him didn't like size his picture correctly.
No, it's like a square PNG.
You gotta pay attention to the important part, Bobby.
Please teach the audience about the burning playing spirit. Listen,
That's
Rafa,
fine.
it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everybody loves Antonio Inoki.
I
even
love
those who
Antonio
don't know it yet.
Inoki. I love
He
Antonio
loves
Inoki.
Antonio Inoki. Loves it.
But he's a piece of
Yeah.
shit. And that's something you need to understand. The final change was 9,000 fans.
Let's go.
For 10K, it's about,
I mean,
you know what, for 10K, it's about what I
Yeah,
expected.
9K fans is 9K fans.
That's almost
about $1 a
1,000 per grand.
Yeah.
So. Hi,
Make
boss.
sure like he's going on Yelp. Thank you for the fans.
Very much so. That loser tuxedo attacked me during that last fight. I'm not going to stand for garbage like that. I want to sell things in the ring with him within the next 3 weeks. Fine. We'll do it.
Fine.
In fact, perfect mid-card match. Let's do it.
So when is Fluttershy gonna run in? Where's Fluttershy?
Fluttershy was on the Indies last week, check. So,
Ah. I'll give you $12 to buy Fluttershy right now.
How about I buy her next week? How about that?
All right, next week. That'd be a good one.
I'm gonna book the show first and then buy cards.
That's probably a good idea. Well, it's next week is your pay-per-view, right?
Next week's Survivor Series, yes.
Yeah. See, you called me on for the good show.
I did.
Nobody cares about fucking WrestleMania, Rumble, any of that shit. People come on for Survivor Series.
Well, I'll be back at this on Thursday for WrestleMania, and we'll be watching all of my card as well as the openers and the mains for the other three. So,
fuck yeah.
Just so we can see how far we've come.
Hell yeah. While Monster by Imagine Dragons plays in the background.
Exactly.
I'm only a man with a fuck yeah. The monster. Meanwhile, fucking Shining Wizard and like Dirty Dom are like fucking trading hands.
Yeah. I wanted to make something like that for the fucking My Rise this year. I wanted to like do something like that, but with like Throne by Bring Me the Horizon. I think
that'd be awesome.
I think that'd be so fucking beast, honestly.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we've got so much that we got to do now with that 2K25 coming out.
Yeah.
Fucking, we're getting together and doing like a trial MyGM run. I think this Saturday.
Yeah,
me and you should really fucking do. Well, no, I want you in Stable Wars. Because I personally love Stable Wars more than like anything else.
Okay.
Aww. I think the roster should be like complete, I think, at this point, like on SmackDown Hotel.
Okay.
We might be able to do the Discord call and like figure out who everyone would pick.
Okay. We can absolutely do that. I mean, we just need to coordinate. So.
Yeah. I'll figure out when everybody else is available, and then I'll just message you and let you know. Because Stable Wars will be fucking awesome. Don't know if we'll do that over the weekend. We'll probably do that during the week.
All right.
Because what is it? Thursday into Friday is when the game releases, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think. So me and my buddy
into Friday, although it's like releasing early for those that pre-ordered it. I didn't pre-order.
Oh, is it?
So.
I did because I'm bad with money, but also I get to write it off on my taxes. So yeah.
Oh.
You should too. You make money on here.
I do make money on here.
Literally just fucking claim the $90 or whatever the fuck it'll be. I don't even know how much games cost anymore, brother.
It costs like $70 for like the standard edition, and then it costs your house for the other editions.
I hate 2K. I hope they die in Minecraft.
I hope they do. I hope they step on a Lego and are really,
daily.
Just
hello,
like,
Mario.
Upset about it.
Shout. Yep. What it do?
Kachiga.
Someone in chat did not believe that that's what fucking Chick Hick said and thought I was like slurring.
No, he did. He did say that.
That's what I said.
He does fucking say Kachiga.
You know? Kachiga. Because he's like ripping off fucking Lightning McQueen.
Yeah. He's a rip-off artist. That's his whole shtick.
Yeah, exactly.
It's his whole damn thing.
And he has a mustache, and nobody likes that.
Ew.
Yeah, exactly.
Gross.
Yeah. You got a snot collector? Fucking loser.
Snot collector?
I say with like a full fucking, like, Eugene beard.
Eugene.
It's like the only way I could possibly describe it.
Oh. Here, I'm gonna make DYER. No, hold on. If I want Dom and fucking Shiny Wizard to main event, I feel like I need to put more assets into them. So
you need like a doctor character gimmick so you can have DYER and them tag as DYER Docs.
The DYER Docs. That's awesome. I mean, there is a local talent that is a doctor.
Listen, I'm the ideas guy.
I should hire you.
Yeah, exactly right. I could be the next fucking Paul Heyman. I could just sit behind you the entire time and go, "What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Don't pay these guys."
I'm an Ariona guy.
Yeah, I'll make that shirt. Is the new game worth? It depends on what you consider worth. Like I play. Here's the thing, right? Is that a lot of people are going to be playing the new game for a lot of different things. I feel
playing it mostly for content, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, which is what I do, you know. But at the same time, like when I'm not doing it for like stream shit, like I play offline, like with my friends and stuff. And I feel like that is probably more fun than anything else. Like if you have other people to play with and you kind of just like do your own thing or whatever. Or personally, I like, you know, doing like I wouldn't call it an e-fed, but I like just having friends pick people and then we run through like fake fucking cards and shit like that. So if that's like something that you're gonna do, like if you have other people to play with, or if you have like a stream that you want to showcase the game through, I would definitely recommend it. Otherwise, it's basically just gonna be this game again for money.
Yeah, that's really it. I mean, like, here's the thing. I say that I mostly play this for content, but that doesn't mean I don't like playing it, you know?
Yeah, exactly, right. Like, listen,
we have a lot of fun
I knew
with this
exactly
every
what you meant.
single year. We enjoy, like, adding lore onto what I have called the Cursed Wrestling universe, so...
Yeah.
And these are great vehicles for that. So.
Yes. Yeah, these are good vehicles for being silly with an audience.
It has like lore baked in, and then we can add our own shit on top of it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's mostly what I love it for. So
yeah.
Hey, my contract with 2.0 is up. Actually,
not Schizo.
I gotta
It doesn't have an awful lot of popularity.
How about this?
They're happy though. You could lowball them.
Let's talk figures.
Oh, fuck them.
I won't be renewing, man.
Yep, get out of here. And kill blocking his champions. That's the best part.
You gotta pay attention to the important part.
Yeah. That's me.
That's me. Let's talk figures. You know what? Sure. I'll pay you that.
Have you seen that like really like half shitty, half good AI cover where they're saying kill singing One Last Breath?
Yes, I have. I think you sent me that one.
Did I send you that? I might have sent
either
you that.
that or somebody else did.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking.
I'm an impartial GM, man. Nope. Thanks for the rematch against Mask. A Tuxedo Mask. That didn't go the way it should have, but I appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Rest your... it's pay-per-view week, Hunter. There's absolutely no way in hell that's happening.
Gonna need you to not
I'm gonna need you to not win this week.
On the show.
No.
Kind of asking because the newest one I've played is WWE 13. Well, if that's the latest one you've played, I would say buy the new one anyway.
Yeah. And if you're really unsure, then just go back like a year or two because it's basically...
Hello, Mario.
I would recommend this one probably because it has the most new stuff in it, and GM mode is... And GM mode is like the best one so far. So
yeah, I agree with that 1000%. Like I love playing GM mode, even if it's just by myself against like CPUs and shit. It's still fun. And I also like creating my own big ass roster. Like this year we did Joshi only, and then we ran like literally 100 Joshi CAWs and just made one whole roster with that shit.
Someone is going to get really hurt in this match, but that sounds like a them problem.
That's pay-per-view, baby. That's it. Listen, they knew the fucking they knew what they were getting into.
They knew the score. Extreme Rules Tag Team Championships in the main event. Here.
Hey, Devin. Hope you're having a good day. Or a good night,
hey,
depending
Devin.
on where it is for you. Should I just treat it like my dad? Hope you're having a good day or a good night, depending on where it is for you.
They kind of reimagined how the GM mode works in this year's game, though. So
yeah, which I
actually kind of excited for it.
Honestly. All of those extra options are so fucking good.
They are.
Having the win condition be based on fans if you want it to be, the trophy amount and shit like that. The timer, I think, is great.
That honestly should have just been how it was in the first place, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you have an option to set it.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm glad we have an option to have things that should have fundamentally been in the game.
North American title match, triple threat.
Can we watch the steel cage match, please?
We're watching all of these matches.
Yeah, we're doing all of these, and I'm commentating on all of them.
You are commentating on all of them.
I am. As if I haven't been, like, commentating this whole time.
You have.
I'm actually commentating Giraffe's booking this. Yeah.
You're commentating right now, in fact.
Yeah. Have you seen the new Legacy Challenge video about GM mode today? I haven't seen it yet. That was Xavier Woods versus Johnny, I believe. Have not gotten to see that. I will be watching that as soon as I am done with the Giraffe Sev stream.
Okay, once we're... I'm gonna end off this feud here.
So how do you like to end the feuds? Because I usually do the one that has like the big air bonus or whatever the fuck it is.
The what now?
Oh, you have everything locked until you unlock it, huh? I always go with the one that has just everything unlocked.
That right there was a mistake on my part.
Oh,
I meant to do something else, but I didn't.
Got it. Can I throw a chair to the guardrail in case a match goes terrible? Absolutely.
Oh,
Bullshit! Yeah. Bullshit! That's my favorite Inoki video of all goddamn time. I would be mad too if I looked in the ring and Festus was there, man.
Aw.
I don't like Luke Gallows. I don't like either of them.
I don't really like Luke Gallows that much. I mean, like, I'm sure he's fine. He's boring, though. So
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sure he's fine in real life. Boring as fuck, though.
Yep. Listen, I'm sure
it's almost time for a 9 seconds cheat to break my foods.
Hold on, I'm gonna snooze here. Let's see if I can unlock anything or if there's anything in the shop that's good.
Unless you really needed to fix a match, like if you wanted to end on a...
I'll do the rehab there. A little bit of TLC, that would be good for, like, Mania, because Trixie's good in TLC matches. And I feel like I need to rest Pinky and Twilight here so I can have them good for Mania.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea.
We're probably going to have a couple injuries on this show anyways, and I want to make sure that we have those cards ready.
You've got all sorts of cards, yeah.
I'll have this be... Wait, this is a branded pay-per-view bonus? What?
What is Steel Cage?
No, a tables match.
Oh, that's funny.
I'll do this then.
Absolutely. Yeah, Creative Finisher hasn't been in a game for, what, over a decade now, I imagine, right?
Yeah, that's probably it. Tuxedo Mask is hurt. I don't really care about him, so he's fine.
He wasn't doing that. How the fuck did he get hurt? He's been doing run-ins for like 3 weeks. What, he tripped?
Yeah. Yes, he did. He friggin' tripped on his big cape. He was like, my work here is done, and then he broke his ACL. Let's see. I feel like... Which one should main event? I feel like that either the tag titles or the women's title needs to feud either main event. The Steel Cage feels like a great main event to look forward to.
That feels like a bigger event, in my opinion. I don't know if it works like that, but I would say that's true.
Everything else is a tables match because it's a branded pay-per-view. So this one's probably gonna go by really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, tables matches are like 45 seconds.
With that in mind, we're gonna take one more break.
Hell yeah, Cheeto time.
Cheeto time, so I can go to the bathroom.
Hell yeah, go piss, girl.
We'll see you in a few minutes for Survivor Series. Ah!
It's break time. Omna.
Hey, welcome back to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I saw it. Henry was yelling at me. Henry's my cat, by the way. Henry was yelling at me because his food bowl was empty, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, Henry, I'm so sorry." So he's happy now. He's fed. He has his feast, much like the family sitting at home tonight for Survivor Series. Ah, there you go. It's a Thanksgiving throwdown. Get out the cutlery, the tables. It's a tables match extravaganza here.
Hello,
except for the
Mario.
main event. Except for the main event. Every other match is a tables match. It's a Thanksgiving throwdown. You throw them through the table, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, that's Thanksgiving. I don't know what you guys do for Thanksgiving, but that's exactly what I do for Thanksgiving.
Exactly. Henry was holding you up for more food. I mean, granted, his bowl was almost empty, so I had to fix that. The vet said I need to keep track of his weight after bringing him in, because he's a little bit over a healthy weight. Not too much. He's supposed to be 13 pounds. Right now, he's 15 pounds. So I switched out his food, gotten him on a healthier type of food, and I'm only giving him a certain amount every day. So, also listen to my favorite MLP song, LMAO. What's that?
I was just sharing that with chat. So we were talking
Also-
about Trixie earlier, and it reminded me that like one of my favorite fan songs. Apparently, it was 12 years ago, which makes me feel very, very young.
Old.
Yes.
Also,
Yeah.
do not post links in my chat without permission from me first, please.
Son of a bitch.
I will keep that there. I know it's fine. I trust you to not infect my audience with malware. But
How dare you?
But just for future reference. So
Sure.
anyways, Thanksgiving throwdown. Put your family through tables along with everyone at home. Play along at home. It's time for Survivor Series, and we're kicking things off with the barn burner of a match here. It is, of course, the natural disasters, the Typhoon, and his flunky, Quake, taking on Shining Lizard and Dirty Dominic Mysterio. It is the Judgment Day taking on the natural disasters. Two cataclysmic forces colliding here in our opening contest. Also, what is this song here? I'm gonna check it out real quick.
Don't click it, it's a virus.
Trixie, original by Rainforest. This was 12 years ago.
12 years!
How about this? We'll listen to it during the Trixie match chat.
I wasn't telling you to listen to it. I was just sharing it with the chat.
Well, listen, I want to listen to it. So.
Oh, he's got the Great Muda intro. The old one.
I love this because it's so fucking dramatic for no reason.
Yes.
Like,
Well,
watch this. It's like, he just walks out.
Yeah. Well, it made more sense when it was like, it did what it was supposed to do.
And it was actually the Great Muda.
Yeah.
But now it's him.
Yeah.
With his fucking bed sheet over his back.
Like, he's supposed to go in holding the thing, like, with the entrance gear and then come out in, like, the ring attire.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been broken for, like, 6 or 7 years now. And no matter what, you're just always in your entrance attire. Like, it does not do what the actual entrance is supposed to do.
I mean, did they fix it when they actually put the Great Muda in the game?
No, they gave him a new one.
And it still doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
It still doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
That's fucking bullshit, dude. Come on.
I love 2K. I don't know what the hell you're getting at. It's so good.
If you think that we can be lazy, don't worry. We can go lazier.
Look at the size of this man.
Look at the size of Omos, donning his Quake alter ego.
Look at him. I like the idea that, like, he's not gimmicked, he's just Omos. Which means that natural disasters, Omos is just a natural disaster.
Exactly. You know what? That's actually metal as hell.
Yeah. Like, listen, Typhoon, yeah, natural disaster. Hurricane, of course, natural disaster. Omos, my favorite natural disaster.
He's in a class of his own. Whether he's masked or he's just himself.
Yeah.
He makes the earth quake beneath his feet, hence the name. So
yeah. That's why he's named Earth.
That's why he's named Earth?
Yeah. He makes the earth quake beneath his feet.
No, he's called Quake.
Hence the name Earth.
Hence the name Earth. I'm socially awkward. Is that what I see in the crowd?
Yeah, he's a wrestling fan.
I mean, that's very true. I mean, look at us.
That's true.
Funniest company ever. What
Exactly.
this? Well, listen, you got three of the greatest of all time in here and the Typhoon. So
Yeah. Look at him. That is some bright hair.
yeah.
Is that? Yeah, that's hair.
Yeah, that's hair.
I was
dyed his
almost
hair.
unsure. Oh, look at him.
I'm not used to seeing Shiny Wizard without a title because the men's Myrise just had you as champion the whole time, and from like the word go, he had the NXT tag titles. So
That's awesome.
So I forgot that I gave him Rico's entrance. I mean, it fits now because. Oh wait, that's right. I blended it with Sin Cara.
Hell yeah.
I wanted to rub in the fact that he's a Pegasus, so.
Yeah, well, of course.
And I gave him the Judgment Day's theme, so he is again the founding father of the Judgment Day in this canon.
That's awesome.
So him and Dom are like besties.
Talking dork for a second.
Yes.
What would you be? You could be like the Magic Horn. You could have the Pegasus, Alicorn. You could be a stupid ass Earth Pony. Like,
I'll try to answer the question over the booze.
Yeah.
I would have probably Alicorn because I get the best of all worlds, really.
That's true, but like then nobody would like you.
You know what? That's true. Pegasus.
I think. Yeah, that's a better one. Is that fun?
Soak it in. I need to make the blues like cheaper. In fact, I'll do that. I'll do that for when. Actually, no. I'm really hoping that the natural disasters win this match. I just like being a thunderstorm Kieran so I can shock everyone. That's fair. Kiirans are based, especially Autumn Blaze. Autumn Blaze is like a late in the game character that everyone loves. Cool. NXT Tag Title time to start us off here at NXT Survivor Series.
Let's go.
And I usually play battle music over the matches too.
Fuck yeah, I do too.
It gives them a bit more personality. Usually
yeah.
I have Persona music playing over them. Almost doesn't even fit the screen.
Omos is so big, he's like cut off. The torso of Omos.
Persona 5 Strikers.
Fuck yeah.
Which I've not played.
Strikers. I haven't gotten to play that yet, no.
Neither have I.
I tried Tactica and I didn't like it too much.
I've not played Tactica. I've only played P5 and P5 Royal. So,
yeah, P5's great though.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely generational. I played it on the stream a long time ago.
Did you?
A long time ago. Like, we're talking like 3 years, I think. So.
God damn.
Which is crazy to think I've been doing this for a long time, but I have. So.
Yeah.
Just not with as much commitment as I should. So. But, sorry, I don't mean to step over your words.
No, you're fine, you're fine. It's your stream, actually.
That's actually true. I can step over you if I want to.
Yeah, exactly. You can step on me, brother.
Oh,
like,
wait, what? Huh?
Yeah.
Listen, I wasn't gonna go there.
I'm a guest. I don't even have to pay extra.
I wasn't gonna go there. That was your choice.
Yeah, always.
The natural disaster is absolutely raining on the parade of the Judgment Day here, by the way. They successfully isolated both challengers here.
We got 2 tables on the inside, neither of them being used appropriately.
2 tables on the inside, neither of them being used.
Not a
one
single
set
turkey.
up.
Yeah, not a single turkey on that bitch. Not a pot of mashed potatoes.
No pumpkin pie, which is fine because pumpkin pie is overrated. I prefer.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
What's your favorite pie?
Like for real, banana cream.
Oh, banana cream's such a good shout. Honestly.
Yeah, 1000%. But if it's like basic bitch pie, then like apple pie, probably.
I like coconut cream the most, honestly.
Oh, that's a good one too. Dude, cream pies are just the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Chad.
There's also chocolate cream.
Oh my
no
god.
way. Are we doing
so
this? Are we doing this right? Is this it?
35 seconds.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's it. Wow. We couldn't even get past like the first loop of this song.
Fuck no. Yeah.
And just like that, the Judgment Day are once again tag team champions, but
it's a fucking classic.
It was not eliminations, it was one to finish.
Could you imagine paying for this pay-per-view?
No, because now I know, dude, I know the bar is set so fucking low at this point.
Yeah.
You know? We got 3 more matches of this.
Yeah, I can't wait.
We got 3 more matches of this bullshit, and we're supposed to sit through all of it. Yes.
I love it.
Yes, actually, you will, and you'll like it, because now we have the great and powerful Trixie taking on Lula Tandy in a tables match. One table's been broken so far. The dinner has been set for one of our competitors, and it's going to be set once again here.
I feel like the entrances were longer than the match.
They were. The entrances were longer than the match.
That's awesome.
Great. The debuting Lola Tandy. Big start for her versus Trixie here. Actually, we've seen her a couple times.
I've heard the T in NXT actually stands for Trixie.
Trixie.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she'll tell you. Again, she is a forever champ. With her forever friend. Rather, with her friend forever. Rainbow Dash. So she's coming into this with a little bit of a big head, but Lula Tandy might have her number. Although Trixie's been going on a little bit of a tear. She had Twilight's number for a long-ass time.
I got Trixie going into this.
Exactly.
Listen, Lula, I mean, look at her. She's using that, like, 2K17 hair. I don't think so, brother.
Not to mention, she's British, so...
Oh, God. Even worse.
Hell yeah, Des Moines.
Des Moines, Iowa mentioned?
Are we in Iowa here on this show? Ari, where are we right now?
I don't know.
Where are you? Where am I?
We're in Des Moines, evidently.
Who are you?
I'm in Ohio. Let's go to Ohio instead.
Were you just trying to play MyGM in Ohio?
Yeah. Without the Skibbity Riz?
Without the Skibbity Riz. Exactly.
Oh, man. That's how you get sent to the Shadow Realm, brother. Oh, that was really cool popping.
Yeah, that was a cool pop in there. Anyways.
Did you like that?
Anyways, Punch Out.
Hell yeah.
I need to find larger loops of this music because I love it.
Is this from the Wii?
It is from the Wii game.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, Trixie.
Are we doing limb work in a tables match?
Damn right. Whippersnapper.
This is Iowa. Where's all the corn?
Yeah, Iowa. We're the best wrestle. Goldberg ate all. It's a long way.
Oh, it is.
Oh!
Lula's showing up a little bit here now.
Yep. He's going up. Oh, Trixie's up though. Axe handle.
The tables matches are really one where anyone really has a fair chance of winning. Because like the match can win in an instant.
Except the table. The table never wins.
Oh yeah, of course not.
Oh, another. Oh, she missed.
Went to the well one too many times. Better question, where is Slipknot?
That's for true.
On the soundtrack of this pay-per-view.
She wants to take this one outside the ring, it seems.
Survivor Series to the tune of Eyeless.
Oh, Trixie, going to a table?
Okay, no.
Not gonna make it.
Lula's fighting back. She's putting up a hell of a fight here tonight. Oh, and it could be over here before we know it. Let's see. Is it?
Oh, it knocked it over.
And the table
That's
does
gonna
not
buy
want
us
to cooperate.
at least 12 more seconds a match.
Exactly. The table
My
not
dad
wanting
in
to
the
cooperate.
polo in the front row, fucking loving this match.
Your
so far.
dad?
That's my dad. He paid for the tickets and he's wondering why Omos is gone already.
Your dad looks healthy, I would say.
Yeah. Listen, we're a very healthy family.
Most likely they are at the demonic circle in the field over there.
Yeah, of course.
Wait,
That's where all the corn went.
They removed red and green from the CAM mode. The what? Of the create a move. Wait, the create a what now? Move?
The create a monster.
Create a monster mode. Oh, create a move set. Oh. Yeah, they remember. Yeah, they removed the iconic red and green guys, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now it's just a guy and a guy.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I miss when it was green and red, not just because nostalgia, but because you could easily tell who was taking the move. And
Yeah, who is the?
You know?
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, dropkick.
Holy shit! Trixie don't have wings, but she can
Get
fly.
back up.
Now Lula taking her over to the turnbuckle, maybe looking to do a little bit of damage, knock her daylights out so she can get that table shot kill.
If you were magic, wouldn't you just be able to grant yourself the ability to levitate?
That's very true. But it's a good thing that we live in a just world now, Ari.
I don't buy it.
I mean, Trixie's
Personally-
won so much that you would think
Okay.
that she's using magic.
Yeah.
But
Trixie's a secret alicorn, actually.
I buy it. Listen, I'm Trixie fan until the day I die. I saw it. We've been doing rewatches of Pony and I'm in my server. And the
Yeah.
moment that we saw Trixie again, I was like, I don't know why people didn't like her.
yeah.
She's like the greatest heel of all time.
Yeah,
You know?
for true.
She makes a lot more sense if you're a wrestling fan. So
Yes, I agree with that.
she makes so much sense, and then she's still mostly the same even after she kind of becomes a larger staple in the show.
After they homogenize her into the like actual cast.
She's still very much like the most troublemaking of them,
Yes.
and she doesn't read social cues the most.
No. We stand an autistic troublemaker.
Exactly. But that just
Oh.
makes her victories even better. So
Exactly.
I'm still very happy about how we use Trixie during the Equestria Girls Rumble. I kept her a total secret.
That's awesome.
And she was like the special guest referee in the Twilight versus Sideswi match.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, Trixie?
Funny enough, I only found out because apparently people have made wiki pages for them that includes a death date.
Oh, God.
I mean, Slipknot. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. No, you're talking about Red and Green Man.
Nah, it's way funnier if you consider it Slipknot.
Wait, is she about to do like squats?
Yeah, hit a
She's
fucking
doing a standing
brainbuster.
suplex.
Hell yeah.
Incredible strength from Lula here.
Lula Tandy, the female, fucking Bobby Lashley.
Exactly. She hurts people.
She hurts people. Mostly herself. Look at she can't get up.
Still though,
Oh, Trixie?
it's probably the most fight that Trixie's had in quite a while. And it's from someone that just entered
throwing
the company.
table. She's trying to big league her.
Wait, could you
Welcome
play
to the-
as Red and Green guy in a game? That's awesome.
Oh shit! This could be it.
What the?
Oh my
Huh?
God!
Oh my goodness gracious! That right there was the magic
Trixie
I played from Trixie.
Used her magic, yes.
Showing her showing Lula what's really possible. I mean, we all knew she was holding back, but I didn't know it was by that much. Ow!
Friendship is magic, but so is hatred, it turns out.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes the money in the bank into you.
She got that Alicorn amulet on her.
Good God Almighty.
Oh, Trixie.
What the?
Trixie wants a table in every damn corner here.
She wants a little bit of insurance there. We have a fourth table in play now.
A fourth table has hit the ring.
I want, you know what? I want them to cover all 4 corners too.
Yes, please.
Cover all 4 corners, please. Please. Please.
Oh, she's gonna hit
Move!
her.
No!
Oh shit!
Wait, DDT on the
DDT to the
rungs!
table.
Ow!
Now Trixie. Oh, not able to get the tackle up.
We can't set the table until it's broken, ladies. Let's go.
Oh, backbreaker.
I think with 2 color wrestlers, 2 muscular Mohawk dudes named Green and Purple. The team was called Ink Inc. It's funny because there was a tag team in TNA called Ink Inc. So, with Shannon Moore and some other guy.
Oh, reversed.
Oh, hey, here we go.
This could be it.
That's
it. Power bomb.
See you at the pay window. And Trixie proving once again why she is great and powerful.
The great and power bomb puts it away.
Exactly. The great and powerful the great and powerful bomb. Yes, I love that. I love that actually. We need to patent that shit.
There you go.
The great and power bomb.
I love it.
No, it's the great and powerful bomb. Yes.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
And this is also a tables match.
This is also tables, triple threat tables match for the North American title. It
Hell
is,
yeah.
of course, Ethan Hunter versus Schizo versus Bomberman. 3 created wrestlers here, actually. We are the table. You say that in Triple H's voice.
We,
oh my god.
Chainsaw Charlie.
Oh my god, this is actually great. No, you need to put them through the table. You don't chop it up.
No, he's a woodworker.
He's a woodworking clown.
He's very confused.
480 pounds?
Hell yeah. He ate the table.
he fucking ate the table and all the food that was supposed to be on it from the other 2 matches.
He is the Thanksgiving Day Massacre.
Yeah.
He ate all the food.
Is Schizo a juggalo? You know what? I don't know if that's canon, but I'm gonna decide it's canon.
He looks down to Clown till he's dead in the ground.
Yeah. He also looks like that he's ready to protest against products that use animals for testing.
He almost looks like Jim Sterling.
Jim Sterling. And also has a furry daughter. Like, have you seen that video where, like,
no.
I'm pretty sure it was Shaggy 2 Dope.
That's awesome.
Like he has a daughter that's either trans, a furry, or both. I know for a fact they're a furry.
Yeah.
And he went to a furry con with an ICP inspired fursuit with his daughter. And I just think that's really fucking cute. Getting down with the clown. No, that was perfect. Shannon Moore, the guy with the best mohawk in modern wrestling. Is he modern wrestling? I don't think he really is. Dude, imagine you bump the ref, saw the table in half, put your opponent by it, and when the ref wakes up, he calls her the bell because he thinks that person that got through it.
Listen, we're fantasy booking Schizo the Clown now. Or whatever the fuck his name is.
He fucking listens to ICP. And right there's his concert fit. Well, it is a James Stephanie Sterling now. I'm pretty sure that they still don't mind if you call them Jim Sterling.
Yeah, they still got Jim in like all their
for like branding purposes.
Yeah.
So feasting my eyes on Bomberman. Yeah, this Bomberman cause actually like beast.
I love it.
Ethan did an incredible job on this. All 3 of these are from our man Ethan Hunter.
No shit.
Yeah, these are all from the same guy. So
this one looks good too.
Yeah. And
Looks very Sonic OC-esque.
This is just him. Could you? Would you believe it? He is a Sonic fan, so
Ah,
that makes sense.
I remember when you were losing your mind because you didn't know I was a Sonic fan.
Listen, I lose my mind whenever I find out anybody's a Sonic fan because Sonic fan is my gaming special interest. So
Yeah, that's like my OG like fixation.
Mm-hmm.
Next to like Thomas the Tank Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm old.
If you're not a Sonic fan in this chat, go to bed. Basically.
That's true. That's for true, and that's also for real.
We only do tasteful clowning on Sonic in this house.
Tasteful clowning.
Dude, Schizo is fucked, dude. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Been playing Sonic for 30 years. Me too.
Been playing it for almost 15, although, you know.
So what
I'm a little
was your
younger than
first
my
game then?
contemporaries, so.
What was your first game?
My first game that I really got into was Sonic Unleashed. I had the standard definition version of Unleashed.
Yeah.
And then I played Generations a few years later. I love that.
Fucking love Generations. Still one of my favorites.
Played Shadow Generations last year. Loved that too.
Nice.
Sonic Heroes is probably the one I identify with the most though, because I told this story before. I remember playing it many times on McDonald's kiosks back in the day.
That's awesome.
Sonic on the Genesis. I aged rapidly.
Yeah,
oh no.
Sonic for the Genesis was my first too, so don't feel too bad.
We got a bunch of old coots in the chat.
I'm sorry, I'm so old and decrepit. I'm turning to dust.
My first Sonic game, Sonic Rush. Wait, is that it?
Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush is, what, a DS game? Yeah.
That is a DS game.
I never played that because I never had a DS.
I had a DS, but I didn't play the Sonic games on DS.
Yeah, I had a 3DS, but like I don't think I played anything other
It's
than
almost
like,
time. 90
Pokemon Heart Gold and
seconds.
Soul Silver.
My dudes.
You gotta be shitting me, and I don't have a snooze.
Listen, we're out of time, folks.
What the hell? The Razor Jam with the Long
Yeah,
Boys,
Razor
girls,
Jam,
NBs,
let's
and
go.
AGs. We're going straight to a picture-in-picture break. Hold on. We're starting the picture-in-picture break.
Perfect.
Hold on.
Konami also treads in the
Konami?
territory with Castlevania.
There it
Symphony of
is.
the Night. Although
There it
we
is.
found
There's
the game to be a
picture-in-picture.
disappointment, we couldn't help but be sucked into the game.
Razor
The game
Gem, thank you
expands
very much for
dramatically as you find
sending your
new
community over
passageways
here.
and secrets
For those of you who
within
don't know,
Dracula's
I'm
castle.
Giraffe Set, president
We
of
think
Long
the
Boy
game
Club,
is
very
fun,
large
but
enjoyer of all
again,
things
way
gaming,
overhyped.
wrestling,
This is a
Adderall,
traditional
and my
2D
stinky cat.
platform experience
Tonight,
with no
we
in-game
are doing
cinemas or
Survivor
anything
Series
to
here.
set
It is
apart
a
from
Thanksgiving
previous Dracula
throwdown
outings.
because Survivor Series is in
The
November.
unification of side-scrolling action
It's
and
all
character
tables
building
matches except for the
RPG
final
elements
match.
is unique and impressive, but
And we're
almost
doing a
unnoticeable
custom
in
character
terms of the
MyGM mode
effect on
run.
gameplay. The challenge is very
Right now
hard.
we're
And
in
also
a...
I'm
far into the
here.
game,
And
but still
yes, my
fell
friend
far
Ari
from
is
the
also
end.
here. Say
The
hello to
different
him.
areas of Dracula's
Hello,
castle
friend.
are well designed, and in many cases,
Can you shout
a
out
sight
Ari
to
in
see.
chat, Ahmad?
The artistry and
They're-
detail
You
is
don't have-
readily apparent,
don't give me any
particularly
shout-outs.
in the
I
background.
will.
The
I will.
setting is
I'm-
very convincing,
I am-
as everything looks Romanesque
Oh,
or
Spear.
Gothic. Besides the overdone
Spear
side-scrolling
Simon
nature of the
Belmont.
game, we also have a minor complaint
No,
about
it's just a
one
regular
aspect
stuff.
of the game's control. You can't
Here, I'm gonna
jump in
shout
the
you
middle of a
out.
swing. Think about that for
The
a moment.
Ari
If you're
Ona
standing
is
still
spelled
and you
with
swing
capital
your whip,
letters, right?
you can't jump
The
until the
Ori
whip has
Anist,
come
yeah.
all the way back to you. Now
Capital
that's ridiculous,
letters
folks.
for every first
Ridiculous
word,
and
yeah.
frustrating.
Capital V,
I mean,
capital
really,
Ari,
that is
capital
one
Ona.
annoying flaw.
Oh shit!
So much
Monkey
realism.
flipped through
Really?
the table!
Castlevania series
Schizo the
often
Clown
sports
is the
slightly stiff
winner!
control,
I need to
and
do
this
it.
game is
Wait,
no
Schizo
exception.
won?
However, we should
Schizo!
say that the control only
Dude, that's
feels
another
stiff in that
championship that's
instance.
gonna be vacated
Otherwise,
at this
Yeah.
pay-per-view.
Symphony of the Night
We're gonna need
is
to
a pretty
crown a
decent
new
game.
champion
You won't
again.
not like it, but it won't make you sing out loud either.
That's a
Then
new
again,
champ.
No game does that.
That's
The bottom
what is that,
line
North
is,
American
unlike Crash
Championship?
Bandicoot 2,
Yeah, your grandpa's
Castlevania
chair
does not
championship.
take old school
That's
gameplay
fucking
and
good. I
put
love
it in
that
a flattering
championship.
3D
I love that it
format.
looks like
Instead,
something that my grandpa
Castlevania
won
just
out of a
creates
book
more
for
of the same,
smoking enough like
but
Camel
enjoyable
cigarettes.
more of the same.
There. Go follow Ari if you've not done it yet. They do a lot of content in a similar sort of style to me, but
You
they're more of a
can
Joshi
follow.
flavor. So if you were to...
I taste like Japanese women, yes.
if you're into Japanese women's wrestling, you will enjoy what Ari's selling. So,
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
For the rest of this week, we'll probably be doing, by the end of the weekend, we'll be doing the WWE 2K25 stuff. Today, we were going to start the 1992 New Japan G1 Classic, or Climax, whatever they call it.
G1 Climax, yeah.
But instead, Mr. Giraffestev called us in here to be on chat. So I was like, fuck yeah.
I appreciate you coming in on short notice.
Absolutely. I was at work. And Stev was like, hey, do you want to do something tonight? And I was like, yes. Because I did. It was a very easy decision to make.
I appreciate that you did. Much like how I appreciate that this godforsaken feud's about to end. Sparkster and Grayson Waller in, you guessed it, a tables match. This time not ending in picture-in-picture, hopefully.
I think we'll be okay.
If this lasts for more than 2 minutes, I will be genuinely shocked.
We are about
The one that's gone the longest has been the women's match, right?
Yeah, that's very true. It's been the singles match. It's been the one where there's not as many variables.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Jonathan Sparkster.
You like Rocket Knight Adventures?
Didn't they remake that like not long ago?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah, I wanted to check that out, but I heard it wasn't like great.
I could
Oh,
not.
look at his wiener.
That's his tail. That's some erectile dysfunction.
Listen, you can call it whatever you want. I know what I saw.
Erectile dysfunction, chat.
It is Rocket Knight.
I hate that. I hate that my brain thought of that.
Eroctile dysfunction.
Eroctile dysfunction?
Yeah.
That's actually great.
No. Check and boo if they want.
Cool. He's facing Grayson Waller. Most didn't like the redo stuff they did, but overall it's still a fun game. What game are we talking about? Sorry?
Rocket Knight Adventure Remake.
Oh, right, okay.
Grayson Waller is in full effect.
My brain is... It's
You're still on erectile dysfunction, yeah.
Yeah. I'm suffering from erectile dysfunction.
The Grayson Waller effect.
There's... It reminds me of, like, Joel's stream of Mr. Bones, where, like, he couldn't get over the fact that the main power in the game is called skeletism. And one of the comments in his VOD was like, please be patient, I have skeletism.
That's so good.
As a man with autism, I laugh my ass off.
Hell yeah. Dude, God, that is a game I always have wanted to play, but like watching other people play it, I just look at it and go,
no,
there's no way that's gonna be a good. Like, it looks like fun when you're watching other people play it, but then you realize like the frustration that they have. And it's just like, no, I don't think I will.
AJ Styles called. He wants his jacket back.
No. Oh, stomp to the hand.
Well, they had that as an ad right now on... Oh, yeah, that's right, because we were playing this last night because I want to get this done before, you know, 2K25 touches everything.
Oh, shit.
And apparently there was an ad that promoted... I have to assume it's like Blue Chew or something.
Yeah.
Because it helps with, like... It helps with, like, ED, you know?
That's awesome.
And I'm just like, dude, I know that Twitch is for gamers, but you don't need to be so overt.
It's a gel?
A gel? What, one that you put on, like, your hot dog?
I mean, yeah, I love fucking a jelly
you put
hot
on your
dog.
hot dog so you can eat it?
A nice jelly hot dog.
Nothing beats a chili-filled donut.
The cream-filled ones are my favorite.
My favorite thing about Yakuza right now, we're playing that on stream on weekends.
Yeah. Which one? Which one are you playing?
Like a Dragon. Yakuza Like a Dragon.
I love that one.
Form. And anytime we have like a rice ball, I just call it like a fish donut.
Jelly donut. Yeah.
Let's say, what the hell is Sparkster cooking here?
What? Can you not smell what Sparkster is cooking?
No. Probably nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Hey, what are your thoughts on Lassie? Lassie, what do you mean?
The dog?
Also, best Space Ghost episode. Space Ghost was a little before my time. I know that...
Space Ghost episode is when Macho Man was his dad or grandpa.
Wait, that was an episode?
Yes.
That's awesome. I need to see
that.
Yeah,
he plays like Peepaw Space Ghost or whatever, and it's fucking hilarious because it's like old Macho Man. So he's got like a big like gray beard, but he's still wearing like the gimmick glasses and shit like that.
My favorite early Cartoon Network moment is when Johnny Bravo is like, he's doing like a call-in show, right?
Yeah.
And he like explains the plot of Dragon Ball to a caller.
Yeah. Like, yeah, the Goku there going down to Namek, and he's gonna be messing up a whole bunch of Saiyans. Here.
It's like Goku isn't the one that messes up the Saiyans.
Yeah, Goku is the Saiyan.
Yeah, Goku's not the one that messes up the Saiyans, Johnny. Get your lore right.
You're gonna do the Kamehameha.
Kamehameha. I love that.
Yo, Kamehameha. Yeah. Did you know there was a direct to like India Johnny Bravo movie?
Straight up TOS breaking material as ads recently. I feel like the fact they make you watch like a minute of ads before you can skip is a break of TOS in and of itself. My TOS, my time, which is obviously sensitive. That's what TOS stands for. Time obviously sensitive.
My time sensitive.
My favorite early Saiyan cartoon was Edda and Eddie.
Dude, Edda and Eddie is awesome.
I still think about it very often. I have a redeem that's Edda and Eddie, actually. It's called Big Kev.
Let's go.
The Big Kev comes in and causes a game over screen to happen.
Oh, shit.
We're having limb work again in a tables match.
That's fantastic. I need this to go longer than 30 seconds.
We need it to be competitive, brother.
I have felt more like a nuisance and less as a commentator because the matches are only 12 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing you were here for... Jesus Christ. Well, it's a good thing that you were here for most of what happened before. So
the other hour and a half of menu work.
Menu work. That's awesome. I'm working the menus.
That's right. Gotta gig the menus, brother.
Stranglehold. Courage, Edda and Eddie, Teen Titans were my main shows growing up. Yeah, like, all that was kind of before I was really able to consume stuff like that.
You would have been like fucking Ben 10 and Johnny Test and shit.
I mean, I was still SpongeBob, obviously. But like, SpongeBob is like the Simpsons and Children's Animation. Dude, Fanboy and Chum Chum is based, alright? I'll die on this hill. It's actually better than some people want to give it credit for.
I will simply take your word for it.
It's actually pretty fun.
Oh shit!
I'm not just saying that because Nika Futterman, the voice of Chum Chum, voices a Sonic character.
Oh really?
Yeah, you know Sonic Boom? She voices Sticks in that.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, shit. All the shit. In fact.
I need to watch the rest of that. I watched like season 1. I really liked it. I just never watched very far into it.
I've been watching Sonic Boom a lot lately because, you know, unemployed. And, you know, like, as you do.
I was unemployed. Yeah.
And if you listen to Sticks, you can hear the Chum Chum in there. So
yeah, I'd imagine so.
Ah! Denied! Denied! Denied the low blow.
Failure to launch.
Say, you like launched him in the air.
Oh! Butter.
For Nick, I like SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, and Danny Phantom. I was more of a Jimmy Neutron guy. Even though that was also kind of before my time, I watched enough of it to where I was like, I really like this, so.
Dude, when I was growing up, they had Jimmy Neutron and fucking Fairly Odd Parents. They did crossovers.
They did,
and they were like the biggest event of like any childhood ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking new Jimmy Power Hour came out. We were fucking seated for that shit, brother.
We got 2 more after that. So,
yeah,
they're fun.
That's right. Oh. Die. Oh, shit.
We're getting the indie slaps.
Slap fight. Oh.
They were getting the fight forever punches.
That was awesome.
Well, they're more like chops.
Yeah.
Come on.
Denied again. That's got to be it. Oh, no. Yeah, there it is.
Nice.
Set the table up.
Set the table. Jesus.
Well, or throw the table. Nah, Jesus has abandoned us long ago.
I'll tell you what.
There it is. Oh.
I got some real egg on my face.
I hate when that happens.
Because this match has been going on for like 5 minutes now. So. Also, I did not watch Mucha Lucha, but I enjoyed looking at it. So. I want to watch some of it like in the server at some point just to rectify this mistake. So.
Yeah. I've been doing the same with Kinnikuman, or Ultimate Muscle.
Nice.
I mention it a lot because it's a really old wrestling anime.
I've been
I make references to it a whole bunch, but then I realized like nobody in chat has watched like a fucking 30-year-old wrestling anime. So we've been doing that on Fridays, going through and watching as many episodes as we can.
It's funny you mention that because I've had at least 3 people mention Ultimate Muscle to me.
Yeah.
Say, you should watch this. You should watch it in the server. You should watch it on your own time. I think you would like this. I'm just like, I probably would.
Weird. It is very weird. It's got a GameCube game. It also has like a PlayStation 2 game, a PlayStation 3 game.
Doesn't like the GameCube game act as like a sequel series?
Pretty much.
Because like Ultimate Muscle in that game, or at least the guy that looks like him, like that's his son, right?
Yeah. So that's it's a sequel to the original series. Because there was Kinnikuman, and then they did I don't know what they called it in Japan, but here we got it as Ultimate Muscle.
Yeah.
So it's already like way ahead of what like the original series was. We never got the original Kinnikuman.
Okay, so like if I want to watch the original, it's in
Japanese.
subs. So
Yes. And I can actually send that to you because it's all on Internet Archive.
Cool. Speaking of Internet Archive, all of Sonic Boom is currently on YouTube on multiple channels.
Let's go.
On multiple channels, so it's not hard to find. Wait.
English version for kids. Yeah, so you get to hear Eric Stewart voice like everybody. And he does his James voice. I like everything.
Get ready for trouble. Make it double.
Make it double.
No show is a real show unless it has a Team Rocket style tag team.
That is for fucking true. That is for actual
like
true.
Pokemon, the IDW Sonic comics, all good things have Team Rocket in them.
Oh, okay.
Bro, the table's right there.
No. No.
We gotta work it over a little bit more, brother.
Yep.
Oh, Sonic Boom the show. Yes, the show Sonic Boom.
Yeah, nobody wants to play the game.
No. I'm very glad that they're not on PlayStation because I'm trying to get all the trophies in like every Sonic game on PlayStation.
Oh, really?
And I'm glad that Boom did not release on there because I think that that's the worst Sonic game.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I don't know how fashionable it is to say that Sonic 06 is still the worst because, you know, there's been a bit like of looking back and kind of, you know, re-examining its merits.
Yeah.
Which
I think people that do that are objectively incorrect.
I think that 06 is a case of like, if it played better, then you might have something better. But it plays like dog shit from like start to finish, and that's its big problem, you know?
The thing with 06 is that like it's just fundamentally bad. Like Sonic Boom is bad in like a technical way. Like you have like the glitches and the pop-ins and like the bad frame rates and stuff like that. But at its core, like it's still just like a shitty, like kind of like child fucking run around and punch things game.
Yes, and that's what makes it the worst. honestly.
Yeah, but for me, like 06 is so much worse because like not only is it just like not enjoyable for the most part, it also wastes your time. Like most of your time is watching a load screen.
Yeah, yes, and you want to know what Boom does? It does all of that and then some. Because
I don't know.
Because here's the thing. I will not for 1 second say that Sonic Boom as it is good, because it's not, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you fix up the control, like literally Project 06 proves this.
Oh, nice.
You know?
Well, sorry.
Like Project 06 proves that there's something solid there.
I cannot wait for that to be done.
It proves that there's something solid there.
Yeah.
It's just that the game does not work because it just feels terrible to play from start to finish.
Yeah,
the characters are sub-functional. The frame rate and presentation of the game, it does not live up to its potential. It's just like, you know, there's something there, but it's just like,
it's like, have you ever
it is completely malnourished in any aspect that would make it enjoyable. So,
like, have you ever looked into the cut content for that game too?
Of course I have. There's so much blatantly cut stuff in the game.
Yeah, like entire like mission modes and like
story
characters.
beats.
Like there was supposed to be like fucking Metal Sonic was an unlockable.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the Rainbow Gem or whatever the fuck to go Super Sonic. Like so much shit, and it's just nothing. The game is nothing.
And
is this gonna be the end? No.
I'm about to talk more about Sonic here, so hold on just a second. I'm gonna get Sparks.
I'm a Sonic fan, I don't give a fuck. Here we go. We're gonna run it through the table, Ted!
Sparkster wins in our final tables match of the evening, where we mostly talked about Sonic. Oops. Can these two wrap it up already? LMAO. Finally.
WWE attempt to Twisted Metal ripoff. Yes. WWE Crush Hour. Oh, there's Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And I'll wrap up this discussion in a bow, and then we'll do the main event. The reason why I say Boom is worse than 06 is that if you polish up 06, you might have something good there. It would not be as hated. Boom, however, it is fundamentally just unpalatable. Even if you fix up all the glitches in that game, if you took a scalpel to that game and polished it to a near sheen, you still have just a generic kids beat 'em up that gets old after 30 minutes. And it's 8 hours long, you know?
That's another game that like they had to cut so much that I think like both of them are just shells of their fucking what they were supposed to be.
Oh, no doubt about it. Both of those games are shells of their former self, or rather like shells of
the
their former
self they could have
visions.
been. Yeah.
What now? What
yeah,
now?
I agree.
But I feel that with what is there, with what you can polish up, if both 06 and Boom, specifically Rise of Lyric on Wii U, were polished to a near sheen, I'd run to Sonic 06. I'd kiss the ground it walked on, because Boom is nothing. It is worth nothing. It provides you with absolutely no entertainment value.
I will agree that to a point, like at least Sonic 06 is a Sonic game.
Yeah, at least it's a Sonic game. But
yeah,
like,
it's literally just Sonic Adventure 3, as much as people don't like to admit that. Like, it literally follows like the past two game styles to a T.
Yeah, it's basically a fusion of Sonic Adventure 1 and 2.
Sonic Boom is just like Marvel Ultimate Alliance with a Sonic skin and those shitty like auto runner fucking segments
that absolutely chug the game.
Yeah, because
the one Sonic-y thing about it, and you just make it completely unpalatable.
Yeah.
So, wait, would Sonic Unleashed be Sonic Adventure 4? No, because I say no because when I think of Sonic Adventure, I think of multiple characters.
Game style. Yeah.
And technically, yeah, you do kind of have that with the Werehog, but it's not enough, I feel like. I feel like Sonic 06 carries more of Adventure 1 and 2's identity and mixes them conceptually. So, I played so much Ultimate Alliance.
like I would say like the different well, a lot of people say like it's like Boost, right? Boost is what separates the kind of like the older style from whatever the modern shit is.
Yeah, the Boost formula of gameplay. It's what you see
Yeah.
in Unleashed right up to the present day, really. So
Which, yeah. So
And-
that's what would be the differential between me. All three of them have tornado missions.
three of them have the tornado mission.
And in Japan, it's called World Adventure. Oh my god, he's so right.
If it makes you feel better, I'll call it Sonic Adventure 4.
Like in Japan, where fucking what was it? Yoshi's Island was called Super Mario 4 or whatever the fuck it was.
I think
It's
so.
like, oh man, like, yeah, this is
Mario?
clearly it. Mario. Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. If we count the non-canon one. Oh, wait. Oh, you mean like the side mission one? Yeah. I can't find much info, but some people say the first 3DS Sonic Boom game is worse. No, I played both of them. I played them both back in the day. I can tell you that Sonic Boom on 3DS, first one, well, actually both of them really, neither of them are really anything to sneeze about, right?
No.
They're nothing that'll make you go like, holy shit, I loved what I just played.
Yeah.
But I can look at the 3DS games and be like, this is something that I could play.
Yeah, Fire and Ice was at least, I think, a little better than the first one.
Yeah, Fire and Ice is a little better than Shattered Crystal. These subtitles are terrible, by the way. But regardless, I can look at Shattered Crystal and Fire and Ice and trust that they're not going to slow down a bunch. Because like the game isn't really that fast to begin with, but still, neither was Boom, and that thing chugged all the time. So, anyways, we need to run one more ad, and then.
Let's go.
Although, if you have a thought, say it before I run the
ad. Goodbye, chat.
Aw. Okay, that's my cue. Mr. Homunculus is having a little bit of a time. Grovel's on after this. He's having a little bit of a hard time tonight.
One of the most graphically impressive titles ever to hit the Sony PlayStation.
I think a lot of
Crash
people do, because
Bandicoot
we
is a
have less,
challenging must-have game. First, let's get the negatives out of the way. The
It had
gameplay is
about
not
the
as
same
good
amount
as
of
Mario
Werehog
64.
content, I
The
think,
levels
but it was
aren't as
spaced out
vast
a
or
little better.
expansive. Crash's levels are basically straight.
Because, like,
although you can
instead
move
of, like,
anywhere
one
within the
large
path of
level,
gameplay.
it's basically
The game
broken
is
up into,
nowhere
like,
near as fun
3
as
to
Mario,
5
but
smaller
it far
levels.
surpasses Nintendo's
that makes
Pistachio and
sense.
Plumber in challenge.
Which, honestly, I think
Now
makes the
we're getting
Werehog
to
a
the
bit
good
more
stuff.
palatable.
Crash
So,
is
instead of playing it for like
quite
36
similar to
minutes
Mario.
at a time per
Question
level.
mark blocks appear everywhere in the game.
the average
Common
runtime of,
enemies
like,
include piranha
you know,
plants and turtles.
like a Werehog
This
level,
is too much to be a
it's somewhere in the
coincidence.
double digits, I can tell you
It's
that
probably a nice
much.
little slap in the face to Nintendo. And if you've seen
Not
the Crash
quite 30
Bandicoot
minutes, it's really only
commercials,
Eggman
you
Land,
probably
and even
agree.
then, that's
The
like...
slap is all in good fun, though.
That's a mix
Sony
of
has
Boost and
aggressively
Werehog.
marketed its
So.
possible new mascot, but very tastefully.
Yeah, it's been a
We've always
while
wanted
since I
Nintendo
played
to
it.
be
I'm
just
gonna
as
probably
dynamic,
play
but
that
their
new
ads are like sticks in the mud.
upscale or whatever the hell they
Crash's
just did.
more mesmerizing
Yeah, they
levels are
brought the
later in
PS2
game,
version
but players
over
will still be
to
amazed by some of the earlier levels,
over to PC.
like the trip down the river and the marathon run to get away from an Indiana
The PS2
Jones
version is really
boulder.
just the Wii version.
We'll have more
So.
on this game in a later show, but the news here is
And I
simply
remember
that
growing up, I
Crash
had
is a
fucking
good mod.
Sonic
You don't need
Heroes,
to know anything more than that.
and
At least
like
not
all my
yet.
friends had it,
Keep
but I had a
watching for more
PS2,
wild
nom.
rodent action.
and I had no idea that the PS2 was like the most inferior version ever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, like, that was your perspective at the time, you know? That was...
Yeah,
that was
it's
what
the
you were
thing I
shown.
had, so I was like, this is a good one, and then no, it just turns out it was like the worst and like buggiest and blah.
The concessions made in lesser versions aren't as obvious when you don't know what else is out there.
That's 100% correct, yeah.
They are not made as obvious, and honestly, it's more blissful.
Yeah,
This
I
was the
agree.
only version that
It's not
didn't
like
have
they put it
widescreen.
up like a big sticker on the cover that was like, "This is the bad one." And
Yeah.
it's like, oh man.
Yeah, no one's gonna put worst version IGN 4 out of 5 on their fucking box, you know?
I was just so excited to finally have a Sonic game because, like, I had the Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and then I got a PlayStation, and then I got a PS2. And
Mhm.
it's like everyone else was getting like Sonic games and shit, and I was getting nothing. And I was like, oh man. And then they're like Sonic Heroes. So I was like, yeah, Sonic Heroes. And then,
I like Sonic Heroes a lot, honestly.
Yeah.
I think there are mods out there because the PC versions, um, it's basically abandonware. You can find it easy, and then you can
Oh,
mod
sure.
it with like general improvement mods, and then it becomes a top 5 3D Sonic game. Like it's
That's
it
awesome.
it is genuinely so fucking good when you can
Yeah.
trust that Sonic is not going to be super sensitive with his acceleration. So
Yeah.
because the main thing about the game is that the acceleration is just through the fucking roof.
Yeah.
And if
Oh yeah,
that's
it's like 0 to 1,000, and it's like, oh no.
all you need to do is fix that up, it becomes a top fiver because there's
Yeah.
just so much like smart kind of rock paper scissors type of level design going on where you need to
Mhm.
swap between the characters quickly. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's very satisfying to get right. Wait, there's a PC port of Sonic Heroes. Not, I mean, the port is like 20 years old at this point, but you can find
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It came out a while ago, brother.
It came out on release. So
Yeah.
but we're stalling a little bit now because it's time
Yeah.
for the main event, where it is Angelina Dyer taking on Rainbow Dash for the NXT Women's Championship inside Steel Cage. After all the tables, we got to clean up a little bit, and we got to keep everyone out while we do it. So, we're putting the final 2 inside the Steel Cage. The GameCube disc of Heroes is uber scratched up.
I'll give them a couple months and they'll announce the remaster. So, because that has been like one of the worst kept secrets that fucking they could possibly imagine lately.
Is the remaster like fucking coming?
It's been on like every survey that they've done for like the past, I want to say like 4 Sega and Sonic surveys that they've did.
Yes.
Like, specifically Sonic Heroes.
People want it.
Apparently.
I mean, I want it. I'm just asking a question if they want it. Am I not alone?
Yeah, I guess not, because like I said, like every time, and it seems like the more and more they do it, like the more it just seems like, oh, they're obviously considering this.
Give me Sonic Heroes with good controls and you have my money, Sega.
Yeah.
Hearing the stuff they got scrapped from Heroes is crazy. Well, maybe they can bring it back. Maybe they can include it.
Yeah.
Your women's champion.
I like that she has a good theme song.
What is this music?
I believe it's Joe Gacy.
Oh, it's Joe Gacy's music? Okay.
I think so.
Peeves, what kind of music did you put for...
It is.
Okay, cool.
Remember the last time the champ was in this much jeopardy, Cole. Tonight might just be the night the title changes hands.
Honestly, these fucking jobbers commentating next to us are right, Ari. Angelina Dyer's in a tough spot here tonight because Rainbow Dash is easily one of the most dominant women on the NXT roster.
That's fine, but I think the Dryer Ulafala's got this tonight.
The Dryer Ulafala. The Ulafala you put in the dryer.
I think Rainbow Dash only wants this because the belt itself reminds her of her hair.
Exactly.
And I think that Dyer is just a more deserving champion, so we'll see how this goes.
Introducing the challenger from Cheyenne, Wyoming, one half of the NXT Women's.
Because if you think about it, like they're going to be in a steel cage. Like
They will.
what is a Pegasus in a cage?
A caged animal, that's what it is.
Just absolutely useless, in my opinion.
Huntington Beach, California, the NXT Women's Champion, the Captain, Angelina Dyer.
I think she's got it.
Yeah, she actually got a good sentence mixing. So
Yeah. I
one
love
thing.
when it's not, though.
I do too. Like I had to stretch so far for the majority of like the Equestria Girls characters.
That's awesome.
Locked inside the steel cage. Chat. It's going down now.
Oh, there it is, popping again. So still hoping for an Unleash remaster. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like an actual one.
Well, I don't know if this is true. I don't know the merits of this rumor, but apparently one of the reasons why we don't have Unleashed in the modern day is because Sega doesn't own the rights to Endless Possibility. Which is very on brand for Sega to not own their own fucking music.
Yeah, that just happened with Crush 40.
Happened with Crush 40. It happened with Green Hill Zone. It still does.
Well, Green Hill Zone, yeah, that's all their classic ones are gonna be fucked because Dream Come True is the one that made like what Sonic 1 and 2's music.
Yeah, I believe so.
And then
Lucha
you know, like fucking Sonic 3 with the obvious things that happened with that one. Rainbow Dash trying to escape already.
Already going for the escape early on. But she forgets that a house like this benefits Angelina Dyer the most. I've been told by someone in the back, I believe their name is Meebs. Corning Meebs, apparently.
Okay.
She told me that when it comes to a hardcore environment like this, locked inside a steel cage, Angelina Dyer is in her element. But let's see if she can kick out the pinfall. One and a kick out immediately. In terms of this environment, Rainbow Dash may be out of her element. And Angelina right in hers.
I also just got word from Corning Meebs that they saw Dyer eating 37 raw eggs backstage.
Incredible.
Yeah, and nobody asked them to do that.
That costs like $30. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that is not only an investment like financially, but also physically.
Exactly.
So we'll see if that pays off in the match.
Quite literally putting her money where her mouth is.
Yeah.
An absolutely incredible superstar here. It seems like Rainbow Dash may be mounting a comeback. It's true. It's damn true.
It's damn true. Rainbow Dash with the Kawada kicks. And looking to escape again.
Wait, hold on.
Goes to the corner.
Maybe she's setting something up here. Is she? Yes, she is.
Oh! A big punch.
Running forearm into the corner.
Impressive counter.
Angelina seems to be taking the fight once again back to Rainbow Dash. Just manhandling her.
They're hanging. Oh, and banging. Oh,
not even a
one.
These two ladies have their way.
Rainbow Dash has the power of the LGBT on her side.
Exactly. These two ladies have their way. This match will be far from over. Oh, look at that. The resiliency from Rainbow Dash.
Big showing of agility from the champ there.
Dyer trying to escape. Rainbow Dash is on it. Holy hell.
Immediately had it scouted.
He's got an answer for that.
Ooh, standing.
These quick kickouts from Rainbow Dash.
That's intestinal fortitude right there.
Exactly. It's crazy.
Rainbow Dash.
Dyer keeps
Whip rejected. A spinning dropkick.
You're now to the corner. What's she got in mind?
Oh, kicked away. Rainbow Dash. Is Dyer into the corner?
Let's see here.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
What is this?
Wait, what is she doing?
It's the most convoluted setup I've ever seen in my life.
Wait, no way. Is she doing what I think she's gonna do? I can't see.
We'll never know.
I can't see. Okay, but I can kind of. The spinal tap from the top. Holy shit!
God. This is the type of shit you'll only see at Survivor Series War Games.
Exactly. That has no War Games matches on the show, but you know what? That's fine.
Yeah. Table games.
Gira defeated Roman Reigns with that move.
Oh shit, she's back up!
Woo! Hey!
Springboard Bulldog.
Springboard Bulldog into the cover now. That ref is not...
Only one. Ref wasn't paying attention. He was trying to get a hot dog.
That ref is just like...
He's hungry.
Sin out there.
I don't blame him.
He's thinking about the hot dog he's getting after this match.
Oh, PvP. Hopefully he doesn't need the gel for it.
Exactly.
Oh, and a big knee drop. And Rainbow's up.
The Twitch gel.
Yeah. That's what I call it, too. Rainbow Dash might be out of here.
Angelina's got to hurry up. If she wants a chance to win this match, she's got to hurry.
He's so late. Rainbow Dash is getting out of there. Oh, just stopped her.
Angelina intercepted just in time.
Bringing her back down.
Just like I said, Ari, Angelina's in her element.
That's right.
You're in her house now, and she has come to fucking play. Hold on.
Oh, Rainbow Dash. Able to knock her back down, but she's back down as well. Oh, and a standing spoonsault again.
She knows that. She knows what exactly DYER's made of. She wants to make sure that she's down for the count before she even tries to escape.
37 eggs. Oh.
37 eggs.
And a bunch of heart.
And a bunch of heart. But Rainbow Dash is made of friendship and coolness. Which wins out? Friendship or eggs? We'll find out.
My money's on eggs.
Honestly, I wasn't sure going into this, but I'm a little bit with you. I'm a little bit with you, but hold on just a second.
Shit! Head scissor!
Head scissors.
Oh,
into the
followed it
takedown.
up with a little quad kick. You said breaking it down white boy style. Hell yeah. Kick to the back. Oh!
Oh, boot
springboard!
She gets a face full of canvas on her way down. Now it's all Angela. This is her chance to catch up. Everyone loves their Kawada kicks in this match. Oh, all right.
Hell yeah. They study tape.
Damn! Flat on her back.
Oh, she gonna try to leave?
And that
Oh,
might
she's
be
calling
it.
for the door to be open.
Let's see if Rainbow Dash can get to her feet quick enough. Oh!
Oh shit!
Oh no! The door's open.
The door is open.
The door.
Rainbow Dash.
With powerbomb of her own.
Roll back. And oh, she's rolling. Fred Durst style.
Big strength on display between both of these competitors.
Big lariat. And a pin.
Let's see. One.
Only one.
These refs are counting real slow, Ari.
Rainbow Dash is, yeah, they're savoring the moment. This is Survivor Series.
With that, you got to think that that's really benefiting both of these women here.
That is true.
But Rainbow Dash is about to take this one.
Rainbow Dash seems to have us in the bag. DYER
is in dire straits once again. And Rainbow Dash has this one.
That is it. Rainbow Dash.
That's all she wrote.
Victor.
That is all she wrote. Double champ once again is Rainbow Dash.
Double champ forever.
Friends forever. You can call her champ forever once again because Rainbow Dash is now not only the NXT Women's Tag Team Champion, but she's also the Women's World Champion. Congratulations. Congratulations on a legendary performance here between both ladies.
Absolutely legendary.
But we have one more match we need to watch, don't we, chat? You know it. You know the one. No, they're not doing it. Come on.
No, they're weak.
Freaking. See, this is why I'm going to win this in the end.
Yep, because they didn't run the bunny match.
They didn't run Akira Tozawa versus Roman. I was about to say Randy. But I haven't seen Randy at all during this. I think pretty sure I took him out of the draft pool. I'll tell you what, though. Hank Hill has got quite the idea here. Jeez, how many injuries in this match? 2 injuries. Cash suplex still on the mic. I'm pretty sure Hank has been spending all this time rehabilitating Cash's image after I nuked it from orbit.
What did you do to him?
I just put him in like advertisement promos the whole time he was there. And you know what? He lived up to his name. He made me quite a bit of money. See,
can't believe you flooded him out.
Was it 0 popularity when he left LVO? He was genuinely at 0 popularity when he left. And now he's at like 70 something.
Oh my god.
Incredible work. Man,
Rarity?
you see, man, everyone sure loves booking the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, Rarity and Clussy Fever tagging again.
Clussy Fever?
What's her name?
I want that Clussy.
I'm pretty sure it's Clussy Fever.
Clussy Fever? No, it's Sophia Ball. That was
I was
someone
so
that...
close.
I'm pretty sure that someone wanted me to, like... I'm pretty sure that was, like, a custom character that someone submitted.
Ah.
Yeah. 5-star match. Let's fucking go.
I'm glad that Terry Funk was able to beat a cat.
Same. I was a little worried there. Man, we got so much money. That's crazy.
That rocks.
I like that
Because
every
he saved
match.
all that money on tables.
Exactly. We got the big pay-per-view bonus and we didn't even need to lift much of a finger to do it.
Hell yeah.
So, ended with a bang. What a rivalry. I'm glad to see Dash having the final word. Yeah, I bet you would say that. Miss Figure 8 Ultra. Rainbow Dash Stan on aim. Tap out Zowie.
Yowie.
Are both fantastic at steel cage matches. NXT 2.0 should pair them up again in a repeat. Well, you know what? I would do that, but the rivalry's on cooldown now. So,
yeah.
Although if it works, I could probably use it like as a filler match. So,
Hell yeah.
Would be so cool if you could give my other car on your brand if possible.
What's the other CAW?
I think it's Matt Davis, I believe is what his name is. Ooh.
That trophy.
All right, we're going to do trades here and then we're going to wrap up.
You got it.
Let's see here. Because we've been going hard and we're not going to be doing this again tomorrow night. I'm going to take a day off. And then we'll finish this up on Thursday. Man, DYER's the most popular star on our roster.
Not number one in fans, but winning. Yeah, that trophy elevates you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm kind of glad that they added options to change that in 2K25.
Same. So I feel like I'm gonna rob Hank Hill of his main event again.
It's only worth 37k?
Yeah.
This is like the greatest rivalry of all time.
So we have our WrestleMania main event set. It's still going to be Dirty Dom versus Shining Wizard. And for women's tag team stuff, I'll need to finish up Lula Tandy and Trixie on the next show. Pair her up again with hell. Rainbow Dash is beat the fuck up, though. Who's my North American champion right now? Oh yeah, it's no one because Schizo freaking left.
The sky's the limit.
I do a lot of deliberation on these trades, so
yeah, it was here for the one you did before this series.
Grayson Waller, I don't really need you anymore. How about where am I? Okay, I'll keep Book Horse and Pinkie Pie going.
Book Horse is so fucking funny.
We'll run a tag feud between DYER and Rainbow Dash again, but I need a new partner for her. Because, I need a bruiser woman. Class. Let's see here. Rhea Ripley would be a good shout. Please, 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 mommy. Alright, got it. But I give you Grayson Waller. And $4,500. About that. Wait, no, go back. Shit.
What did you do?
I accidentally moved forward into trading.
Oh.
Oops. Okay, let's see if they offer it to me anyways. I'm not giving you that, dude. Absolutely fucking not. Get out of here, Hank.
I love this. That screen is perfect.
I didn't get anything else for it. Okay. Hey, my contract with NXT 2.0 is up next week. Actually, I have authorization
You always have authorization.
to continue. You're staying here. I have to say, you really crushed it with that last show. Game recognized game.
Game recognized game. I'll tell you what.
Classic Hank Hill dialogue.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you, player.
I was barely trying. Good luck keeping it up. It was one show. You can't be lucky for that long, I'll tell you what. I'm not happy losing my strap. As former champion, I'm enacting my rematch clause. I want a championship rematch against Shine Wiz and Mysterio. You know what? Sure. I can give you that. Hey, boss. I've been talking with Bomberman a lot lately. Still have everyone on my fucking roster. Still have goddamn Grayson Waller here. Sorry, Ethan. I've got other plans for you and Bomberman. Sorry, man. Okay, I guess we'll look forward to those other plans then. Specialized shows. Matches with only specialists have boosted quality, but all participants lose extra stamina. All your women superstars gain +3 mic skill. That's pretty good.
No.
I mean, like, these two are kind of shit, honestly.
Yeah, you can't really risk the stamina loss.
No. So we're gonna do the mic skill. That'll be good for building up the things. All right, I'm going to do one more thing and then we'll raid out because I need to find an opponent for. We can do Fluttershy if I find her.
I just selfishly want Fluttershy on your brand.
I mean, I like Fluttershy.
She's like your Ronda Rousey coming in whenever she feels like and booking herself in the main event.
You're right, though. Well, there's a big audio delay here on the game. Give me just a second.
Yes, there is.
I know it doesn't really matter too much at this point, but I need to. It's gonna fuck me up for the remainder of the time. Give me a second.
I get you.
If you get a match fixing card, that might help you set up your main event you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? But unfortunately,
there you go.
I don't got it. I don't got that. Bad timing. It's pretty good. Let me just see what we need here. Okay, so Pinky and Twilight is going to be women's mid card. Trixie and Lula Tandy. I'll keep here.
The classic.
Okay, how many weeks do you have left? Oh, you're here till the end of the season. Okay.
Yeah.
You can just sign them to the end of the season, really. I do want Omos and the Typhoon to get those tag titles back.
Omos and the Typhoon sounds like a really cool like buddy cop film.
Oh my god, it does, doesn't it?
I'd watch that shit too.
I'll give Rainbow the fighter class.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I'll make the women's title match at Mania a triple threat. Because Rainbow needs to rest up, and that's going to take her basically until Mania to do so. So
Yeah.
So I'll make her a fighter class. That way she can kind of, you know, complement in a triple threat match. Oh, scouts. Yeah, we have 3 matches. Rather, we have 2 matches right there. And for the main event, obviously, it's going to be Dom and Shining Wizard. North American title match. It can really be anything at this point. Why not? I want to do a tag title match at Mania 2. So I'll get Ethan Hunter here. Pair him up with a cruiserweight. Sparkster and Ethan. There you go. That right there's your tag title feud. Cool. I'll probably forget all of this on Thursday, so I'll need to remind myself. For now, though, we're going to raid out. Thank you, everyone, for showing up tonight. Keeping with us throughout this nearly 6-hour stream, my God.
Hell yeah.
And Ari, thank you for being here for the majority of it.
Of course, of course. Thank you for having me on.
Again, I appreciate your phone, too.
Yeah.
Thank you for the stream. This was fun. Awesome stream. Clap, clap, clap. Aw, thank you. I appreciate
Hell
it.
yeah.
Well,
Thank you to anybody who's from my usual walk of Earth coming in here and helping to support Travis Dev and coming to see me be a part of the stream. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. If you're
Whether you were
done-
lurking in the shadows or a part of chat, we appreciate you. Of course.
yeah. If you've not done it already, I'd appreciate a follow on the channel. I do a lot of wrestling stuff like this. I do cool stuff in my Discord server. Speaking of, I have a Discord server. We do weekly watch-alongs over there. I organize shit like this. And usually stuff like this I reserve only for the Discord server. So if you want to be a part of this, I'm probably going to do this in probably 2K25 with a bit more tweaking. Because there's some things about this run that I would change. So maybe we can do this all over again at the end of 2K25's life cycle. Who knows?
Oh, hell yeah.
That'd be fun. Join the server if you want to be a part of that. Follow my socials. I have YouTube, TikTok, Blue Sky, my archive channel. You can find it all right there. Go and follow Ariona. Seriously.
Hey, you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
Yes, I will.
If you're sick or you don't, you just don't get around to it, you're fine.
They do a lot of similar stuff to me, but in a Joshi flavor. Wait, I need to wait. Oh wait, I need to wait an hour before giving you another shout out. Well, they're right there. Go follow them.
I'm right here. I'm literally the Ariona on almost everything except for Twitter, in which I'm Ariona DX. Shameless Sonic Adventure
DX, yes.
reference. Because my original account was suspended, which was awesome.
It got annihilated off the face of the earth. I remember that.
Yeah, Twitter is that. I have a Discord server too. That's not important. Twitch, the Ariona. I do wrestling stuff, much like your boy here.
Yep.
But yeah, appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah. Let's raid out to my friend Toad, I think. Hold on, let me see. I'm seeing what people
Toad
are playing.
from Super Mario?
Yes. Agent Toad. Agent Toad. He's one of my friends. He's one of my friends in the space. And right now he seems to be playing. What is he playing? Oh, Dragon Quest 3 remake.
There you go. Dragon Quest rocks.
Fuck yeah, let's go do that.
Watch Dragon Quest, guys. One of my favorite games.
One Boy Club Love. That is the raid message. Bring it on over there. Make sure that Toad feels it strong style. And I will see you on Thursday. Anything you want to say before we go? Sorry.
Forever.
Fansano. All right. See y'all. Bye.
Bye.